What's going on, y'all? What's going on, y'all? We are back for day 3 of the draft. I know, Eagle fans. You guys are reeling at the moment. Obviously, I don't know how y'all are feeling about that second round pick. Still, I'm still at a loss for words. Me and E just did an emergency podcast, just trying to make sense of the pick. Add some. There's no real insight for this pick. I'm trying to. We're trying to make the best of it, and try to make sense of it in a way that it like the fans can see some kind of light at the end of the tunnel. Jeffrey Cross says there's no sense to be mad. I think at this point we're like, you move forward the best way you can. Shout out to Chris Malley who has joined the chat. We've all been trying to make sense of it. You made a good point about moving forward. You tweeted out this morning about moving forward in the best light. Yeah. The 4th round is the round that we should control. We have 3 picks in the 4th round. That means you have to get it right. Get it right. 4th round pick. Chris, the 3 4th round picks. What are you trying to do with these 4th round picks today?
I mean, you have to be lights out with the next 5 picks that we have because you just saw. I mean, listen, we have to move forward. We really could have picked up a lot of guys that could have helped our needs at 53. But right now, we have a developmental linebacker who we reached for. Davion Taylor, super athletic, but he's super raw. Troy Dye, Keenan Davis-Gaithers, all those guys, linebackers that are still available, they're way more NFL ready than he is. If anything, he could maybe be a special teams player this year. I mean, you kind of hope he becomes a linebacker just because the cupboard's so bare for us.
Right.
You still want to get an interior lineman, maybe Ben Bredesen in the 4th round. It would be nice to get another wide receiver because imagine if this is like the historic wide receiver draft class, and not to take away from Jalen Reagor, that's my guy, but if you only come away with him, like that's not good. We still need a you want a young safety, man.
Tyler Johnson from Minnesota is a guy that I'm
targeting.
Tyler
Johnson,
Amik
Robertson, Darnay Holmes, Troy Pride Jr. is a steal in the 4th round. I'd run up with the card. Troy Pride Jr. has cornerback 2, pushing cornerback 1 after being with Slay for a couple years potentially. He probably was the best corner at the Senior Bowl. What's up, Ron?
What's up, Ron? How you doing, man?
Yo, what's going on, fella?
But yeah, man. I mean, we're just moving on, man. I mean, the draft, I love all the guys. There's so many wide receivers left, and I think that just is a testament of how talented this group is. The fact that they're in the 4th round doesn't mean that they're 4th round talents. It means that you have to address all the other positions. People need to understand that, you got to field a whole team, all the other teams in the league, including us. You can't just get all wide receivers. Antonio Gandy Golden, people talk about him being a 2nd round pick value. He's there in the 4th round. That's who I want to grab in the 4th round. He could instantly start day 1, in my opinion, because I don't think Alshon's going to be healthy, and I think J-Jaw will get absolutely embarrassed by Antonio Gandy Golden at practices because, in my opinion, he plays bigger, faster, stronger than him, and I think he's way more athletic. I think that Reagor, Antonio Gandy Golden would be a huge haul by getting those 2 in this class. Or you could, instead of trying to get another X receiver, you could just try to get a James Prochet, try to get a Tyler Johnson, Courtney Davis, a guy to play in the slot. I mean, it's kind of there's so many wide receivers we could get, but we need to address a lot of needs, though. And it's upsetting that we didn't just do that at 53 because you had the Jeremy Chins, you could have grabbed the Logan Wilson, or you could have technically reached, even though it's a huge need. You could have got AJ Dillon, who people pegged as a 3rd, 4th round pick, went in the 2nd to Green Bay, and people are like, "Oh, what are they doing?" It's when's the last time Green Bay really flopped on a running back pick? Aaron Jones is an absolute monster. Jamal Williams has been awesome for them.
Yep.
So I think AJ Dillon's going to be great.
Yeah.
They understand what they're doing. I mean, we could have had the Thunder and Lightning with him. Like, I wouldn't have cared. No one would have cared if we took AJ Dillon in the second round over what we did. And the problem that I was saying is, I just want to get this out of the way and start the day on a good note. It's like the whole Jalen Hurts thing. The problem is we all like the kid. We all like the prospect. But this was the one team we didn't want to see him go to or he wanted to go to because he understands because the big thing is when you draft someone, you want him to be comfortable in his surroundings. He'll never be comfortable here because the fact of the matter is the only way he ever plays here is if he's replacing Carson Wentz because we traded him or because Carson Wentz got hurt. And that's not a good feeling, man. Like, he's a good kid. The only way he gets a job or a shot to start in the NFL is if he's replacing someone. And that's not a good feeling. And it wouldn't be replacing him because he's better than him. Jalen Hurts is never, from a talent perspective, going to surpass Carson Wentz. It would take an injury or a trade to make Jalen Hurts. Best case scenario, Ray Didinger was just saying live was, Jalen Hurts is only a gimmick player. That's the best case scenario. And as a gimmick player, when is he going to feel like a second round value?
The thing is, you don't draft gimmick players in the second round. And I wouldn't even like to call him a gimmick player. I'm not going to even say that. I'm just saying that, like when in terms of developmental quarterback, you draft those guys in the third round. You draft those guys in the fourth round. Look at where Dak got drafted when they had Tony Romo. That's a developmental guy to draft to develop. Russell Wilson, where was he drafted? Third round. Nick Foles, where was he drafted? Third round. So I think in the second round, I think that's where people, with all the talent on the board, there were so many guys that could have been potential Eagles.
And the major issue is all those cases that you just stated, none of those guys had a target on their back. That was like, I can't think of a quarterback that had more of a target on his back since I've been alive than Carson Wentz. Because there's a quarterback in Nick Foles, love the guy. He hasn't been here in 2 years, and he's still talked about every single day. Like, there's people who want him to be our starting quarterback still every single day. And we finally got rid of him. Like, people talk about Carson Wentz being injury prone. It's like think about it. Like, I hate it. Like, has he been injured? Yes. I wouldn't say injury prone. He got hurt in a huge game to get the one seed. He dove into the end zone and happened to get hit. Like, it's football. It happens. Yeah. I mean, the back injury, whatever. And then he got speared in the back of the head. Like, I don't think that's injury prone. Nick Foles missed 11 games last year?
Yeah.
Carson Wentz has only missed 8. Like,
what's it gonna take to go ahead and get this day started right?
I mean, we got to hit on these. We got to get hit on these fourth round picks.
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
absolutely. But I mean, what position is going to go ahead and start this day off right?
I mean, what position? I'm just what players. I mean,
I want the best player available.
Talked about Amik Robertson before you got on. We talked about
Holmes, Troy Pride, Tyler Johnson
out of Minnesota.
Antonio Gandy Golden.
I like Tyler Johnson. I like KJ Hill.
KJ Hill's a beast. James Prochet.
If you're going to pick either one of those two at 127, that to me is going to go ahead and get this day started off right.
So we have the Reese's guy, our homie Andrew from the tailgate. He hit me up in the DMs, and he wanted to give his thoughts and make sense of the Jalen Hurts trade. I said, "Come on, speak your piece." And here he is.
What's up, boys?
Reese's gear intact.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you fine, man.
All right. So listen, I know we're all ready to, light the whole city on fire and hope that the season is over because of our, Jalen gate.
Not that. Not all that.
Also, I don't know if you guys have touched on this, but do we know for sure if, our third pick, if his middle name is Jalen? Do we know that for a fact or not yet?
I think it is.
It probably is.
Like, someone said it on Wikipedia, but I don't know if someone changed it in Wikipedia to say that his middle name is Jalen. But listen, I know it's a questionable pick. I mean, all of our picks have so far been questionable. But look, my whole thing is, look at it from a extreme view. Okay, we have the opportunity to either trade this guy, okay, there's a lot of quarterback hungry teams. I think probably a quarter of this entire NFL league right now probably still needs a quarterback, or at least a solid backup quarterback. Okay, so we now have that in our possession. No one was expecting Jalen Hurts to fall this low to 53. And I think Howie and Doug and probably even Carson, because I'm sure, he's in on this as well, probably see, we have a solid opportunity right here to either mold a player to trade later, or we have a solid, insurance policy, because Nate Sudfeld is not, a backup quarterback only in Philadelphia. Okay. The second thing is, look at what, and I know you probably touched on this earlier, but look at what the Saints are doing with Breeze and Taysom Hill. Every time I watch their game, I love watching the Saints get screwed over, but every time Taysom Hill comes in, that is one of the most exciting things about football right now, is seeing that, kind of risk. The same way that Doug Peterson goes for fourth downs every now and then, we have now that kind of explosiveness and that kind of opportunity to run a wildcat offense on third down plays. We have something that really can throw off defenders if we really, decide to keep this player and, mold into this right. And the final thing is, I think, both Jalen and Carson, as much as we want Carson to be 100% healthy for the rest of his career, like if he ever sneezes, I want the entire America to say, God bless you. But, both Jalen and Carson know that the importance of a backup quarterback. We saw it with Jalen in Alabama, right? When Tua came in and helped them win the championship. Carson obviously saw it with, Nick Foles. And honestly, we are in a dangerous position if Carson Wentz is to get into a situation where we have to rely on Nate Sudfeld. We have a lot of dirty defensive players in this league, players who are going to be coming after Carson Wentz and trying to injure him. They're not going to say it publicly that they are, but there's guys on other teams that are going to try to kill this man. And, I feel safe knowing that we have somebody like Jalen Hurts that we can develop for a position like that, just in case. And I get it. You don't want to do that in the second round, but no one was expecting Jalen Hurts to be available that early in the second round.
Now, Ryan Williams from Facebook says, can we be overreacting to the Hurts pick?
We could, but we don't know that. We literally don't know that.
I just think when there's the players on the board were there, I just think you could have went in the third round and got your developmental guy. Like could Jalen slip to us at the third round pick? Probably not. I think someone would probably pick them up. But again, I guess like they always say best player available.
Yeah.
Was he the best player available on the Eagles?
He was
board?
A runner-up for the Heisman.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that. Yeah, I guess it's true. He was the best player available on the Eagles board. As Eagle fans, we could sit here and question if that was the best player available. But here we go, man. We got to like really nail this fourth round. 3 picks, and we have 2 picks back to back. Jeremy dropping the elbow to the draft. He says, first time in 30 years that I'm not watching rounds 4 through 7. Howie needs to go. James Bately Sr. from Facebook. As a Notre Dame fan, I've seen a lot of Pride Jr. He is set up aside, but does get burned on double moves a good amount of the time. Wait, he's the perfect Eagles quarterback then. Let's see. Here we go. Puga, you're getting love from the chat right now.
What up, Puga? That's my boy. I know he's feeling the heat down there in Dallas. Puga, we need you to like kidnap CeeDee Lamb, okay, and bring him to Philly. You're our only hope. This is a Star Wars. Help me, Ogo-Yon. You are our only hope.
Well, Jalen Hurts is in the chat right now. He said, Nick told me you would all react like this. Dougie Fresh and I are good. Todd says, I think we was looking at like we might have got wow, sentence structure, bruh. Got the best QB in this year's draft. Yeah,
we could package him up and trade him to and probably get rid of Alshon while we're at it, right? There's so many things that we could probably do with, if not this year, next year, for a solid, more picks, more trades. We don't know. I'd be surprised if he even stays on this team.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing, though, man. Like, imagine being a draft pick, and you're as soon as you land, you're thinking, I'm getting. They're just breeding me, like helping me, developing me to get traded.
It's sports business.
It's not, but it's not even.
Absolutely.
It's not even that, man. It's all the negativity that
exactly
the boy's going to get off the plane with. It's just not that. And I feel bad, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not taking nothing away from the kid, man. Like, hey, he busted his behind to go ahead and get to this point.
Oh yeah.
And here we're dogging him, but it's not him. It's we're upset at our
great
GM,
kid, man.
We're taking it out on Hurts.
Yeah, I mean, Marcus Walker says after sleeping on the Hurts pick, I don't feel that bad looking at the big picture. And Mark was on the chat yesterday, and he was.
Yeah, I gotta agree with Marcus though. I needed that sleep. I needed to sleep on it.
Yeah.
I mean, it still hurts, but
I'm on about 7 hours of sleep in the last 2 days. We're on we did 16 hours of live streaming in the last 2 days. We're gonna do another. I don't know how many hours we're gonna do. We're gonna do the whole draft here, but
And I mean that's the other thing. We're all stuck in our house. We're not in our right mentals. We're crazy.
Yeah.
You go into Twitter, you're just taking in more venom and more poison, right? We're not mentally all here right now as Eagles fans. As anyone's not mentally here right now, right? So we just needed some sleep. Think it over. Look at the big picture, the grand scheme of things, right? And again, we still don't even know what's gonna happen, right? None of these picks, 4 through 7, or even 1 through 3, every year, no pick except for maybe Carson Wentz, right? No pick is really going to dynamically change this team that much, right? Because we don't know.
The way we draft, yeah.
Ed Call says from YouTube says if you're spending a pick on a guy with Hurts' track record, you expect him to start soon. Carson's contract in history says Carson should expect to start.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the thing. I guess this whole thing is what really, like, me personally, what got me bothered is, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like the little TO right now, like, that's our quarterback. Like, leave our quarterback alone, you know what I mean? Don't go playing with his head like that, and then,
how do we know he's playing with his head? How do we know Carson, also wasn't like, yeah, absolutely.
But we don't. You're right, Drew. We don't. We don't know what Carson's feeling right now. Who the hell knows what Carson's feeling right now? I'm just saying though, like, that's the first instinct that I'm going to go ahead and think, like, damn, you just threw a dagger to our quarterback. Like, absolutely. But at the same time, could this spin this thing around? Can Carson's mentality going into the season, hoping we have a season, is, hey, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to prove not to just myself, I'm going to prove to the organization, I'm going to prove to this fan base that you guys gave me this contract, you guys brought me in here for a reason. You know what I mean? So, I mean, there's many ways to look at this thing, but
I mean, I think he's going to go off. But, like, the best case scenario is that Hurts never starts, and it's because Wentz stays healthy. And then it's like, why? I mean, it's better to be safe than sorry, but it's like, why didn't you just get another player for him? Like, why didn't you get a backup center? Why didn't you get another wide receiver? They could have got Jeremy Chin, Cushenberry, Hennessy. The 10 picks that went directly after Jalen Hurts, they were all guys that had, like, late first-round grades. Like, they were all great players. I mean, it's just frustrating because the whole thing, like, we're talking about other teams that took, like, backup quarterbacks in the second, third, and fourth. Like, they didn't have the circumstances that we have with Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz has had a target on his back for the last 2 years because Nick Foles won the Super Bowl with his team. So ever since then, right or not, justified or not, Carson Wentz for the rest of his career as an Eagle, he's going to be under a microscope even more than any of the other quarterbacks that have ever been in Philadelphia because he has to live up to the expectations of Nick Foles, even though it's a whole MVP season pretty much compared to a couple games, which were like some of the greatest games we've ever seen as fans. Nick Foles, hats off. Like, we love him. But the thing is, we have a quarterback that is MVP caliber, and we've done nothing to really help him. We finally got him a receiver, so he's probably sitting at home.
And we still need more receivers.
Exactly. And the thing is, the reason why my biggest concern was the Miles Sanders reaction video. That was the most they left him in, like, out to dry, the Eagles. They told him, hey, go be live with, like, the NFL Network guys and, like, for the live reaction of our pick. There's 0% chance he knew or, like, could have ever thought they were going to take quarterback. Like, he looked so pissed off because him and Carson, like, that was their team last year. The entire playoff run, like, getting into the playoffs started because of them. Like, Those two led the entire team. That's why it's like it is Carson's team. But at the same time, like absolutely. But at the same time, like the first sign of trouble for Carson, like guys, we go to the games. The Boo Birds are gonna be out. The Hurts, because it's not like they brought in some like bomb. Like Jalen Hurts, the national championship winning quarterback. He was just in the college playoffs with Oklahoma. Like he's a great talent. This is just the one place where we didn't want to see him. Also, Gail, I'm gonna switch to my laptop. I'll be right back.
All right, Jeremy Van Sciver or Van Sciver. Joe Douglas is hitting a home run up there in New York. Obviously, he knows what the hell he's doing. I mean, I've been a Joe Douglas fan. I mean, they won a Super Bowl when he was the football guy guiding Howie to make these selections. Howie's the guy that's making the contracts together as a whole. I mean, feel like they made a great team, but I just feel like right now if you guys had in the comments out there, also you guys, what do you give the Eagles a grade so far?
A J for Jalen.
A J grade. I like that. Prime, what you got?
I'm gonna give him a D, man. I mean, like, look, just so y'all know, after last night, I stayed up. I could have easily popped back on, but I stayed up watching these videos, and I'm not there, but the convincing is going good. The kid's got some serious speed. Like, man, I saw him break some routes yesterday.
Are you talking about Rager?
Videos. Yeah, Rager. So I mean, it's just like now with Jalen Hurts, I can't even. It's like, how do you really grade that? I mean, it was a curveball to all of us, man. I mean, but I don't know. Right now, because of the fact that it was a curveball, I graded a D. But who knows? I mean,
yeah. DP Guitar 93 from Periscope says they are treating Carson like McNabb. It's sad.
I wouldn't go that far.
Hey, I came up with this banner. Where is it? Don't mind me. I deleted it from yesterday. It's all good. What were your feelings about the Jalen Hurts pick, and why do you want to hurt yourself?
Here, my other thing, I think they actually touched on this when, like, the 4 seconds after Jalen got picked, is that Doug Peterson is a quarterback. Carson Wentz, obviously, quarterback. Jalen Hurts is probably, for himself, is probably in one of the best positions, for himself, where he can learn from Doug Peterson and Carson Wentz. As an athlete, as a young quarterback coming to the NFL, you couldn't want anything better than being put in that position, because then even if he doesn't play for the Eagles, right, he still has that experience learning under both Doug and Carson, where he can then go off and have an incredibly successful career. And, they're probably always going to look back and be like, yeah, well, when he got drafted by Philadelphia, that's the reason why he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league 5-10 years from now. Right. So, we have the opportunity, to not look at it from a selfish point of view, that, we could be molding, one of the best quarterbacks, that to come out of this draft.
For sure. I mean, the issue that we were talking about last night with that is, like, we want to see Jalen Hurts be successful, and, like, maybe we can move him somewhere else. But, like, to get any value from him, it would mean Carson Wentz got hurt and Jalen Hurts balled out for us. And the big thing is we're talking about, like, 3 years down the road, maybe trading him like Garoppolo and Brissett got traded. But the big thing with that is, like, if that's like 2-3 years down the road, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, Zach Ertz, like, all these guys aren't getting younger. Like, we're in the window. Like, we are in a huge window. 3 straight playoff runs, Super Bowl. Like, this is when you don't draft a developmental guy. Like, you just gave Carson Wentz $100 million contract. Like,
Chad is getting spicy right now. And Jalen Hurts again. Hurts so good. Jalen is tweeting he's tweeting in from his burner account. He said, "Guy named after a candy bar evaluating my game. Please, child."
That's why I jumped in too, man.
Hey, yo, I just want to warn all y'all. The chat is spicy the last 3 days.
Absolutely.
They're sprinkling in comments, a little hate. So just be prepared.
But that's Philly sports. That's
Did
literally
you guys see,
what
did you
we're
guys
for.
see Dylan's comment about, "Hey Carson, I'm coming after you,
We
John"?
have John. We call him Flex Bombs now. That's the nickname. Always coming in. He's either petting his dog, he's cooking, cutting his hair. He shaved for the last pick. Now he's again.
We gotta flip the picks.
We got our New York squad in here. We got our Philly squad in here. We got a Jersey squad in here.
Listen, I had to, real talk. I had to put my emotions to the side last night. I really sat here this morning, sipped on a cup of tea, making breakfast for my family. Time to reflect with the noise coming from outside the environment. Just zen-like and calm me down.
My man had a church Sunday on Saturday.
You know what it is? Yeah, it was. And at the end of the day, let's look at facts, man. How many years has Carson Wentz been with us, and how many years has he been injured?
About
2 out of what's that? 2 out of 4?
2 out of
4, 2 out of 5.
50-50 chance, right? So with that being said, and yes, he was trying to go for it. Yes, it happened in the playoffs, but the thing is, it's becoming like a repetitive thing where you don't really know. I'm not saying that it's justifying going up so high to draft a quarterback, but the reality behind it is that the organization is always going to look out for themselves first. And that's exactly what they did. Even though they paid this man, we got him at a decent price, especially compared to all the other quarterbacks that are not better than him, Dak Prescott, that wants way more money. But we got him at a decent price, and we locked him in with the chance of that he's going to no longer be injured and become great. But in the event that doesn't happen, they have a plan B. And that's what the plan B was taking Hurts and seeing if he could develop it to something way more, because there's no pressure on him to start right away. That's the only reason why.
We were saying that yesterday, bro. Like,
but I couldn't get out my feelings, though. I don't think we were killing
Hurts because he was a bad player. Like, we spent how many hours talking Hurts up as a player, talking Hurts up as an individual, talking Hurts up as a person. It's, again, value picks. It's, again, like, when we're a football team, and Reese's guy was making some good points earlier, but, like, as a football team, you were saying that, like, you don't expect first, second, third round picks to come in and make instant impacts. I do. Like, that's the purpose of early round draft picks. Like, when you miss those people, when you draft the wrong person, then you don't see those guys coming in and making plays. But, like, at first, second, third round picks, unless you're the Patriots, unless you're a dynasty team that has a bunch of veterans that are going out and killing it every year, like, those first 3 round picks are supposed to come in and impact your football team greatly. Jalen Hurts is going to impact this football team if Carson Wentz gets hurt, or if we could trade him in 2 to 3 years. We're not in a position where either of those things are, like, a good outcome. And so, again, I just want to reiterate, like, nobody's hating on Hurts. Hurts is a good football player. It's just like when you're missing out on impact players that could come in, they want to make a play. Like I said yesterday, imagine Hurts doesn't dress. Imagine those games where Hurts doesn't dress because we have an instant need or we have a bigger need elsewhere. That second round pick not dressing is a killer, bro. That's a killer.
Hey, Jalen Hurts again. Jalen Hurts again in the chat.
Jalen Hurts going hard in the
Carson
chat.
I FaceTime this morning. He good being my backup, fellas. Let's move on.
Yo, in the end of the day, man, today's a new day. Let's flip these picks. Like I'm flipping these pancakes. You know what I'm saying? And let's just get something positive going today, man.
Yo, they really showing the one where the moms scooped up the chick.
That's the rubber.
Yeah.
That was funny, son.
That was real though.
Allie says she's wanted Jefferson at the point, but okay.
Yeah.
I understand wanting Pierce B with Rieger and like D-Jax.
So Ma, before you hopped on, I was telling the guys after last night, I spent like about a good hour and a half watching videos. My man's got some
he could go, son.
Now. Did you watch our
you believe it now?
Did you watch our video though?
Let me get there. Let me get there a moment.
Hey, did you watch our video though?
Yeah, I watched it.
Okay.
I watched it.
Okay.
I watched it.
Cool.
I gotta be honest because when you guys first put it out there, I did not. I focused more on the Jefferson because I was on Jefferson, coming to the organization, but didn't turn out that way. So yeah, I mean, I watched it last night and I watched some YouTube cuts, and yeah, man, my man's got.
Rutgers is a good pick,
bro.
Yeah, he's a good pick.
You get that kid gets in the open field, he's ghost.
Yeah,
no, I was saying yesterday that the Rager he gives you he's a player that wins on all three levels of the field: short, medium, vertical. He gives you special teams right away, and then he also can take jet sweeps, reverses.
Spreads the field out.
There's not a lot of players that do that.
That bubble screen, that orbit screen, bro.
He's going to kill the screen game. How many times have we ran that with Alshon Jeffrey running these screens?
That was Aguilar running those things. It was ugly.
Yeah,
I mean those stats that I gave you.
Oh yeah, I mean we talked about that.
Why don't you tell? Yeah, you talked about it today in front of everybody.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday.
He sounds like a dad. He's like, you talk about what I told you to talk about.
He's putting the authority on you, bro.
Yo, John is the producer. Hey.
I wasn't focused, bro.
Hey, John. Put him in a bag.
Did you talk to your mother what I talked to you about today? Did you talk?
I knew that was going to happen.
Yo, we put people in the bathroom on this show. Obviously, Marcus Walker from YouTube, he's saying the biggest thing out of this will be what message will Dougie relay to the locker room when the season starts.
Yeah,
good point.
I mean, I think Doug has to be on some next man up mentality, right? Like that to me is the only message that you could really convey is that like we taking players to make sure that in the situation where we lose anybody, the next man can step up and be a starter. Again, we just hoping that as good as Jalen Hurts is, he could come in and win that backup job early. Because in a nightmare situation where he doesn't and he's not dressing, that's just that much harder to communicate to the players in that locker room.
I am just HB has a great comment. He said, "Now Jalen and Carson going to argue about their backups winning championships."
Someone on Twitter posted like that Spider-Man pointing meme.
Yeah. Well, how about now? Now it's going to be labeled as your number one and number two. Wentz, Hurts.
But is that a bad thing to have? Like, I mean, we probably again have the best 1-2 quarterback system in the league, other than the Saints.
Shane from Facebook says, Chris Malley, what's up with these draft picks, son? I put the son on there, but yeah.
What's going on, Shane? No, this is actually my manager.
Hey, first of all, Shane, we want Chris to get a raise.
2 raises, actually.
He wants more per hour. This guy is putting in work. Not only on work, but he's putting in work.
Yeah. Throw a couple free memberships over there. You know what I mean?
Okay, go ahead.
But no, the draft picks. I mean, Shane was hitting me up earlier, but like, I didn't really have answers for him because Shane and I, whenever we're at the gym, he's just always asking me about this guy and this guy and that guy, and we talk about the picks, and like he probably got excited about some of the names out on the board. And the thing with the draft picks right now is Jalen Reagor. Like, I think it took a little while for everyone to come around, but like everyone likes Jalen Reagor. Like, he's like the messiah now of the draft compared to what just happened in the second round. And the Davion Taylor thing that we were just talking about, like, I love the athleticism, I love the upside, but like Akeem Davis-Gaithers, like Troy Dye, like these dudes were like significantly more NFL ready than Davion Taylor. Like Davion Taylor, people might like look at him as a safety almost, or like just a special teams guy. I mean, we're pretty bare, so I could see him starting right away. But like Justin Strnad, like I love that kid. Justin and I have been talking for 3 months now, just about how his off season is going because he was recovering from an injury his senior year. But like I would even like he's probably going to go today. He should. I mean, I would put him over Davion Taylor possibly just because I don't know. I mean, the two non-Rager draft picks, it's been wild though because there's been so many guys. Like I remember last night we're up here up until 3:00 trying to justify, just like try to like bounce ideas off each other's brains, and like what we came to was just like it's a lose-lose right now. Like Jalen Reagor, like I think he has Rookie of the Year potential with Carson Wentz. Absolutely. I think that he is going to be utilized in so many ways. I think that he takes the top off the defense. I mean, he's not going to be like a huge volume guy, but every time he touches the ball, he can score. And that's why I think he's going to be really special. But the big thing with the Jalen Hurts pick that we hate going back to, but we have to, is like you're either right for the wrong reason, meaning you were right because you shouldn't have paid Carson Wentz, and you were right because you think he's going to get hurt, and that's why you're right, or you were wrong, and Hurts never is anything more than a gimmick player, and instead of giving Carson Wentz or the rest of the team a playmaker and Jeremy Chin and Cushenberry, Hennessy, even taking Denzel Mims a little early, like all these guys, you took a backup quarterback. Like, nice, better safe than sorry. But the thing is, we're not a team that just needed a backup quarterback. We're a team that has had a quarterback controversy, and the quarterback that has caused the controversy, not to a fault of his own, hasn't been on the team for 2 years. This guy right here, like Nick Foles, like good dude. Like he's the last person you would think would cause a controversy, but he did. Like, and he's on his second team since he's been here. And there's people that still want Nick Foles as their quarterback. Like, and now you just spent a second round pick on a quarterback that won a national championship. So
I just want to give a shout out to Eric Connor, Raw.
Amik.
Yeah, he's been. I'm gonna say you're the leader of the Amik Robertson hive right now, because I've seen about 5 comments.
Breaking news. The Redskins just did a trade for Trent Williams. It's going to get announced soon.
Mm-hmm.
They traded to who?
It didn't announce yet, but it just came out. Josina Anderson. Sorry that I had to say that name out loud.
Burns.
Hey, the
that's a big trade though.
Has a question for Mr. Reese's.
Yeah, I think he's
49ers. Sorry.
Question in the comments. If I like Reese's peanut butter cups or Reese's Pieces, and there's actually this might be some news that none of y'all should know yet, but I'm telling you anyway. There is now Reese's cups with Reese's Pieces available in white chocolate, dark chocolate, and milk chocolate.
Oh, no.
You can get.
You just put my wife on, boy. You just put on. That's okay.
How are you gonna come to the show and not bring any gifts?
I mean, I would love to just throw some into the screen with all of y'all, but we haven't quite invented that technology yet. They just sent me a package of Reese's Lovers with more peanut butter and more chocolate, and they sent me a package of white chocolate Reese's with pieces in them for my quarantine vitamins. So I've got plenty to share once I'm allowed to go out and share.
Which one is this? So if you had to separate though, Reese's Pieces or Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, which one?
If I had gun to my head,
got the racket to your dome.
I've got to choose one or the other. I'm definitely going with the Reese's Peanut Butter Cups because, and again, some of you may not know this, but there is no chocolate in Reese's Pieces.
Oh Lord, you just ruined my life, bro.
Look at you. This guy's like
what?
There's no chocolate. It's all little peanut butter bites.
Breaking news over here. So right now the Bengals are on the clock right now. The pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals, and who is it? They're showing Joe Burrow's hugging. That's not the.
They drafted Joe Burrows again.
You can do that. You could just forego your pick and just be like, yeah, that first pick we did, we just want to do that for the rest of the draft.
And to go over the Bengals picks so far, they've drafted Joe Burrows, T. Higgins in round 2, Logan Wilson in round 3. Logan Wilson was a guy that we've been all talking about as Eagle fans as a linebacker. But we did get Davion Taylor from Colorado.
Davion Jalen Taylor. That's
what was it? How we Jalen Rose, man. Like we got a lot of the Jalen gang going.
Jalen Mills.
David McClain from Facebook. I don't think we needed a receiver with a specific skill set. I think we needed a number 1 receiver. Assuming Alshon is out, do we have a clear number 1?
Oh wow, he went to San Fran, fellas.
I mean, we won a Super Bowl without a number 1.
Now. We're about to pick him right now.
I mean, that's not true. Alshon Jeffrey is definitely the number 1 receiver, and maybe big time number 1 receiving plays in that Super Bowl.
I know what you mean.
I wouldn't say that we did not have a number 1 receiver in that game.
let me put it this way. He was our alpha. He was our number one. But I mean number one as in, let's say this, the distribution, because we have Ertz. Like, how many balls did obviously they're meaningful, but like Alshon, like how many passes did he catch in the Super Bowl and the playoffs? Not a lot. Like, they were huge plays, but I'm saying like he's not like
he had like 5 catches in the Super Bowl. Like, one of the biggest catches in that entire game with the Alshon Jeffrey. They literally had to move their best corner on him because he was cooking at number 2.
But I mean, Nick Foles, the reason why he did so good in the Super Bowl was everyone was getting the ball. Torrey Smith, Ertz, Corey Clement was making big plays. I'm number one. I mean, like, think about, like, since the day Alshon's been here, except for maybe the Miami game last year where he had 14 catches, like, he's been like a big play, red zone, jump ball, like contested catch guy for us. Like, he's not like the Michael Thomas that's going like 15, 150 and 2, or like the DeAndre Hopkins. But I know what you mean by saying number one. I'm probably a misevaluation with how I spoke, meaning like he's an alpha, but it was like the 1 year that we had him as a guy, but he's never been a huge volume. He's not a volume number one, but he is a number one. I know what you mean.
Lions are on the clock. Redskins traded the pick to the Lions.
Akeem, there he goes.
It's Akeem?
No. Akeem just went.
Akeem Davis Gathers went to the Bengals,
Shaquan from YouTube says the Eagles need a center, wide receiver, running back, cornerback, strong safety.
Yeah,
he was there yesterday.
Yeah,
I think the same about needs is still the same pretty much.
And a lineman.
Tyler Johnson would be nice, dude.
Ooh, Brent Williams to the 49ers. Wow.
Yo, Tyler Johnson or KJ Hill, this first pick of the day.
That's potential.
I wouldn't be mad at Tyler Johnson, man. I would love that pick.
It would put me in a better mood.
Absolutely.
And it's funny, me and Mal did a video on Tyler Johnson. We just haven't put it out. I didn't have enough time to.
Dude's super competitive, man. I love the fact that like he's just a big time player. He played in the Big Ten, super competitive conference, and just was balling. Like, red zone dude, really solid hands and tough as nails, which I think fits well with the Eagles football team.
On Shaquan G's point, do we really need it? Didn't we just sign Will Parks? Do we really need what Will Parks? Is he not a strong safety?
But they're talking about giving him reps at linebacker. So like we're not even sure Will Parks, because he played some middle linebacker for Denver. So they're still trying to figure out exactly what he'll be.
And him and Mills are only 1 year deals. That's why we wanted the Jeremy. That's why we wanted the Jeremy Chins, because the Jeremy Chin dude had like day one potential to even push them to start and be like the safety of the future. Like Jeremy Chin, like I'm gonna hate watching him this year if he ends up being like incredible.
And then again, Davon Taylor, he played the star role for Colorado. He was a nickel defender. Again, speedy linebacker. 4.39 at his pro day. 4.49 at his at the combine. So he's got some raw athletic traits, and I think and he's got a really great story. But I think other people had other people in mind. But if you're looking at our linebacker depth going into the draft in the offseason, they haven't done anything. They did pick up a couple of guys and Jatavis Brown, and if we're gonna do Will Parks there as well, but you knew they needed to draft a linebacker, and we're in the mid rounds. He's just another guy added into the mix, but he's got that ability in theory to cover on the back end. I hope with that kind of speed, sideline to sideline. But the Fat Midget 81 on Twitter.
That name.
What happened with Jannard Avery? They wasted a fourth on him, and he got like 10 snaps. Oh, man. Sadiq Charles off the board.
Washington, of course.
I thought would have been a good developmental tackle.
LSU,
it just hurts seeing them take all of these guys and just loading up. And we still, have so many questions going into day 3.
So many questions, man.
Can we just get some positive vibes right now?
No. I mean,
what are you cooking for us? What are you cooking for us? What you whipping up?
The shrimp pancakes, man.
Okay.
Did you say shrimp pancakes?
No, not shrimp pancakes.
Shrimp pancakes.
I was to say that's y'all getting creative in quarantine.
The Jannard Avery question is a good one, man.
I made strawberry chicken before, so.
Really?
Yeah, I think they said they had a plan for Jannard Avery, but like we're talking
just didn't
like
develop.
Like what are you doing with that pick? Like what are you doing with him? I mean, you're adding depth. It was great. Marcus Walker from YouTube says Davion Taylor was used like Isaiah Simmons.
Yeah.
Jeremy Van Sciver, we could possibly need 2 new safeties in 21.
Exactly.
Right. And I mean, in a situation where Will Parks, Jalen Mills, one of them really shows like a lot of skill at that position, it's not unheard of for us to re-sign him. Jalen Mills is a Philly guy through and through. So, if he plays well, Lord knows that he'll probably take a team-friendly deal. So it's not like we're in dire needs necessarily. Chin would have been great. Opportunity to get a young guy though.
That's the thing too. I mean, just like what you just touched upon, Mo. Like, you got to think about it. These guys are gonna come into the season like, hey, I got to play for another contract.
I mean, we can't predict the future, bro. We can't predict the future. Tom Brady wasn't who Tom Brady was until it happened.
Adrian Caban says, even if you trade Sudfeld, it still doesn't justify wasting a second-round pick on a backup. You do that in the 4th, even if it's a lesser QB. Jalen Hurts responds in the chat. He says, I feel 3 positions, son. QB1, wide receiver, and running back. Y'all need to appreciate me more in Philly.
Facts.
Jalen, don't get it twisted, bro. We appreciate you out here, dude. Nobody talking down on your game. Can you play linebacker, safety, and center for us? If we need you, can you step up and play some left tackle, some swing tackle too? If so, then it's okay. We good.
Pick is in for the
Renaissance man
for the Raiders, the Oakland Raiders.
Play 7 positions. John Simpson. I like Simpson from Clemson too.
Yeah.
Bro, Mike Mayock pisses me off, man. He gets everyone.
Mayock is smashing it. And Mayock was never a scout, right? Like, just came from TV.
Hey. Yeah, but he's like religious with it, man. I did an article about him 2 years ago, and like, dude, he at Westchester where I went to, he used to call the football games there just to get some commentary, and then he actually went all the way up to Canada to do like sideline commentate. Like, dude's hustled, man. That's why I was so excited for him. He actually used to stay at my uncle's hotel like all the time when he was traveling. And my uncle and him end up being friends. And he would just tell me, like, dude, this guy's like the smartest guy, one of the smartest people I've ever met. And like, look at how he's killed the draft. I mean, he like Damon Arnett. He's a guy that like I thought was like a great value pick in the 2nd round. He did the same thing and he took him in the 1st. He did the same thing with Cleveland Farrell last year. I mean, but he gets some dogs though, man. Like he knows who he wants. Yeah, like he knows what he wants.
Greg Rice from Facebook, he says, do you think we will draft another wide receiver?
I hope so. Please.
I mean, with 3 4th-round picks, I really hope so.
If you're letting Eagle Sessions run the board, we're drafting a wide receiver. One of these 4th-round picks will be a wide receiver.
Has to be.
And if not, I'll see. Yo, Howie, I'll see you down at the NovaCare.
Next pick, bro. Next pick.
But only you gotta keep 6 feet apart though. So you have to fight with like swords and some sticks.
Nah, we might draft another QB on the board, man.
Yo.
You talking about coming in with positive vibes,
John,
put him in the bathroom.
John, yeah, put him in the bathroom.
Put who in the bathroom?
Put him in, John, man. Put John in the bathroom.
We're QB factory.
You put him in the bathroom.
No, we put that bitch in the kitchen. Yo, make my pancakes, bitch. David Johnson from Facebook says, are we really trusting the offensive minds behind the idea of moving our future franchise left tackle to right tackle for a couple games where he got worked when Dillard himself said it was like wiping your butt with the opposite hand? No, that was Mailata who said it was like wiping your butt with the opposite hand. And the fact that I know that is super weird. We trusting those guys to use Hurts, Rager, and Carson effectively?
That's my biggest question. That's my biggest question.
You couldn't figure out how to use Golden Tate. You couldn't figure out how to use J-Jaw. Again, you gave up a 3rd-round pick for Golden Tate. You gave up a 4th-round pick for Jannard Avery. What are y'all doing with these picks? I mean, even if you go to Sharif Miller, you gave up you drafted him in the 4th round to develop. I don't see any development.
They struggle figuring out how to use Miles Sanders until the end of the year. Right, like it took an injury for that whole situation to shake itself out, and so, you know, they have a lot to prove this year. I hope they already drawing the plays up.
AJ, who joined the chat yesterday, said, "Don't y'all think we could have got Claypool and Jalen could have went to the Steelers?"
Listen, you about to get Jalen in here turned up in the comment section.
I know.
Man. You better chill. This boy got smoked this morning.
Well, I mean, that's the interesting point. You got three fourth round picks. Could you have traded up in the second, just above, to get some of these other players, versus drafting Jalen Hurts? I mean, you had some draft capital.
I mean, trades is a two-way street. I mean, I'm sure they probably try to trade them, and some of these teams are like, no, we're not.
I don't even know if the Giants.
I hate the Giants.
They're really sitting here and they probably took Troy Pride.
Who they pick?
I really
just wait. I need to.
Amik, Andy Golden.
No, they didn't take AGG. I tweeted that 3 months ago. I said if the NFC East gets Antonio Gandy Golden, they took someone we really wanted though.
Jalen Ramsey?
No.
Bro. They traded for someone.
The Giants I think they just moved up, and they just got someone.
I thought they got some big trade.
No, they moved up in the draft and they got a player we wanted.
Who?
It's about to come in. I don't want to be.
What?
I don't want to tip.
Tip it.
Allow the tip, guys. Allow the tip. Prime, cool.
Yeah, I need to know.
They took Darnay Holmes.
Okay. I just saw it.
I mean, there's still people out there, but Darnay Holmes, man, he's a 5-star recruit who balled out. Like, he just was on a crap team with Chip Kelly. But, like, Darnay Holmes, man, he's good.
Jalen Hurts. Yeah, you got anybody else in the back?
Trust. Y'all talking about trust? Watch my YouTube and wash away this nonsense.
Watch my YouTube.
Deshae Shaver says it's not Hurts' fault.
Of course not. We love Jalen Hurts, man.
Nobody's blaming Jalen Hurts.
We want him to start somewhere or get an opportunity to start somewhere, just not here.
Jeremy from Facebook says, "How about Clayton Thorson in the 5th last year instead of starting linebacker Mack Wilson from Bama?" Yeah, that Clayton Thorson pick, right from the gut, as soon as it was made, I was like, "Man, this is a terrible pick. Terrible pick." I gotta
go feed my son and family, so I'll be
back.
Yeah,
I'm on Project Move Day over here, so I'm gonna hop back on later.
All right, shout out to you, Prime, and shout out to Brennan Sokolowski, one of our writers. He closed on his house. He got the house. Soko got his house.
Yeah, mine's is May 8th, so you know what I mean. I'm on that project right now.
Congrats, Prime. Well, you had it, Prime. You staying in Jersey?
I'm still in Jersey. I just moved like 5 minutes from where I'm at right now. It just got me something bigger. You know what I mean? Got the little man his own room.
Blessings.
That's what's up, bro.
Yeah, this
one. I'll hop back on when we make this pick, all right?
For sure.
Word up. Yeah, I got this one dude who only gets in my mentions when something he knows Eagles fans or myself don't like. He's like, Darnay Holmes, Giants. It's like, you don't gotta send me that. And then every single time we talk about something, it's when you pick Jalen Hurts, he's in my mentions. And anytime I was talking about getting Darius Slay 5 months ago, never gonna happen. Every time we mention him, not gonna happen. It's like, listen, we're Eagles fans. Holmes, we're trying to help the team, man. Bro, I love Darnay Holmes, man.
Yeah,
I hate that he's on
and he's got special team ability too.
Just watch the tape right now.
Yeah, Brian Bailey from Facebook, over under 4.5 plays a game where Doug has Hurts and Rager in the backfield together. Maybe even Sanders too.
I'm going under.
We didn't even use Greg Ward once in a dynamic way.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing.
I think it's because we were still trying to figure out Greg Ward.
Well, you could,
and he's been on the team for 3 years.
he was a mobile quarterback at Houston. You could have used him in this dynamic way.
And we didn't have any other playmakers, man. This is last year when Deontay Burnett was making diving catches, and Robert Davis, who I like a lot, was making jump ball contest. I don't know, man.
Brad Joran from Facebook is saying Mayock is killing it.
He always is.
You can tell that Gruden. You could tell that Gruden's is kind of staying out of his way too.
Yo,
right?
AJ still spicy in the chat.
Pick.
I think this is probably the fourth message from AJ about Claypool. You were talking about Claypool yesterday, the day before that. I think you like Claypool in a special way.
So wait, AJ, you wanted Claypool?
She did.
I know she did. She was screaming about that for hours.
Yeah, David Johnson from Facebook. Exactly. Tell him, Mal. Frank Reich helped us and Carson so much. Haven't been the same since.
Yes, we'll see how creative they are. I definitely go under on Jalen being in the backfield. I do see Rager. I was talking to Mally about that after the Jalen Rager pick. I see Rager and Miles Sanders in the backfield together. I think that's a mismatch nightmare.
Wheels out of the backfield. Sheesh.
I don't. Yeah, that wheel route or that bench out of the backfield, man, on linebackers is toast. But I don't have a bunch of faith that they're going to be super creative with Jalen. QB, they said QB factory, not like trick player factory. So I think they're going to try to develop him as a quarterback, and we'll see. When he does. Like again, that LSU game was very telling to me. We've seen him play in the SEC, Oklahoma versus LSU. They undressed that man, and they really showed a lot of warts in his game, and they show his inability to process second and third reads quickly, and they forced him into really tough situations and some tough turnovers.
Josh Kelly to the Chargers in the 4th round, pick 112.
I like what the Chargers did with that Kenneth Murray pick, man. That was him joining that defense is crazy. Yeah.
AJ in chat says, I am following Malcolm on Twitter. I am a fan. Malcolm, tell everyone what your Twitter handle is so they can follow you.
Yeah, at love for the game Mal. So at love with love with your heart, the number 4, the game Mal. It should there it is. When we take the comments down, it shows up.
I mean, we got a really serious comment in the chat. This is one of the most serious questions. The people, scrapple or pork roll? What's the best breakfast meat? Pork roll, son.
Definitely pork roll. Anyone who's ever had scrapple and says that they love scrapple is lying.
Wow. Deshae Shavers, how he botched this draft big time. He's Deshae.
I mean, still to be determined. Like say he comes up with some gems in the 4th and 5th round. I think the narrative changes. Like yesterday, I think Gail and I gave the draft a C so far. You hit on Rager. You maybe make a good pick at a linebacker position to be determined.
What are we doing, man? Sorry, we just lost another player we wanted.
Sick.
We got Tim Kincaid from Arizona checking in.
Bro, Troy Pride just got drafted.
What up, boy?
By who? Panthers?
Carolina.
Are you watching this on the internet or on TV?
Nah, Mally's way ahead of us.
Because I was gonna say you're mad fast because I'm watching it on TV.
I usually get picks tipped 4 or 5 minutes ahead. I'm usually silent. I've been silent on the live stream unless it's something like that. Holmes and Pride were 2 guys we really wanted.
Yeah, those cornerback talent. Amik Robinson's still on the board though, so.
But it scares me that all these guys are going fast.
Talking about them now.
I mean,
they're gonna hear us, bro. They're gonna hear us.
That's the scrapper.
Yo, I like that punter, bro. They gotta take some punter and something.
Marcus Walker from YouTube says, "Do you think Howie burned some bridges with other GMs affecting trading for picks or moving up?"
Question.
No question.
I mean, Howie's been stealing players from other GMs and teams. I'm not surprised.
I saw a report before the draft that said that a lot of people were going to play this conservative, though, just because of the virtual element and just a lot of unpredictable pieces to the draft. So I'm not really surprised. They said that this was the draft was one of the fewest number of trades in it up to this point. So I don't think it's just Howie. The Panthers are cleaning up on defense. Yo, my goodness.
Man, speaking of trades, man, you see Trent Williams went to the Niners?
Yeah, absolutely.
For what? What was the pick?
Like a 7th round pick or something like that?
No.
This year?
It was a 5th this year and a 3rd next year.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I was gonna be man. You're right.
That's it.
Right.
If you think about it, what
That's
they
a great trade.
They're getting Ayuk and Williams alone already. That's crazy. I mean, man, look at the weapons they got in San Fran, bro. Kendrick Bourne is their wide receiver 3 or 4 or 5.
I'm not gonna lie, man. Seeing Deebo Samuels go off the way he did last year was heartbreaking for me, bro. That was
our guy, man. That was our guy.
Absolutely.
That's why I wanted Jalen Reagor, because I saw a lot of Deebo in him.
Steve? David Johnson, Gruden don't want the smoke. He knows his role.
That's a fact.
True.
That's a fact.
So wait, is Hurts so good talking to
so
Jason Garrett? Is he going to Dallas now? Is that confirmed?
Who?
Hurts so good. He FaceTime with Jason Garrett. Does that mean he's going to Dallas now?
Yeah. Davon Tyree 92 from YouTube. Who are we picking in the fourth, fellas? We actually got a lot of questions to pick up on here, and we're 5 minutes behind on the chat.
Gotcha.
I think we got to go. I think we go cornerback just from. I think we should go wide receiver, but I think we really do go cornerback.
Hey, I think we'll go DB. I think I like who was
Paul Weedy, absolutely.
Yeah. What do you guys think about the center from Wisconsin, Tyler?
He's good.
Tyler, how do you say his last name?
So we're just gonna call him TB.
It's Biedez. It's like Biedez.
TB. I call him TB.
Yeah, I mean, him and Ben Bredesen are like two of the main linemen I've been interior linemen I've really liked. Yeah, let's look at the big board though.
And to be honest, I love John Runyon, man.
Joshua Booker from YouTube says next pick must be a corner.
I mean, Amik is still available. Curtis Weaver didn't go. Cameron Clark, the lineman from Charlotte, didn't go. Josiah Scott from Michigan State. I mean, there's so many wide receivers left. That's why 145 and 146 are so crucial. But do you trade one of those in the sixth and move back up? Because I don't want to lose. I mean, if there's a huge run at wide receiver between 127 and 145, you could get dogged, man. Bryce Hall, he's interesting. He's a little bigger dude.
I mean, Gabriel Davis from UCF on the board.
Kayvon Wallace is still there.
Yep.
Antoine Brooks from Maryland, I like a lot.
Isaiah Hodgins from Oregon State.
Bro, AGG just can't go to another NFC East team. That's the only thing, bro. If I see AGG,
just brace yourself,
bro. If I see him in a Redskins uniform,
and watch him go to the Cowboys, to make it even
worse. In the chat, guys, I'm gonna drop. These are the visits and the meetings that the Eagles have had with some of the prospects over the last couple months.
I mean, that was funny. I saw someone said the whole Jordan Love, Kaplan said that. It's man, we all know. That's known, that's factual. We've been talking about that for forever. They had to list all the meetings. That's why the Jordan Love thing, I saw that. I was that's kind of weird, but we never even met with Hurts. I know they said pre apocalypse, they were they went down and obviously saw some Alabama games because why not? They got
he did say, he said that Preston went down there and worked out with him for a little bit.
Yeah.
Dennis Griffey from Facebook says on thoughts on Amik Robertson and
that's who I want. That's who I want.
Amik.
Bro,
you were on the Amik train yesterday for sure.
Yes, that's who I want.
Interesting that Easton and Fromm. Well, I'm not surprised at Fromm, but definitely interesting that Easton fell this far.
Bro, that's why we were mad irked last night with what happened. Absolutely. Because that's a developmental dude you get.
David McClain from Facebook says the money we are spending on our defensive line, we have to rely on rotating and cheap young linebackers. We have to draft them.
Facts.
Absolutely. Facts. Again, back to the point.
I do like the young boy that we drafted yesterday, though. I really do.
Yep.
Michael W. from YouTube, Scrapple is awful. Shout out to my pork roll homies.
We as Philadelphian fans just say we have Scrapple just to say we have Scrapple because we like telling people about Scrapple. No one actually eats Scrapple.
And then
they're eating Scrapple out here, Brody.
John, since he's healthy now. I mean, if y'all don't know, John lost 100 pounds. Dude is
okay, John.
He's eating veggie patties over there, but it's pork roll, son.
You can keep that.
I'll put you in the bathroom.
I did see Scrapple ice cream once upon a time.
Oh my God!
David Johnson on Facebook says Kenneth Murray, Bosa, Derwin James, and more. The Chargers defense is going to be a problem.
Yeah, David.
Chargers this year?
Did they just get Harris Jr. too?
Yeah, they got Chris Harris Jr.
Yeah, David, that's crazy though, because before the draft, I was saying they should have just taken Isaiah Simmons and then Jalen Hurts in the second. Because, like, bro, imagine that defense if you had Isaiah Simmons, Derwin James, they just got Chris Harris Jr. and then like Hurts behind Tyrod. Like, that was the landing spot I wanted Hurts to go to. I'm like, that'd be crazy. Mike Williams, Jalen Hurts, Austin Eckler. Like, that was a cool spot. Then when he ended up here, it's just like,
Deshae Shavers from Facebook. Our quarterback depth chart literally reads Wentz Hurts. And again, Andrew getting love from the chat.
What up, Tara?
Tara's awesome. From Canada. Hurts so good. Jalen in the chat, spicy. I met with Howie at Melrose Diner.
Seems incomplete.
Don't see that on your tracker. Seems incomplete. Alex Johansson, a 1, would love James Prochet or Tyler Johnson here at 127. We've been talking about Tyler Johnson.
I love Tyler Johnson. I don't know if you could take him there though.
James Prochet at SMU, solid hands, dude. Yeah. I'm excited about James Prochet. He's a talented guy in the slot. I know the Patriots were high on James Prochet. I could see them.
And the Chiefs. And the cool thing is Rager and James Prochet have been like best friends since they were like 13, 14 too.
Yeah, I know AJ's not throwing me shade in the chat right now.
Jalen again, spicy in the chat. He says, y'all eat Scrapple and in normal we call it a board game. Damn, y'all strange peeps.
Nah, no Scrapple for me, player.
The homie says put him in the bathroom, or meaning he gets the runs from eating pork roll. I don't know. Timothy Bragton from Facebook got 2 packs of apples in my fridge.
I think he means Scrapple.
Yeah, I think he tried to type Scrapple and his phone was like, "Did you mean apple?"
Yo, TJ the voice from YouTube. What the hell is pork roll? I'm not from Philly. Hey, say it's tailored ham.
Right. Yeah, that's what Jersey calls it.
I'm gonna run to my hold on 1 sec.
Gail is really, really, really big on his food and like what you call it.
I was about to say you open it. He about to grab some custom sneakers with pork roll on it. Gail, we thought you were about to grab some custom sneakers with pork roll on it.
You know he was going for the Taylor ham, man.
Yeah, you know he was going
that
for that.
Pork roll.
That's that secret weapon. Bah!
I had to get this one because that was the only thing left at the supermarket. Maybe I'll make some pork roll for lunch. A little pork roll sandwich. We got E-Rock in, who's
yo. What up,
man, I'm just checking in real quick because I'm ill-equipped right now. I don't even have a TV in front of me or my headphone jack for my iPhone. Okay, just to give you a heads up while you're on camera here. I'm trying to upload the emergency podcast we did for Jalen Hurts on Art19. I'm on the phone with customer support right now, so we're just going through some technical issues because it's the first time uploading to Art19. I did email it to Sean Brace of 102.5 Fox the Gambler. It'll be uploaded to iHeartRadio app shortly. So that little 45-minute show we did on Jalen Hurts will be up soon. I'm also uploading it to YouTube. So just wanted to keep you updated on my progress over here. Did I miss anything? Did we do anything stupid?
Not so far.
The Giants are getting better.
Yeah, Giants got better.
Fucking standing.
Right.
All right. Just wanted to keep you updated on my progress over here.
Be good out here, eh?
Hey, you got any draft breakdown? This guy bounced.
He bounced. You know his iPhone situation, man. The way his iPhone's set up.
I was watching his rain at like 3 a.m. on my deck, like getting rained on. Like that's how I was numb.
Yeah, you just sound depressed.
I was outside, man. I didn't listen to E's breakdown because we were on here, and I was watching it, and I'm like, man, like I'm more angry now. Like after hearing E went in, man. He went in.
No Vaseline.
Did you guys see? He said like a PR person from like the Eagles like followed him, and he's like, yeah. Like I gotta take it down.
So, yeah, we better watch it now before it comes down.
Tim Real from Twitter says, if we go receiver, I want a big guy to complement Rager. Colin Johnson.
How big, though?
Colin Johnson was kind of inconsistent.
He's 6'6".
Bro.
That's a big wide receiver.
That's a big
thank you. Thank you.
Crash Davis from YouTube says, I like Donovan Peoples-Jones, a wide receiver at Michigan.
Fifth round, maybe.
Yeah,
and he was the number one wide receiver prospect coming out of high school.
High school, man.
Yeah.
Number 2 was T. Higgins. Number 3 was Jerry Jeudy.
I feel like Shea Patterson depressed the value of a lot of those dudes on that offense.
Man, it's crazy because he was the number 1 guy too.
Yeah,
Shea Patterson had all of the hype, man.
But think coming from IMG Academy, man.
I know.
That squad was loaded.
We got another Scrapple comment, both with ketchup or with syrup.
Yeah, no Vaseline. That was so cold. That's up there with ether for me, man.
Right.
People get restorated on a track, bro. Ooh, wait.
Yes, sir.
Actually, on Alex Johansson's point, what's our thoughts on JJ Arcega-Whiteside?
He's still. I haven't
gotta give him a chance. We still gotta give him a chance.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I like them coming out of Stanford. I think he has an opportunity to be a contributor. I think Mally was saying it yesterday. He probably won't ever be a number 1 go-to guy, but he could be a rotational receiver.
He has a role. He has a role in this offense for sure.
I just think they haven't shown me that they have learned how to utilize their wide receivers to their best abilities.
Yeah. Well, it's because we weren't expecting to use our wide receivers. Last year,
Deshaun Jackson, he like they utilized him to a T for one game, but
like I said, up until the second or third game, we weren't expecting to go into our reserves that quickly. I mean, I just think our guys just weren't ready. That's why they weren't playing as well as they could.
You knew it was a problem when we went to Mack Wilson. You know what I'm saying? And in his comment when he said, I'd rather be playing special teams than being on. I'm like, what? What? Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, why?
What the Falcons pick?
No, I just don't want to say. I don't want to say Pick's name and they pick him
because they're listening to this 4th and Jawn. That's where they get all their war room, information.
I took down my draft hub, man. I took my draft hub down, man.
Like they was listening to us in prison. We got the prisoners rocking right now. You know what I mean? So no telling who's listening for real.
Yo,
that's what I'm saying. Next year, we just need to talk about all the players we don't want and say that's who we want.
Right.
Marcus Walker says, I want to give J. Jaw a chance with the new wide receiver coach.
Facts. Yeah, you have to, man. You can't give up on him.
Just a chance in general. But I kind of want to push back, though. I think that they did perceive him having a role because we knew that Aguilar wasn't going to be the answer long term. So I honestly think they had a plan to phase Aguilar out and phase him in. It's just when you start to see – because Ward Jr., I mean, even aside from the injuries, was pushing dudes, right? Like, he was pushing for an opportunity and got it finally.
Yeah.
So if we're feeling, JJ Arcega-Whiteside's going to be better, hopefully Deshaun Jackson's going to be healthier. We got Rager, and what do we still really need a heavy focus on wide receiver?
I think you need more
in terms of immediate impact.
You need more. You just need weapons. If you're saying that you trust in Carson Wentz,
yes,
then provide him with the weapons. You know what I'm saying? Like
also with Goddard and Ertz, who are probably going to be 80% of our offense still.
But I think when you talk about Alshon's coming back from a Liz Frank, won't be ready till August. Deshaun Jackson hasn't played more than 12 or 13 games in like 3 or 4 years. And so again, it's not a need pick per se. I think that if there's a corner up here when they're ready to pick, you take that person potentially over a wide receiver if they're relatively close in value. But I don't think that you skip on a good player because of how this draft is going. Like, I think you have to continue to fortify your ranks for the future. Because, who knows what happens next year. But, there's a really good chance next year Deshaun Jackson and Alshon Jeffrey are no longer a part of this football team. Outside of going into the draft, do we trust who we have on this roster to be able to step up into starters? I think you have to just take who's there and take the best player available. Let's see what the Jets do here, man. I'm curious because Joe Douglas.
The Giants got McKinney and Darnay Holmes, bro.
Yo, son, that defense, bro. I'm sick about McKinney too. My wife was showing me his picture on Instagram yesterday because she's a Giants fan. I was like, man, get that away from me. I'm not trying to see that.
I feel like the Giants defense they got better than the Cowboys offenses.
I mean the Cowboys defense.
We still gotta wait on that though.
Awuzie is good, but like the Cowboys defense, other than Awuzie, like they got some holes, man. That's why like people are saying like they just took Lamb as a spite more than and value more than like
they didn't spite us, dude.
Yeah, they did that. This is spite us.
Yeah, hey, man, you saw Jerry Jones's. You saw Jerry Jones's
the best player available.
Yeah, bro. Absolutely.
Yeah. How you gonna let you wouldn't
look at this?
You can't let
Lamb,
bro.
Defense.
Oh, for sure. But they did that shit out of spite.
Like
Jerry Jones.
Jerry Jones passed on
God,
Randy Moss. You know when he passed on Randy Moss, he said, I'll never. He never lived that one down. There's no way he would let Lamb pass his board. When
who did he pass Randy Moss for? Was it Roy Williams?
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't remember. But
I
remember
Roy Williams was drafted by the Lions for him.
Everybody passed.
No. I'm talking about the safety.
Oh, the safety. Okay.
Yeah, the safety. I think it was around that year. There's so many Roy Williams in the league. And Mike Williams. There's so many of them.
Hold on, I'm looking right now because I'm curious.
Scrapple.
Someone tell Shenmue 1986 what is Scrapple. I can't tell you what Scrapple is.
Imagine
Go ahead.
I know what Scrapple is, but I don't know what it is.
So this is how I'll describe Scrapple. I mean, I remember watching a video like 5 years ago, but it's just like imagine like you get like ribs from a pig, bacon from a pig, like everything from a pig, and then you got some like janitor who's like mopping up the floor. That everything he gets on the floor,
dirty hot dog,
cleans up instead of like putting some like pink Crayola in it to make it look like a hot dog. He just keeps it that color and like makes it into like a little brick. And Rick Ross ships it off to Miami. I mean, the whole thing is like personally, I grew up on Scrapple. I'm Philly. Like I eat Scrapple, but like I don't go out of my way to order it when I'm out. Like I'll take bacon, pork roll, I'll take French toast. Like I'm saying, like
pork roll, bro.
But I have the taste for Scrapple though. Like I like it.
So the Jets drafted LaMichael Pirine.
The Cowboys took Greg Ellis, the defensive end, over Randy Moss that year.
Okay.
Bro, I like P. Ryan, man.
Did he just upload? He just uploaded it.
Uploaded what?
The 4th of John.
Okay.
Jalen. Yeah.
Does Jalen Hurts like peanut butter cups?
That's the question we all need to know.
Or does he have like a peanut allergy? I bet he has a peanut allergy.
That's right, Marcus. Take AGG.
Chris Rico from Facebook. Where do you see Greg Ward Jr. fitting in? He deserves a chance to be the slot guy for this year and possibly.
I mean, we didn't get a better slot guy yet, so he's slot one until something happens.
Exactly. I think he's a slot guy because he's that guy because they didn't go after nobody else, so they have faith in him. Yep. He's made the team 3 years in a row. He's dope.
Made the team.
Paul Wadey from Facebook. We need one more wide receiver, but I think we need to look at offensive line because if by having a strong offensive line, Wentz will stay healthier longer. It gives him time to make plays.
I wouldn't be surprised if John Runyon, despite being projected later, ends up being one of those supplemental 4th round picks at the end.
For sure.
Because I just wouldn't be shocked. Again, with the Eagles connections, him being able to kick inside the guard, and he played well in the Big Ten. I mean, I watched him versus either Gross Matos. Matos didn't touch Shea Patterson. Between him and Ruiz, they kept Patterson clean from one of the better pass rushers in this draft. So, I think he has the skill set. I definitely agree about offensive line. We've been beating that drum for the past 15 hours.
For sure.
I don't get why Michigan's offensive line wasn't rated good. until I remembered Shea Patterson was their quarterback. He runs into so many sacks. Like, think about it. Cesar Ruiz, top 25 pick. Ben Bredesen's supposed to be a top 4th round pick. John Runyon is a top pick. Like, if you watch their offense in Michigan, the problem was Shea Patterson. They had Donovan Peoples-Jones. Like, that's why it's so frustrating that, like, these dudes aren't getting high draft grades except for Cesar Ruiz. Because, like, I think Ben Bredesen is, like, I think he's awesome. I think he'd be a great value pick. Him or Runyon, either one I'm cool with. Yeah.
Bredesen's definitely good.
I wonder how many Eagles fans still have Runyon jersey. If we take Runyon.
I wonder how many people will be buying that Jalen jersey.
Yo, Rob Kalinowski says scrapple with applesauce, bruh.
Rob, you're a brave man. You're a brave man.
You're a brave stomach.
That's crazy.
Applesauce, son?
Tim Real from Twitter says, I assume AGG would be gone by now. If he's available, he's a great pick.
Absolutely. We still got, what, 5 picks to go?
Yeah.
Do we trade Alshon today? I don't know.
Ain't nobody taking that contract.
Yeah, I was about to say, ain't nobody
taking it. It's the injury. It's not even the contract. It's an injury, man. Who's going to medically check him?
For me, Alshon is a goal.
11 mil?
Did anybody see what Schefter said earlier on ESPN? Jeffrey Cross? No, I missed it.
What did he say, Jeff?
You let us know.
Oh.
SEC, Steven.
I'm going to say Big Ten's not too far behind, though, bro.
Well, the big thing is Alabama and LSU has, like, 20-something people drafted already.
42 drafted.
LSU,
they're, like, tied right now. It's like 9-10 or something like that, or 10-10.
Mississippi State.
Brad Geron says, what about Donovan Peoples-Jones right now?
5th, 6th round, baby.
If available.
Yeah. Yeah, Crash, absolutely. Yep. Shea Patterson. It was frustrating to watch that.
Oh, my Lord, dude.
Brian from Facebook again with the depth chart. Literally reads once hurts.
Oh, my God. Dude, AGG, best available 9th right now. Come on, man. I can't see him go somewhere else, man. Like, I need that pick.
Jay,
shout out to Jay. Big tailgate veteran. Schefter surmised on ESPN that one reason the Eagles may have taken Jalen Hurts is because of Corona.
Yeah, they're saying, like, more than ever, like, what if your quarterback and, like, that little tidbit though, and, like, what other, like, the fact that it's taking, like, insane scenarios to justify it. Like, it's like what if we're already trading him? What if we're getting Juju? What if we're getting like everyone's like saying like it can't just be like this is why here's the justification.
He's the right pick.
There has to be like a crazy scenario where like it's contingent of a bunch of things.
I mean, after I got off with you guys, man, I turned on Sports Center and they kept on, you know, putting the Eagles and the Saints. Eagles and Saints. Eagles and Saints. Oh, wow. Yeah, Easton just went to the Colts, bro.
It's a great pick by the Colts, yo.
That's a good pick for the Colts, bro.
It's a great pick by the Colts.
Yeah.
And the value pick for the Colts, too.
Hey, who got picked up? I was listening to Corona.
Easton to the Colts.
Yeah.
Easton to the Colts.
See, that's where you pick him.
Yes, sir.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
In the 4th round, dude.
It's an excellent pick, man. I like it. I'm like, Easton, Easton isn't a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts, but the value of where he was picked makes so much more sense.
Yeah. Yo, guys, what do you think about what the San Francisco 49ers just did? I like it. It's pretty cool because they literally swapped positions for a cheaper, younger youth. They switched Joe Staley for Trent Williams. Well, Trent Williams is older, but he's younger.
He's 31, right? He's 31.
Yeah. Joe Staley for Trent Williams, Javon Kinlaw for Buckner, and then then Ayuk for Sanders. And they still have Debo, Kendrick Bourne, Dante Pettis. They have Jalen. Why am I forgetting his name? He got hurt last year.
Godwin. They still got Godwin.
Yeah, but he's probably gonna go. I mean, what's his name? They picked him high last year.
Oh, yeah,
from Baylor, right? From Baylor, right?
Oh no, that's
Jalen. Not
the Jalen stuff. No, Jalen Hurd.
Yeah, Jalen Hurd. Yeah.
It seemed too obvious in my head. I'm
like,
Jalen
Hurd. Jalen.
Yeah, shut it down. I agree, man. That Saints-Eagles comparison is not an apt one. Very different teams, very different systems, very different offensive minds.
Mm-hmm. And our quarterback's not 40.
Michael Wright,
quarterback's not 40.
AGG available for us, and how we will pick a center.
If it's the right center, man, I won't be mad at it, to be quite honest.
So how many quarterbacks the Colts got now? They got 4, 3?
Quarterback?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's just, worth mentioning. It's just going to be Taysom Hill and Drew Brees right now.
Our resident Cowboy fan is in the chat. Shout out to Prime, bro.
What up, brother? Well, you're not helping your brother move,
man.
Here
y'all go. Top off the afternoon. I'm back. John Woodson, what's up, man? Thanks for joining the chat.
Oh, we were 127.
Heard,
yeah. John Woodson says, what do you guys think of Kenny Robinson?
Reggie Robinson, cornerback to the Cowboys from Tulsa.
Why so serious? I mean, you picked up Jalen Hurts, man.
This is real life, bro.
I haven't slept.
Gale ain't sleeping, man. So
I've slept about 6 hours in 2 days. And I'm back for day 3 of the NFL draft. And I try to provide content for y'all. Cut me open with I Bleed Green from YouTube says, how are we fucking up this pick?
Come on, cut me open. We gotta channel that in we're gonna be
let's be positive. We're
gonna be optimistic right now, bro.
Yes, let's be positive, please. Okay. I put my glasses on, so the last time I put my glasses on, we made a smart pick.
He said, "Why'd you take them all?"
No, when I first got on, I didn't have them on, but I was so pissed by the second round, I had to go take a walk, and I was so mad. I had to put them on. I usually wear them for when I'm tired, but I was
So, see, this is what I don't understand about glasses wearers, bro. You just said that you wear glasses when you're tired. My wife be talking about she only wear glasses for certain things. My mom can't see, but she only wear glasses to drive. I'm like, aren't glasses meant to be worn because you need to wear glasses?
Well, they get yes, you're correct, but they get they get irritating to the point,
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
You can survive blind for a little bit, man. You can survive blind. If I'm in my backyard, I don't gotta see it. You know what I mean? I know I'm
right. As a non-glasses wearer, I gotta ask that question because I hear people with the craziest explanations of why they don't got their glasses on. I'm like, but you wear glasses, you better put them damn things on.
There's some things you just don't need to see. And when I'm in my house, I know where my kitchen is. I don't need to have 20/20 vision.
Come on, bro. We're Eagles fans. We had blind faith. Look what just happened.
Jalen Hurts from the chat said, Gale serious because he's pissed about how he picking me. Shaking my head, man. He gonna be sorry.
And the energy is up today. I can say that personally. Yesterday we was in here that's the most hurt I've ever seen Gale.
Hey Jalen, as a former barber, I used to get tight when you had dreads and your hairline was going back, and you still kept that little hair thing, and you kept the braids. I was like, yo, just shave it, and then you shave your head. You shaved it. You cut it down low. I was like, all right, that's a good look for you.
Gail, I might need you to cut my hair, man. It's starting to get caveman serious.
Yeah,
I feel for y'all, man.
I'm out here looking like Buckwheat, bro.
I got my. You out in New York City?
Huh?
You live out in New York City?
No, I'm out in South Jersey. I just moved back to Philadelphia.
Nice.
Oh, Puga from the top rope with the elbow. Eagles should start wide receiver factory.
It would be nice.
That is great, man. I'm going to use that one again. John.
Positive. Thank you.
Flex
always,
bomb.
Bro.
Positive.
Flex bomb with the
Hold on, the GQ pick that John has, man. I ain't commenting on it yet, but he looking straight off of Fashion Magazine right there, bro. With the collar popped up. I see you, John.
Look at John, GQ model.
I see you, John. He lost that 100 pounds. He said, "I'm getting sexy on him now."
AJ says Gail got 2 hours of sleep. That is true.
Yeah, Gail. I don't know.
Peter Gunn Kim
on here when I woke up was crazy.
You getting some love from the chat right now.
Mally, yeah.
Yo, chill. Yo, he's been texting me like just multiple times, and it's just what happened? Inconceivable. Like it's just like different like adjectives and like
you
I'm
keep
like,
using that word. I don't
overrated.
think you know what it means.
Like I'm like, bro. I'm like, I'll FaceTime you later. Like I like we were up till 3 talking about this, man. Like
I was blind.
Yeah.
I was blind.
But now you see.
Robin,
Man, still on the one.
Hey,
Appreciate it. Thank you.
For all my glass wearing peoples on the chat right now.
Thank
glasses
you.
are for sexy people.
Yes.
Are all y'all glasses wearers except me? Gail, you wear glasses, huh?
Nah, bro. 2020 vision kit.
Okay.
I got 2 pairs of glasses, actually. One for wearing and then one for when I don't have my regular glasses on and I can't find my glasses, or I have my looking for glasses.
Oh no.
What
They're looking
happened?
for glasses.
Oh
man, I'm
you scared me with that.
Yeah,
my bad.
Jets are on the clock. Jets are on the clock right now.
My bad.
If Joe Douglas,
you know Joe Douglas is about to stab us in the heart right now.
If he takes Tyler Johnson, I'll be rich.
You know he's stabbing us in the heart right now.
Damn, actually took another running back, bro.
And Tyler Johnson's offensive coordinator was my offensive coordinator in college. Shout out to Sharaka, who's the new coordinator for Penn State, offensive coordinator.
Nah, ain't big enough Penn State, bro. We don't do that.
So I know Sharaka knows how to utilize wide receivers because
Joe Douglas gonna stab us in the heart.
And I feel like me and Joe Douglas are on the same page, and I feel like he's gonna.
I don't think isn't me these picks taking longer and longer?
Right, especially for this to be the 4th round, they're killing me. I mean, let's be real though. There's enough talent left on this board. The Eagles end up with one of those players.
Oh, for sure.
There's a lot of guys left, man. A lot.
Amik Robertson and Hall are still on the board, dude.
AGG is still up there.
AGG.
Troy Dye is still up there in case they wanted to double dip at linebacker.
Yo, we're 3 picks away though.
Yo, everybody on Twitter is like yelling for KJ Hill, bro. Everybody.
Nah, I'm getting a lot of James Prochet too right now.
Oh yeah.
That kid's so good. I think he's gonna be like a Jarvis Landry type. That's what his coach told me. And I mean, I see it in the film, man. Like Daniel Jeremiah said, he has the best ball skills in the draft, in his opinion.
AGG still available. Let's go get.
Yeah, AGG's up there still.
Oh, 3 picks away, man. Please, man. Please, man.
I feel like we've been 3 picks away for the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know what's taking the Jets so long. This pick is it's 7 minutes already.
He's probably FaceTiming Howie like some stupid troll shit right now.
Shout out to you, the gambling hippie from YouTube, 4thandjawn. Thanks for streaming, boys. We about up. We are about up, dude.
Yes, sir. Thank
Marcus
you for watching.
I'm drawing some positive vibes about
yes,
our
sir.
offense. It's really not that bad now if you think about it. We have some players in the pipeline.
Absolutely. I'm loving the fact that we have Miles Sanders, thankfully, right? Like that, having that impact player at running back, it's clutch. Let's get some of these wide receivers coached up now.
The thing is,
glasses, define glasses.
The thing is with Miles Sanders, though, man, we got to keep in mind is like
KJ Hill is still
available. Can we keep him upright and healthy for the whole entire season? That's the thing, man. Like we can't run him down to the ground.
Homie Chris from the tailgate, give me another receiver, defensive back, and I'm an O-line, and I'm good.
How many clocks are the Jets using? Do they have 3 clocks?
Yo, that's a fact.
Damn, son. Double pick today?
Y'all killing me, bro. Of course, it slows down right where we get to our pick.
Right.
All right, the pick is in.
Jeremy Kravik says, I'm taking AGG if I'm Howie. Davon Tyree 92 KJ Hill.
I'm taking AGG over KJ Hill.
We are all caught up with the chat, man. The chat is popping today. Robert Bromley says, I need to get somebody to keep Carson wins on his
that's autocorrect, bro.
It's autocorrect.
Yeah.
I thought, Jamaican wine. Do the wine.
Gail, the Jets took your boy from Florida International. He was talking about James Morgan, the quarterback.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying?
Like, Douglas showing them how it's done.
What did I say yesterday?
That's why you didn't.
I said I would take a James Morgan in the 4th round, not the fucking 2nd round, to develop. Get the fuck out of there. See, this is what I'm saying, man.
He did that just to troll Howie, bro.
Of course.
It's like, this is the smart move in the 4th round, bro.
This is how you do it.
And the Eagles interviewed James Morgan.
Mm-hmm.
The Rams cleaning up a little bit too.
Bro, the Bengals are looking crazy right now.
Bengals cleaning up. I like that.
Do you see who they got? Joe Burrow, man. They made sure AJ Green came back, man.
Mm-hmm.
They got Higgins, they got Boyd, they got John Ross, they got to pay Mixon, but they still got him. And then they got Logan Wilson and Akeem Davis Gaithers. Like,
okay,
but they knew they got to put weapons around him.
More important for the Eagles at this moment.
We got to get Wentz's weapons.
More important for the Eagles at this moment. A center or a wide receiver at this moment.
Wide receiver.
Yeah.
I think they got to go wide receiver over center. I mean, if we're talking like safety corner, maybe you can make the debate. But like, bro, this fan base, if you don't get something a little flashy, like
you got to have something that we can look to. You know what I'm saying? Look forward to.
Like AGG, Prochet.
James Earwood. It's going to be Nick Harris from Washington. I mean.
It's a good pick.
Yeah, he's a solid guy. I think
he's a good player.
They also talked to Nick Harris. They had a FaceTime meeting with Nick Harris, and I had a 3rd round grade on Nick Harris. We are now in the 4th round, so this is great value for Nick Harris at this moment.
Rams trade the pick to the Texans.
I still would have loved to have Matt Hennessy from Temple. That's the dopest name.
That's a dope name.
That's the dopest hood.
Because
every
time he touched the ball, you just take a shot at him. So.
He went to Temple, but is he from Philly?
I don't think so.
No, he's a Giants fan, and that's why I had Cushenberry above him.
Yeah, David Johnson.
He has season tickets. His family, I think.
This is when you take a QB. An A solid. I think in the draft. Strawbridge. I know they.
I was talking an A of yesterday.
Yeah, Weaver. The problem is though, like you have Sharif Miller. Like, are we gonna take another defensive?
That's a guy for me.
Throwing the mix.
I'm hoping Sharif Miller can push for some snaps outside this year.
I hope so.
I really like.
He wasn't bad at Penn State, man. Yeah, Sweat.
I really like Josh Sweat. I like him.
Douglas should have never left. I think he made it
mark. He knew what job he wanted.
Yo, bro. Quez Watkins. I know.
Bro, Houston just jumped in front of us.
Lord Brunson, huge Quez.
Payback.
Pick is in.
Oh, Benjamin, the white running back, is still available.
Bro, I swear, I hate Bill O'Brien. If he jumped us and takes AGG, bro.
Yo.
Payback, I'm trying to tell you.
Chris is gonna have an aneurysm if AGG goes off the board. Watch.
Nah, I took a tackle from North Carolina, Charlie Heck.
Yeah. Smart pick.
All right, boys, it's showtime.
Let's go. Yo, if Howard trades out of this pick, yo, I'm on that head.
Chris Davis says we have to go receiver here. We can't get a center. We can get
AGG, man.
Please,
he's right there, bro.
Please.
Like, oh my god. Like, dude, if we get Rager AGG, like,
I'm happy with that.
That's been my dream for 4
I'm
months.
happy with that.
For 4 months, I wanted Rigger and AGG.
David Johnson.
Chris, did you do your sacrifice again, man? Did you get the Wiccan circle up again, bro?
Bro, it's been up, bro.
Listen, you worked the magic for Rigger.
Bro, I tweeted back in January and it said AGG Rigger combo. Like this has been my thing for so long. Like I need it, bro. It just like even Prochet, like KJ Hill, like just something. But like AGG, like I think he can be a number 1 in the NFL. Like I think it might take a little bit of development, but like I'm just imagining him. Like I think he's leaps and bounds more talented and further ahead than J-Jaw already.
Yo, the chat is like spicy for fucking AGG.
Bro, I've been talking to
bro.
Yeah, my man said AGG or we riot.
For real.
Yo, I am trying my best to keep up with the comments. AJG to save the draft, then DB and center with the comps. Shout out to my bro Virtual Chili, my IT specialist.
That's a great name.
Hey, baby. Yeah, shout out to all the ITT people right about now, man, in this pandemic. If it wasn't for them, bro, we'd all be finished.
For real.
I consider myself an IT guy now. Because I'm setting up this whole chat thing. I feel like I've put that on my list.
You are essential.
My homie Country says wide receiver.
Oh,
Wide receiver.
I mean, if they take Amik too, I'm not gonna be mad, but like,
man,
bro,
hold on, it's in. Come on, baby. Come on, Howie.
Flex bombs back in the chat. Flex bombs back in the chat.
I had to throw my shades on for this pick, baby. You know what I mean? I had to throw them shades on.
Oh, come on.
What's Watkins is on the board, guys.
Come on. It's not bad. Y'all be happy with it. It's not who y'all wanted, but
who?
Kayvon Wallace from Clemson.
That's cool. That's cool. I mean, he's been on our boards. Like I'm cool with Kayvon.
Okay. The Eagles did have a interview with Kayvon Wallace. They had a Senior Bowl meeting and they had a FaceTime meeting. And if you look at my meeting tracker, which me and Brendan
might have to repost, bro.
Which me and Brendan keep updated of all the people that the Eagles have talked to in the during the draft process. If you look at the grade that I had the value on Kayvon Wallace, I had a 4th round grade. So here we are in the 4th round.
Yeah.
We have that's good value for Kayvon Wallace. It's a solid pick. Solid pick in terms of looking at the depth of the safeties. You're bringing a guy to come in and compete with our safeties at the moment.
Purdue University Global.
Two more picks in the 4th round. So again, we needed to add a guy.
Gotta get a wide receiver though.
To the safety.
Yeah, and I feel like
that's what I'm saying.
They're thinking that they can wait on wide receiver, man.
There's two available. There's two available.
If they went and didn't get a safety when we know we need some safeties.
True. Very true.
We should have got a safety.
Because Epps got to go, bro.
Should have had a safety in the 2nd round.
Yeah.
Nah, positive vibes over here, bro.
Positive.
There you go. There you go. Got my shades on, boy. Let's go.
I like Kayvon. I like
John. Those are the same things from the profile picture. Reese's, be good out here, bro. Be safe.
Positive vibes. Don't get all
negative. Keep them Reese's peanut butter joints videos coming, yo.
Listen, my TikTok is on fire.
I see you.
I told my wife what you said, so man, she started freaking out. She's like, "Really?" I was like, "Yep."
Listen, y'all ever need the plug on some Reese's Secrets? Y'all know who to contact.
True that.
All right, Reese's, here's you're putting already.
I found a scouting report from.
You shouted out your Twitter, so people know where to follow you.
Yeah, my Twitter it's just my name, Andrew Atheist. But if you also search Reese's, I should also be the first thing to pop up. So I am the Reese's guy, but you can also find me as Andrew Atheist.
I'll follow you right now.
I got a scouting report on Kayvon Wallace. A quick summary. He was a 3-year starter at Clemson. lined up a strong safety and defensive coordinator. Brent Venable's 4-3 hybrid scheme. He played in the deep middle and the near the line of scrimmage, mixing in some nickel responsibilities in the role. Although he's built more like a cornerback, Wallace runs and plays like a safety, patrolling the field with eagerness to run the alley or jump the route. While his over-aggressive mentality leads to wild pursuit or false steps, his ability to sense play design helps give him a head start on plays. Overall, Wallace doesn't have the ideal size speed. He's about 5'11", 206. But for what the NFL covets at the position, he checks the boxes for his awareness, toughness, and competitive drive, projecting as a cover safety who has a chance to be a low-end starter.
He ran with like a 4.52 at the combine, so not a slow dude.
4.53 at the 40.
This is my. Sorry, you gotta go.
My bad. Clemson used him a lot with the safety blitzes as well. They used him a lot. Yeah. He was always against the line. So that's
moving him and Taylor Muse around.
Yeah, here's my post on January 7th. Call him undersized, but his numbers aren't undeniable. Safety Kayvon Wallace is a stud on defense. Entered 2019 bowl season credited with 159 career tackles, 4.5 for loss, 20 pass breakups, 5 interceptions, a sack, and 2 forced fumbles, and 1,724 snaps over 57 games, 34 starts. Yeah. And this was right before the national championship game where he kind of got exposed a little bit, but he got hurt in the game. And then in the Senior Bowl, he definitely got hurt. I mean, he had an awful Senior Bowl week, and that's why we're seeing him this far on top of the size. But I really like Kayvon Wallace. I think he fits the Jim Schwartz scheme. I think that him, like Maddox, LeBlanc, Roby Coleman, like it makes you wonder, is like someone on the way out, or we just don't want to get burnt by injuries. So like, and that's the draft that we're doing right now. Like Jalen Riggers, like the backup plan. Oh, he's gonna start too, but like the backup plan for Deshaun Jackson as far as the Z receiver is Hurts. The backup plan for Wentz is Wallace. The backup plan for our like versatile defensive backs. Like that's what I'm saying. Like right now, we're not really taking anyone that's supposed to be like.
That's very true.
Cut me open. Ivory Green from YouTube says last time we had a safety from Clemson, it worked out pretty well.
That is true.
That's true, but I'm not comparing. I'm not comparing. My man, B. Not comparing them though.
That's that man you got in the background.
For y'all who want to follow Andrew, hear his Twitter handle. He's big on TikTok. Andrew is big on TikTok. So if you want to follow a celebrity, a local celebrity, and the Eagles Twitter
on TikTok, man,
legend.
I get on it because my daughter.
Makes sense.
Yeah, Tim Lyon. He be doing little dances on there.
Yeah. You see my big ass on there doing some TikTok dances. I'd be looking weird as hell.
I was except for CJ. What was it? CJ Gaddis. Remember his name? He said Gladius, but it's CJ. It was CJ Gaddis from Clemson. Because I was trying to think of what safety the Eagles drafted one year.
Bro, I'm sick of seeing Joe Douglas smiling.
I don't think
he's doing a great job though, man.
Yeah. He's a good dude, man. Me and Gail, we met him at the Autism Challenge last year. Super nice guy, man. Super nice. Yo, he's a big dude, man.
Yeah,
it's funny, like you meet some people and they're not as big as you think they are. It's like
right.
Like he was the nicest guy, but yo, that dude's giant.
Yo, he was in the movie Replacements with Keanu Reeves.
Yo, someone actually mentioned that, but I never I've seen that movie like 50 times. And do you know what he was?
He was the guy. I think he was like on the cart, like he was acting like he was getting taped up. He was like an extra.
Okay, that's hilarious. Yo, do you think we should trade up? I think we should. I think we should package like 145 or 146, throw like our 6 or like. I mean, this is the problem. This is the box we put ourselves in by doing what we did at 53. Like, do we need the quantity or do you want the quality? Like, part of me right now is like, yo, go up, get Antonio Gandy Golden or get James Prochet, go get KJ Hill, like, go get one of these guys, like, or Tyler Johnson. Like, get one of these guys, bro.
I feel like Tyler Johnson might fall to them at that first compensatory pick, though.
That's true. I mean,
with all the wide receiver talent still on the board, like there's a good chance they stay pat and just take whoever is available still.
Yeah.
Troy Dye still on the board.
You gotta. Is it what would Joe Douglas do or what would Howie do? That's just the vibes that we're getting. This is me and Joe Douglas last year at the
he make you look
Eagles Autism Challenge. Yo, he's super cool dude, man. We talked for like at least 10 minutes. I felt so awkward because he kept wanting to talk. I was like, dude, don't you got important shit to do? Not talking to me. But
so nice, man.
Super nice guy. And look at the kicks though. His quick kicks customized. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, looks like a cool dude, bro.
Did you tell him you could paint?
No, I didn't.
Shouldn't give me a business card.
Next time.
Shouldn't give me a business card.
Yeah, it was starstruck and shit. He forgot the damn.
He forgot the business.
I'm liking what the Vikings doing, man. It hurts me to say it.
Bro, the Vikings draft is crazy, man. Gladney. Oh.
Yo, to get Gladney and
J-Jet
in this, whew. And then Dantzler. Ezra Cleveland. Yeah, Denver. I like what Denver did, double dipping that wide receiver.
Crazy. That's what we should have did.
Because you put those two with Noah Fant and with Cortland Sutton, man, and Drew Lock has zero excuses. I liked how he was looking at the end of the year too.
And Melvin Gordon and Philip Lindsay.
Yep.
So next question: if Lock was on the draft board, where would you take him? Hey,
who's that? Drew Lock.
My daughter Ari.
Yeah,
my daughter
on the draft board.
Hey,
Lock is a first round pick.
Superstar. TikTok.
Uncle Gail right there, huh? Who gave me the backpack?
What, in fantasy? He's the first one. I'm talking about fantasy.
Oh, fantasy. Oh, I thought you were talking about the draft board in real life.
Here's a picture from happier times when the Eagles front office was cohesive.
Facts.
Game of Thrones.
Facts.
We had the football guy guiding.
Mm-hmm.
He was the muscle, and Howie was the, he was the brain.
Contract brain.
And
now. Sorry, go.
I was making a comment on the picture. Like what's that Wolverine? That Wolverine when he misses the pitcher, Howie's up there.
Yeah, exactly. Bro. Yo, so like right now we have 145, 146. Like, what's your combo like right now? Like, or a couple of them. Like right now, me like the dream is like one of the receivers falls that we like, and Bredesen. Like that's a great start. If you go Wallace, Bredesen, AGG, like Wallace, Bredesen, like Tyler Johnson, Prochet, like one of those guys, or like. Maybe you don't take Bredesen, you take a corner and AGG or one of those guys, and then you get John Runyon in the fifth. Like, there's a lot of guys left, man. That's why, yesterday killed us because we if you remove the 53, this is potential lights out. I mean, Davion Taylor, majority still out on him because he's pretty raw. I think we took him early, but at least the athletic profile is there for him.
But see, they had to take him early because of the draft pick before, right? Like, you can't leave that draft without getting somebody in that caliber, in that range of linebacker. And so, we'll see. I mean, again, like I said with Rager, day one, it all gets proven when they step between those lines, right? And I think, John was saying that yesterday too. In the end of the day, he said it comes down to how they play, right? Like, we've been high on dudes that play terribly. And we've been down on dudes that ended up becoming really key and pivotal players for the Eagles. So it's about coaching, it's about play calling and scheming, and then it's about their want and drive to be successful, professionals. We'll see.
Right. I just shared a link. I just shared a link from my guy Justin M_NFL. He's been a guy that's been helping me keep these, our meeting tracker up to date. I just want to give him a shout out. He just sent me this link to his article on Kayvon Wallace. He called him a do-it-all defensive prospect.
All right, I mean, these dudes are falling, you know. Like there's still some really quality people left on this board.
Man.
I honestly don't think they
Right.
trade them.
This draft had a lot of talent, man. This draft had a lot of talent.
Yeah, absolutely.
My draft grade has updated though, just like the PlayStation 4. So I'll let y'all know. We're at a C.
Well, yeah, no.
Because I was at a D. I was at a D plus. Now I'm at a C. So because I like that. I like that ball. Now we got 2 more to go. We got 2 more to go, the 5th and the 6th. So you still a C?
Yeah, I'm still roughly a C plus. I want to see what these next 2 picks are.
Yeah. Yeah. What about you?
What about what?
Yeah, your draft grade.
Your draft grade. Has it gone up a little bit?
C plus.
Well, you said C. Yeah.
C plus.
I'm at a C. I was at a D plus, so I'm at a C now.
That's a big jump, bro. That's a whole damn letter grade almost.
You know what I'm saying? It's like you get like 3-4 points.
Harry O with the D minus.
Yeah, I'm with the D, man.
D, motherfucking D. Rosie Perez.
Yeah, I'm not. Nothing makes up for what happened.
So you're gonna let
the optimist. You
right? Where's the positive vibe,
bro? Yeah, I know. I slipped. I'm sorry.
Hey, put him in the bathroom.
Put him in the bathroom.
Come in here with that chi. He came in with that chi before. Was like
the thing is, like, if you're not an Eagles fan,
cool out. My bad.
I mean, if you're not,
damn,
he was talking that chi, making veggie patties over there, and then came in with this.
Word up.
Troy
patties is the way to go for breakfast, y'all. You gotta try them.
Come on, bro.
Troy die off the board. To Vikings.
The Vikings nailed this draft.
Vikings are doing work, bro.
They're putting in work.
Vikings nailed this draft.
Dude, the one thing though, like with grading it, I mean, you gotta grade it in so many different aspects and take a step back from it, because like if you're not an Eagles fan and you're on the outside looking in, and like emotions aside, it's like, okay, like you factor in like not worrying about the fan base and like the locker room and stuff. Like you're just looking at it like outsiders. Like right now, it's like Carson Wentz has been hurt. Like that's why they went up and got hurt. It's like Jalen Reagor, they needed speed. They need a linebacker. Like, but the thing is, like the repercussions of what we did yesterday, it's going to be a thing until the day Carson Wentz is not on the team. It is going. There's going to be a target on his back. Like it's forever. Like it's crazy.
That's a good one.
The chat is spicy. John looks like
that's a good one though. That's a good one. I'm not even mad at that though. That's what's up.
What AJ's on?
That's what's up.
Yo.
Oh man.
People keep saying coming at me saying Jimmy G was drafted in the 2nd 14. Do people really think we are in the same position as the 14 pack?
Absolutely not.
No. That's after the Super Bowls.
They had a dynasty. They were
Tom Brady was what, 36 at that point, right? Like nobody was 40, 41 years old.
See a lot of D's in the chat, man.
D, motherfucking D, Rosie Perez. Anybody know that lyric?
Kanye.
There you go.
Put your hands up. That beat is so cold though. You remember that, Gail?
Mm-hmm.
Yo, did any of y'all see the Instagram battle between Premier and RZA?
I did.
I know that was a couple weeks, man.
That was
a couple weeks ago, wasn't it? A couple weeks ago.
Yeah, for the culture.
Yeah, but the only thing RZA, he was talking too much to that whole thing, man.
Yes.
I was like, he had the mic. He was like, no, bro, just give me the beats.
With the beats on.
Yeah.
It's just crazy how many like beats they had between the two of them that just, for the culture, sound like they changed the game for real.
John, my line, I said Primo slayed. Yeah.
Primo went crazy.
He did slay.
Yo, I never knew though, and like I'm a huge Biggie fan. I never knew RZA was the producer for "Long Kiss Goodnight." That's one of my favorite Biggie tracks. And like when I found out that RZA was the producer for that, my mind was blown, bro.
Did you guys see the Lil Jon T-Pain too?
I did it. I heard it was good though. I didn't catch that.
I didn't hear it. Yeah, I didn't catch it. I got lost with the Babyface one.
Yeah, that was tough.
Yeah, I was like, Teddy doing too much.
What do we? I think 152, 153. Is that right? 153, 154?
146, 145.
Oh yeah, look. My brain's spinning, man.
Yo, Meek's still on the board, all right?
Yeah, Meek's still on the board. Bryce Hall still on the board. Tyler Johnson still on the board.
AGG still on the board, bro.
Yep, AGG still on the board. Ton of talent. That's what I'm like. I kind of agree with Mally.
Yo,
like,
Bryce Hall from Virginia still on the board?
Yeah.
Bryce Hall's still on the
board, oh, come on, son.
Bryce Hall's still on the board, bro.
AGG, Nick Harris, Amik.
You know what's gonna happen between now and our first compensatory? They're all going off the board, son.
Yeah,
every last one.
Bradley and Eyes on the
Positive vibes.
Justin Trinad. Justin Trinad still on the board.
My chain on, bro.
Mally coming at me now.
This sucks, bro. I want to hit up Justin Trinad right now, but like I don't want his phone going off. That's why I'm not texting him right now. I wish them luck before the draft, but like, yo, like, could you imagine that, bro? Like, who was that? That one? There's a bunch of draft stories like that. Like, they were like, no one call my phone today. And then I forget who was waiting to get called, and they called their phone. Bro, they like wanted to scrap the dude because I think they ended up going like 2 rounds later. Like, that must be the worst, bro. Like, you need like a draft phone, like a burner.
That's when I get a burner phone just for the draft.
Right.
Yeah.
Nobody got the math tool but the team.
Hey, go get you a little boost.
True.
Hey, did you guys get that notification?
What's that?
Which one?
Oh, this is serious.
What happened? Is it us related? Eagles related?
It's Eagles related, but they just said that they're getting Howie ready for his they're doing a photo shoot down at the down by at Howie's house right now. They're doing a executive of the year shoot right now.
Oh yeah.
I know it wasn't that serious.
Come on.
I knew it wasn't that serious.
This is serious, man. He's getting awards.
You can't be doing this to us, yo.
Oh, come on, son.
Don't do this to us, yo.
Yo.
Don't do this to us.
Yeah, you really got like my heart dropped to my feet. Like I thought we was about to do something.
No, you don't think we should get executive year for that?
Hell.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you got the comment section on bananas right now. With your
For real. Yo, this shit is burning up.
Need some of that OC juice. Man, it's a lot of talent.
Needed, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of talent on this.
Gail had to break the ice with that, man.
Hey, yo, you got to laugh away the tears sometimes.
Yeah, bro.
It's a fact. It's a lot of talent left, man. Let's just be optimistic.
We should leave that up to our next pick.
No, don't do that. Is there any way that you could show them that and we can't see it? I need that out of my life right now.
Yo, he over here snorkeling.
Yo, this is what happens when you get to day 3 of the draft, son.
Yo, son, you haven't got no sleep, son. You need sleep, son. Oh man.
Bro, it's been a rough. Yo, today. I mean, yesterday. Oh, man,
it was tough, man.
Bro, I just keep on replaying back in my mind. I keep on replaying back in my mind.
This is
all seen that pick. Oh yeah. Hey, so you playing that when you're out in the rain like this?
Like how do we draft Jalen Hurts? He was that
man. Yo, Country said, Gail, if you don't want to be friends anymore, just say so. Don't do that.
All right, yo. Hey, Gail, my question. Now, this is my question to all you guys. What's the first song?
How is grinding, bro?
That's crazy. What's the first song that comes to you when that pick happened? Like, what's the first song that comes? You just like,
hold on, I got it coming.
That's a good question.
My mind thinks like in songs. Like people know me.
It's like a soundtrack. I think like a soundtrack.
Oh, here we go. I'll tell you when it's up.
I'm gonna jump in. I'm not gonna lie. It was kicking in the door for me. Cause I'm like, yo, we got kicking Howie door, man. We gonna have to bum rush this dude. We gonna have to bum rush this man crib. We gonna have to commandeer this draft for the people, bro.
Yo, question: how do people jump in live? Do they just go on like Twitter, Facebook, and they can just like request to get in?
I believe so, and then Gail can send them. Gail send the first name.
Now it's time to sing along. Day is night alone.
I have no clue what this is.
Yeah, nah, they didn't do well.
We'll get it.
Yeah, we're digging in the crates.
Now it's time to sing
along. Wait till the chorus kicks in though.
Day is night alone.
Bro, AGG in the fourth, please. Please.
Positive.
Yo, stop talking about it, yo. Stop talking about it.
You got this, man.
Don't talk about it no more. They showing the Kayvon Wallace highlights right now too.
Bro, I gotta hold my TJ McConnell signed baseball, bro. That's good luck.
That's awesome.
White chocolate, bro.
Arizona.
Got the Randall Cunningham, the Harold Carmichael ball, bro. Like we need the vibes, bro.
Yo, shout out to the comment section. For everybody in the comment section, we've been giving y'all picks. Tell us who y'all want, man. Let's flip it around a little bit. Tell us who y'all looking at. Who y'all passionate about. We got AGG, so we know the AGG train is full steam ahead. Throw some other people to talk about.
See, everybody in the chat knows the song, but y'all, everybody hurts sometimes. Everybody hurts.
Okay, I got it.
Let's say I was listening to too much hardcore rap. I missed that one, bro.
Yeah, bro, I'm sorry.
Yo, I work at MTV, man. You need to know the music. You need to get into the crates of all forms of music.
I was too deep into 36 Chambers.
That's REM, bro. That's REM.
Yeah. I was about to just go put on some video Butcher or something.
Yeah, word. That was go with it.
You know what I'm saying?
Does that song hit the Everybody Hurts?
What?
Jalen Hurts. You said How I Feel when the pick came up. Everybody hurts.
You see, I said kicking the door, man. My brain was like, we're gonna run up in his spot. We're gonna put the mask and the surgical gloves on and the mask.
So I'm gonna open up some of the bring a couple people on if you're around. Yeah, I've been having a problem talking lately. I've been 6 hours of sleep, man.
Sleep.
The invite is in the chat right now if you want to jump on.
Yes, sir. Come holla at us, man. Tell us what y'all looking forward to.
We got 2 spots open in the live video, and then we have some people can sit in the waiting room.
Chargers got the Hopkins from Purdue.
Yeah, Rams. I'm good with that though. That's just more talent for.
They're falling.
Yeah,
positive.
They're falling.
You know the funny shit is Yannick is still a Jaguar right now.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of pettiness going on with that. Yeah, definitely.
Exactly.
Hey, this is my question to you guys. Everybody seems like they feel some type of way how he went up on at the, I think, was it the GM or the owner?
The co-owner.
The co-owner. Like they feel like, and it's like Eagle fans are feeling some type of like, I don't want somebody like that. I'm like, yo, that had nothing to do with us. I want
that. I want that spice.
For real. Ain't got nothing to do with me.
What's good? What's good, Jonas? Shout out to Jonas. Good dude.
Jonas, what's going on?
Bro, that's like the craziest thing though. Like everyone is just saying like, oh, like Yannick got like bodied. Like, listen, like Bro, like the son of the GM is on Twitter arguing with a star player. Like they both lose, bro. Man. And look at everyone leaving the squad. Like, come on.
I'm gonna always say the billionaire is the one that loses when you're talking shit to a player.
Shout out to David for joining the chat. What's going on, man? How you feeling?
What's up, man?
You
South
trying to
Jersey now in Houston, and it's rough.
Oh, the H-Town, let's go.
Yo,
let's go.
I'm from South Jersey, and I'm in Arizona.
Nice, I like it.
Yeah.
I said it earlier. The wife is from North Jersey, so she's a Giants fan, and they are dragging me through the mud right now.
For that pick?
Yeah, they just all looked at me. I'm in a group chat with her side of the family, and they just sending me all types of emojis. It's a wrap, bro.
All right, so quick question though: was you bagging on them when they got Daniel Jones on?
Not as much because Daniel Jones is just like change the face Eli Manning, change the face back Daniel Jones. You know what I'm saying? I saw what they were trying to do, so I get it.
Right.
I was laughing at the fact that the Giants organization was just kind of unstable when they did it. The fact that they followed that up this year with a solid draft, the Redskins a solid draft, like we the black sheep right now, to be honest.
No pun intended.
Yeah, I feel you. I put it in the chat earlier.
I'm not gonna lie, the diversity is nice, bro.
My senior year at college, I was AGG's roommate.
Yo,
because I went to Liberty University.
Yo, nice to see you, though, right, man?
All right.
Yeah.
Hold on, so he got to stay in here until we get the pick.
Right.
Yeah, he got to stay until we get the pick, yo.
Tell us about AGG. Well,
he basically like transformed. It was very similar to Jalen Reagor for TCU, where it was listen, there's somebody who's 6'5", whatever, in cleats on the outside. Whenever our quarterback, who was not the greatest, but hiked the ball, all 11 heads would look at AGG, and he would still get the ball. Like, that's just how it happened.
Yes, bro, Calvin Johnson effect, bro.
Megatron,
Calvin Johnson effect.
Exactly.
They knew he was the best player.
On offense right now, I get where we are, but is AGG the fastest? No, but he's somebody whose catch radius left, right, up, down is disgusting.
And he gets open.
And he
catches everything. He's
basically what they wanted, like Arcega, when they're talking about, he can box out and get the ball. AGG can do that times 20, like more than Arcega.
And they moved up level in competition because of him.
Exactly.
They literally moved up.
Yep,
because of him.
Right. We have AGG's college roommate on with us right now.
Gang. They moved up from FB or FCS to FBS because AGG broke, 1,300 yards receiving. The amount of catches he got, like he was the person for this team. Because remember, granted, it's Liberty University. Not many people know about it. The last draft pick out of Liberty University was Rashad Jennings, who played for the Giants for a little bit. But
good player too, bro.
AGG is going to play. He's going to somebody. He's going to play, and I don't want it to to be anybody in the NFC East at all.
I've been saying that for 3 months. If you go, come on.
For sure. I want him and Bryce Hall as the back-to-back picks that we have.
Yeah,
we could go.
That's what we've been saying.
Bryce Hall. Even Amik Robertson.
If we get those two and flip-flop, I'll move this draft to a B-. I don't care.
Absolutely.
I'll give it to a B.
Facts.
So, what's up, Mike? What's going on? What grade you got on the draft so far?
I like the linebacker that we got. He's from Clemson, so I feel like he's going to. The safety. I'm sorry. And then the linebacker from last night. I feel like he'll bring some talent, but Jalen Hurts, I still just don't get that one. That's the only one that I really don't like. But I feel like they're going to use him as like a Taysom Hill type guy. But because if they feel like that Wentz takes the bad hit, they're probably going to put Hurts in for a snap and that type of thing, and he's probably going to score touchdowns and all. But I don't know. I guess Howie saw something there with him, so we'll see how he plays.
I'm so nervous because I said it earlier. What's going to happen is we're going to bring him in, and there's going to be planning, and it's going to be for naught because it's going to be a 3rd and 11 screen with Jalen Hurts and Reagor, and the ball's going to be at Rager's feet, and it's going to be a 3 and out. and it's gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like the way we plan our offense, especially when Reich left, and it was like Doug calling the shots. There was a lot of questions, like you said earlier, Gail. There was a lot of like wide receiver screens to Alshon for no reason whatsoever. And unless we have an offensive mind, like unless we change the way we think, because we're going to have to with Jalen Hurts, unless we change the way we think and retool our entire offense, it's not going to work. But if you're Jalen Reagor, you just came from a team in which they were moving around quarterbacks and your production dropped. And they decided to put you as like the X and like, all right, you do a go route. And that's not how he's been used. So if you're Jalen Reagor and you come to the situation and then they draft a quarterback second, you're like, I came to play with Carson. Like, what's going on here?
Like Darius Slay is probably like he hasn't even talked about it. He's probably like, yo, what? Because like he just dealt with like obviously like, I think our culture's good, but at the same time it's like he's like, yo, like could have used anything else. Anything else?
Last night, I was in here.
We were talking about that. Yo, his reaction was crazy.
And my thing with quarterback too, quarterback is a mental position, right? Like you get in a groove. So we saw with Michael Vick, he struggled when he was only getting 10 snaps a game, right? Like you have to get in the groove, you have to get into a solid rhythm with your skill position players. When you're switching quarterbacks, that also means the rhythm of your offensive line is off. And so like there is problematic. And someone in the comments in the beginning when I first jumped on mentioned like name a team that did quarterback rotations or had a 2 quarterback system that's won a championship. Like that's an NCAA kind of thing. That's not something you see in the NFL.
The chat.
I remember whoever that was that commented, but shout out to you.
Chat has spoken. Gonna be sick if I hear the Taysom Hill comparison one more time.
It's not apt at all,
bro.
It's not a good comparison.
You think he's just going to be a regular backup?
We're not USC.
I think so.
That's the plan.
No, he's not going to be a regular. The plan was, this is what Doug said. Doug said that they're going to use them as running opportunities. That's what Doug said. I was like, you got to be kidding me, man.
It's so predictable when he comes in the game. Like,
hey,
what
Dave,
are we doing?
Hey, Dave, the chat has spoken again. They said, call your mans. Get AGG.
Get him in the chat.
Nah, don't call him right now.
Yeah, don't call him right now.
And
gonna bring the fight you, bro.
Hey, this your old roommate in college. I'm a Howie Roseman's assistant for the day. I would like to.
I mean, what do you think? What do you think we draft next? The center?
Bro, we got back to back.
I mean, this could be Kelsey's last year. So you have to be on a valuable back.
Oh, the Raiders just took Robertson. He's out.
Dang.
Maddox doing a good job, bro.
If Mayock's looking at them, you want them. Antonio Gandy Golden is one of his top wide receivers. If he, I'm so happy that they didn't take AGG there because the AGG. I was talking to G. He said
Houston's back on the clock. Washington's back on the clock.
I know.
Situations that
who
this
picks
could be
before us? Like
Houston
directly in front of us.
Oh, I
think
don't
Seattle.
remember.
Seattle won't because they have Metcalf, right? They're not going AGG.
Well, Washington has a need. Houston has a need. I don't think Jacksonville's a wide receiver, but I think that wide receiver is probably the best value on the board at that point.
Yeah, man. If Redskins get AGG and he's actually a number 1 for them,
that's god. We were talking about that before because like Mally was saying his nightmare is somebody in the NFC East, and I think Mally, you did say Washington, didn't you?
We have Marcus. We have Marcus, who is
Marcus is back.
He joined the chat yesterday.
He dropped off.
Oh, and he has Sprint service.
I'm on my T-Mobile today. T-Mobile rocking today. Shout out T-Mobile. We doing our thing.
Yeah, we'll definly never get a Sprint sponsor because I've been killing.
Yo, David, question. So I was talking to Antonio. He said he's nice on the guitar. Is that true?
Yes.
He said he's good.
We saw Luke Bryan playing for some reason earlier. He's not Luke Bryan. But kid can play.
Yo, what's good with the Rubik's Cube, man? He's crazy with that. He always has that on him.
Marcus is back. Marcus is back.
Was it Mylana who can play?
Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah, similar thing where it's like he can play.
Mm-hmm. Yo, the Rubik's Cube is awesome, though, man. I feel like he's always doing it.
I saw AGG.
Like I said, that kid he's smart. He's a big body receiver, but he'll block. Like he's gonna be, if it's not us.
Come on, fellas. Watch these fingers. Jacksonville is in.
Bro, AGG to me is like he's like the gold. Like AGG, I think could be like the guy people talk about from this draft. That was like, why didn't you take him? And I've been saying that for so long. Man, he's been working with Anquan Bolden for like the whole
offseason. The OG.
Bro.
AGG, I think the very, very like ceiling, he could be Andre Johnson level.
Absolutely.
He could be that guy that's like, listen, we're in the red zone, run that fade. Nobody's gonna like out jump you. Just do it, bro.
Yo, David, your hometown team, Texans are on the clock.
Yes, sir.
I was with a bunch of Texans fans.
They don't need to watch
Bill O'Brien. Nah, bro, they do. Well, after moving DeAndre, they don't really have a big play guy like that right now.
I didn't think about DeAndre.
They took a like a smaller, faster dude. They still need a big body guy, man. Like their whole.
Take Colin Johnson, bro. Take Colin Johnson. I don't care.
Their receiving core is more so like.
Still
fast guys.
No,
you know what I mean?
What pick are you guys on? Because I think you guys are ahead of me just a little bit.
141 right now.
Okay.
Oh man, we 4 spots away, bro.
How'd you feel about Quarterman? I liked him.
I like Quarterman.
I like him.
He's a team smasher, man.
And Miami always has good linebackers.
Yep.
Listen, TB is still up there. Proche is still up there. Rice Hall still on the board. AGG still on the board. We can. Tyler Johnson still on the board.
Bro, Baltimore's draft, man.
Crazy.
They draft well, bro. They draft well.
Vikings and Baltimore, bro.
They're the winners out of this whole draft, bro.
So do you?
Quentin Cephas is still on the board.
Yeah, Cephas is
and
up
Tyler
there.
What's up, David? David, what's up?
Do you think Howie saw the Lamar Jackson, Mark Ingram, Robert Griffin triple option and said, I kind of want to, copy that in some way? Do you
I hope not.
That,
second round?
I mean, how well did that work in the playoffs when it came grind time? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you can
not Lamar Jackson.
Exactly. You can game plan for that. Like you can't game plan for Carson Wentz if you had given him the proper help. If you get we just saw Carson Wentz, I was talking about 7 touchdowns, 0 interceptions on a 4-game run without any help. If you give him the Jalen Reagor, if you make sure the line's short up, if you give him another playmaker, bro, imagine Jalen Reagor, Antonio Gandy Golden, Alshon Jeffrey as a backup, Jay Jaw as a backup, Deshaun Jackson, Miles Sanders, like that's crazy. Imagine if we took AJ Dillon early instead of taking Hurts. That's a bomb squad. That's crazy.
Mally, hold on 1 second. Marcus was trying to say something earlier. I don't think y'all can hear him though.
Texas took Reed, bro.
Yeah.
Took who?
John Reed.
They took a corner.
Can you, Marcus? Can you talk for a second?
You hear us, Marcus?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
It's very low.
I was saying before.
Hold on, let me turn the Bluetooth off.
Oh, come on.
I've
never been this nervous for a pick, bro. AGG and all these guys on the board.
I feel you.
Well, it's just because of after what happened last night, bro. This is crucial.
I was more nervous for 53. Because I was in there and whoever said, I forgot.
Yeah, it was not me.
Somebody got they got the text message or the alert that it was Jalen Hurts. And I was like, wait,
it was me.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I was like, that has to be a joke.
I thought it was a joke.
I saw it on the screen and I was like,
all right, Washington. Come on, Washington.
Dude, take Tyler Johnson from Minnesota.
Chill.
Yeah, no, Colin Johnson.
Chill.
Take a punter.
Don't do that. Tyler Johnson is a real one. We need them to miss on this pick, bro.
Colin Johnson.
Come on.
God damn!
I
told y'all, yo.
Be the next
I told you, Washington, son. I told you they was gonna take this man, bro.
He went to Washington.
The fucking Redskins, yo.
Who'd they take?
Oh,
Are you serious?
Son, I told you, bro. Yo, we got trolled by fucking division rivals, yo. Howie, what the fuck, son?
They killing us. They killing us.
What the fuck, son? What the fuck, son?
I'm behind, so.
What the fuck, son?
Damn.
Yep, they sure did. They picked the pick is in.
And then I have to watch his highlights again.
Damn, that hurt.
In our division. Who
I blame that on Chris because he talked it into existence. This falls on Chris. He talked it into existence.
Yo, son, this shit is crazy. Like, this is what happens when you all the people justifying that Jalen Hurts pick, man. If he doesn't produce in year one, fuck out of here, bro.
Bro, I've never taken so many L's in like a weekend.
I hear it.
Preach.
Not hearing
I've never taken so many L's, bro.
7 L's.
That's crazy, son. That's crazy.
Either, bro.
And if Tyler Johnson goes off before we pick, like, what the fuck were we doing?
So I guess what? Bryce Hall and then
it's Bryce Hall.
Take Hall and whatchamacallit? Go back.
If they take the center from Wisconsin, I wouldn't be mad.
Robertson.
Okay.
I don't think they're gonna go wide receiver.
Robertson went to the Raiders.
Bryce Hall, maybe.
Bryce Hall, bro.
Oh man,
I like KJ Hill.
KJ Hill.
I like KJ.
But do we want 2 short corners?
No.
Speed.
Not when they just got Gandy Golden. Like,
how tall is Bryce Hall?
Bryce Hall is 6 foot, 6'1".
Yeah, Bryce Hall is at least 5'10".
6'1".
Nah,
right?
he's in the 6 foot. I think he's 6'1". Yeah.
God.
So we got I swear, if that dude scores
we got trolled this whole draft.
Bro, if AGG just his whole career,
Washington,
him and McLaurin, bro.
Yo, and McLaurin, do you understand that combination, bro? Do you understand that combination?
We would have had that with Rager and AGG,
do you understand that fucking combination? How dangerous that is?
They got scary Terry. I forgot,
bruh. And Terry embarrassed Darius Slay last year. If it wasn't for terrible quarterback play, he would have put up some huge numbers on Slay last year. There it is, yo. Executive of the fucking year.
Gail's so mad, bro. Gail ain't said a word, bro.
Son, this is unbelievable.
How many yards did Terry put on us in that first game?
Look at Gail.
Bro, he was eating.
He's a beast, son. He's a beast.
Bro,
he's a beast.
That shit hurted, bro.
I believe Bryce Hall's the beast, bro. Gail, where we going, man? Yeah, where we going, bro? You're steering this ship, bro. Where we going, man?
I mean, I would be okay with Tyler Johnson from Minnesota. I would be okay with a center. I think you.
I need some rain.
Bryce Hall. Bryce Hall.
Chris is a fool, son.
Oh, yo, Mally, your boy Breederson went to the Ravens from Michigan.
6-foot corner that can contend with the jump ball.
Who?
The guard Ben Breederson.
Bro, what are we doing, man?
Did the Ravens hit every single need?
They hit everybody.
Yes.
They hit every need.
They hit everything.
Like they're a bomb squad right now. Like this is like fantasy Madden right now. What they're doing.
I'm gonna turn it on lower. If it bothers you, tell me.
They hit everything, son.
This is so right,
bro.
Oh wait, does Seattle get him? Because
I swear to God, if Seattle takes Tyler fucking Johnson, I'm fucking done.
Or Crochet, bro.
Seattle has
done.
They're right in front of us.
They got Andre Diggs.
Pick is in.
Done. I'm fucking.
They got Bredesen?
Josiah Scott.
Bredesen went to the Ravens.
That's a good
one. Bro,
Seattle took Josiah. Yeah, the Ravens do it right, and they surrounding Lamar Jackson with talent, man. They giving him talent, getting more defensive talent as if they needed it. Come on, Seattle, please, fucking God, no. All right,
What if
Thank
Jake
you.
Fromm
They fucked the pick. They fucked
DJ Dallas.
DJ Dallas from Miami. They fucked it.
Running back.
Come on, Howie. Yo, Howie, you can still redeem your bum ass self, Howie.
Just
redeem your bum ass self.
Hey, Marcus, we'll get right back to you. Hold on one sec. We got Puga from
Puga.
Take care of my boy.
Marcus, be safe, bro.
Let Mark. David, bro, AGG, you live with the dude, man, and you're an Eagles fan, you know how I feel right now, man.
I was.
Yo, Puga, turn your TV down a little bit.
When I watched him from day one, I've been dreaming of him in an Eagles jersey on the outside, and then putting someone and then I saw Rager. I was like, oh, Rager's going inside.
Yes.
Inside, and you put Alshon or AGG on the outside, and
it's a bomb squad, bro. It's a bomb squad.
Kicks, Gail.
Huh?
Who did we pick?
You see them kicks?
Which kicks?
Behind you.
Oh, they got the Vans on.
Are those the ones you painted?
Yep.
Too nice.
Very nice.
Is the pick in yet?
Nah. Try
so what's the 1-2 you guys want right now? All in somebody or two?
We could go Bryce Hall and Tyler Johnson right here. I would be
happy. I'll be happy.
Bryce Hall, Tyler Johnson, James Prochet, KJ Hill's not bad.
I feel like we have to go Bryce Hall. I don't see a situation unless we don't know something about Bryce Hall. Bryce Hall has to be one of these picks.
You like that size, you know?
You have to, yo.
Dude, this is killing. The CeeDee Lamb thing doesn't feel as bad as AGG for me, man. Because Lamb was supposed to be a top 15 pick. AGG could have been had at any point, and come on, bro.
So we've got the Giants with Evan Ingram, Sterling Shepard, Amik Robertson.
Oh, TV is loud.
I'll say somebody.
Yo,
do we get Amik?
Yo, Puga, where you at? You're sounding. What's going on at your house, Puga?
Nothing. There's not. I don't know what washing machine going, but the TV's down. It's on mute.
So we got Amik, or is that just highlights?
No, we didn't get him.
Amik went to the Raiders.
Oh, the pick is in though, right?
Nah,
they're on the clock.
Mine says still on the clock.
Mine said they're in. It's in.
David, I got people saying, "Relax, AGG is not that good."
It's just a lot of people just don't understand why he's good because of the FCS to FBS thing.
What is it? The same people.
You live with the man,
people
dude.
That said regular was trash too. I bet you. So
he's and it's not he's he's a good kid. That's what he's a good kid. He's got a good head on his shoulders. He's not an idiot. He's not gonna do something crazy. And the fact that he goes to Washington with a speed threat, Terry on the other side, is
scary, man.
You can't play one high over Terry.
But he's someone that you can throw the ball, bro. You can literally throw the ball, and he has his separation for his size is crazy, and he has
That's what it is. A lot of people think when you're that big that it takes a while to get off the line, but his line presence got better and better.
And he's smarter than everyone, bro. His IQ is crazy.
He would break you off the line, and then if you're corner, you have to hold him. It's a penalty. You have to make sure he doesn't go up and snag it on you. Are we still on the clock?
Still on the clock, dude. Man.
What about the wide receiver from SMU?
That's who we're talking about. I want James Prochet so bad.
Yeah.
I think
over Tyler Johnson.
Bryce Hall would be.
I think Bryce Hall is going to be right here, bro.
I mean, you have.
We're back to back.
Back-to-back picks. So
Isaiah
Hodgins can't go wrong right here, right?
Isaiah Hodgins is on the board as well.
It's in. Come on.
Here we go.
KJ Hill.
Come on.
Let me know. You guys are ahead of me, so let me know.
Well, fuck it. Y'all want me to let you know, or y'all want to wait?
Fuck it, bro. I can't take it anymore.
I'm
behind.
I was about to say, turn it up in the background so I can hear it.
I'll tell you. Everyone just wait collectively. Hold on.
Yeah.
It hasn't announced yet.
Oh boy.
Don't say it yet.
I won't.
I got you.
Oh no.
Mally checked, so I think that's why Mally left.
Yeah, he did. He left.
That's Mally's face is not it. Mally, I don't want to see that face.
No.
You fucked it. Mally. Oh, Mally, you breaking my heart, Mally.
Oh, we go Strawbridge?
No, bro, he went like 10 picks ago, man. I don't know.
Strawbridge is still on.
From Kentucky?
Then Bowden?
What the fuck is taking so long?
Yeah, it's just Schefter on my screen talking forever.
It says the pick is in, and then it's just showing the Houston Texans selection still.
You're not going to be happy.
You're not. Yeah, you want to be happy. You're not gonna be happy about this pick.
Did they do both, or just that first one, right?
AGG going there, and then this pick. Like, it's not that this kid isn't good. It's just not. It's not what you do right now.
The Eagles, man.
It's like the last.
It's gonna be a running back, isn't it?
Hold on, wait.
I wish it was a running back.
Hold on. Let me see. Yo, Trey Wingo, nigga. Trey Wingo, get off the screen.
Trey Wingo looked 100 years old. What happened, bro?
Yeah, I'm telling you, they can't get to their hairdressers and all that, man.
It's a wrap.
The sniper probably got Howie, bro. That's why the pick isn't in.
Bradley and I.
I wish it was Bradley and I, bro.
Yeah, Strawbridge is still on the from North Carolina, still on the board.
Who's this little kid, man?
Yeah, seriously, y'all are killing me. All right, I'm done. If the pick is in, I need to know who they freaking took.
Why is it?
Want me to tell you?
You want me to tell you?
No.
Did they do back to back? Is that why it's taking so long? Like, did they pick both? Is that why it took so long?
Bro, I don't even know, man. I mean,
hold on, here we go.
Oh my God!
Hold on.
No.
Wait, don't say nothing.
Come on,
don't say nothing.
Come on, yo. All these players on the board, man. Come on.
The board has been perfect from the jump, bro. From the jump.
I was on some bullshit.
Maybe Howie's just trying to get fired or something. I don't know.
He thinks he's untouchable, though, right?
Come on, bro.
So my grade still stands at a D-.
I'm moving it down. I'm in D territory now, yo. I'm in D territory now. How do you?
No, we got one more pick. Let's stay positive. We got one more pick.
I don't see how they
make it up. He can make it up. We got it right here.
I am being positive. I could have gone F. You got a D-.
I'm at a D. With that most recent pick, I'm down to a D. So there's no.
No, I mean,
it's not that the kid's a bad pick.
It's not like a bad pick. It's not like a bad pick.
That's what I'm saying. You knew they were going to get a developmental tackle in the mid rounds.
Bruh.
We still got one. We still got.
He looks slow as that.
You had Josh Jones sitting
there. We didn't
like,
expect them to take a quarterback in the second round, bro. Because now all those needs just got pushed back.
Josh Jones?
We still got another pick right now.
We still got another pick. Let's be positive.
It's not like we lost out on it. Like we're picking the next pick. So right now, Tyler Johnson, Bryce Hall.
But see, the difference is when you double up with Tyler Johnson and Bryce Hall.
Tyler Johnson or Bryce
Hall? That's exciting.
You have to take Bryce Hall. You have to take Bryce Hall.
You gotta take Bryce Hall.
You have to take Bryce Hall.
Yeah. I'd rather have a corner here.
You have to take Bryce Hall.
Who's our second? Who's our slay corner right now?
They trade the pick to the Cowboys.
Oh, man.
Are you serious?
Fellas, it's been real. I gotta go run and see my pops. Y'all might check in later. This is ridiculous. Before I log out, the Eagles got an F. Y'all got an F grade. Howie Roseman, you got embarrassed by your peers.
Bro,
you thought you were smarter than everybody else. You really aren't, bro. You really are, bro. I'm gonna holler at y'all fellas, man. Yep.
Yeah, I gotta go get the little one, man. I gotta go. She's bored, so I'm beyond pissed. So, and I'm not trying to cuss in front of my little one. So, I'll jump back on later.
What did they trade 4. What did they get?
Why are we talking to them?
That's an even better question.
Like what? Like they're trading with the Cowboys? Like
we traded to Dallas?
Yeah, like are we giving them Hurts for like a first round pick next year? You know what I mean? Like that's the only justifiable thing. Like, why are you on the phone with Jerry Jones, man? He's been laughing and his fans have been laughing at us for 48 hours, man.
I got the smart TV, so I don't have the actual hard cable.
Because they dogged us with They dogged us on
land. You know what they traded for?
I'm about to find out, man. As soon as I saw like Dallas Eagles, I was like, yo.
I don't think I've ever seen that before either.
I've never seen anything that's happening right now.
Cougar, you on your phone or on a computer?
I'm on a laptop.
The trade's official.
See what Adam Schefter said on Twitter.
It's Eagles get pick 164 and a 5th round pick for 146.
If we trade it for multiple 5s, I wouldn't be mad at the trade.
So we traded to move back, 20 spots?
Yeah, around that. But the problem is, like,
what did we get again? Tell me
we just moved to trade it back. We didn't get additional picks on that.
We moved back, and I think we got an extra 5th.
Yeah, it says the Eagles had traded the number 146 pick to Dallas in exchange for a 2021 5th round pick.
Oh wait,
come on, bro!
For next year?
It's next year. Come on, like there's so many people we could have taken, and we take a tackle. We let AGG go to the Redskins.
What are you doing, Hal?
Yo.
Yeah, so basically, I guess they exchanged the picks. So they moved back 18 picks, and the Cowboys threw in a 5th round pick in 2021.
That we're gonna take a quarterback on,
or spend on another
Clayton Thorson's brother.
Bro, get the fuck out of here, dude. What are you doing, man?
That did not just happen.
That does not make sense whatsoever.
Just pick the guy, man. What are you doing?
How often do inter divisional trades in a draft happen?
Never. After they've been, bro, and after like anyone that has ears or eyes knows what's going on right now. Like, bro, this weekend it's been we took CeeDee Lamb from you. Okay. You guys took Jalen Hurts because you don't trust Carson Wentz. You know what I mean? Like they're having a better year already because of that, because they have so much ammo. And we just traded with them for a pick next year.
I'm about to switch over to my laptop though, so hopefully that's a little upgrade.
Sounds crazy, bro. Like
I don't understand.
Yo, the chat is like super pissed right now.
Everyone's living.
Be, man.
So
it's a disgrace.
Is this Howie by himself? Like, you know what? I'm gonna flex and do all the moves. Or is it like Howie and Doug together? Like, all right, let's do this and let's do this.
I mean, Doug looked cool when we picked Hurts, man. He looked all pumped up.
Oh, I can't.
Come on, bro. Come on.
We are really roasted. Howie's getting roasted, dude.
How do you even answer the phone from Jerry Jones, bro? Like, how do you even? I would click. Like,
listen,
come on.
That's another thing. He was all right.
I'm Jerry Jones.
Jerry. Like, you don't do that.
He's like
my feeling
in his underwear right now. Like, come on, bro.
Yo, like, make the pick, dude. You make the pick.
Yeah,
and there's so many people.
That was another golden opportunity to take somebody.
I don't care. Like next year, we're gonna get a 5th and we move down 18 spots. Like, get out of here, dude.
And the Seahawks just got Alton Robinson too, bro. And like that's the problem with it though. Is like these are compensatory picks. These are picks that we got for letting people walk. You know what I mean? Like this is come on, man. Like
so we have the answer now. Is this the worst draft the Eagles have done? I know we got like 3 picks left. Right? 1, 2. No, we traded 1, 2.
And it sucks because like you don't want to overreact and be reactionary. Like you got to see everything play out, but like we set ourselves up to fail as soon as we took Jalen Hurts. And it's not an indictment on the kid as a player, as a person, or anything, because the only way that you are right is if you are right for the wrong reasons. It means Carson Wentz is a liability in their eyes, that he's not going to stay healthy, and Jalen Hurts gets value, or because you're not going to be able to trade him for anything unless Carson Wentz gets hurt. But who the hell is going to trade more than a second-round pick for Jalen Hurts for being a gimmick player in our offense? Like that's not how it works. It's crazy.
David Cohen says Howie shouldn't be on Pornhub when drafting.
He's just clicking buttons.
AJ says 2020 has been a FU after another.
It's been rough. It's been rough.
Are we so the tackle that we took, was he a swing tackle or was he, one position?
I don't know, man. Seriously, like, I mean, I've seen him play before. I mean, he's solid, but at the same time, like, what are you doing? Like, you got what you wanted. You had about 4 wide receivers you could have taken right there. You had cornerbacks you could have taken there. You had, like, that's the question. Like, what are we doing? Like, there's no map to this. Like, your QB1 is probably like completely mind blown. Miles Sanders and those other guys are so confused on what's going on because he was in the dark. You didn't get a Kelsey replacement yet, even though, like, I mean, I guess they think Sam Howard can do it. They didn't get a cornerback that could compete with Sidney Jones or Maddox.
Mm-hmm.
They just restocked what we already have. We have dynamic defensive backs that can play safety in like coverage roles and are like pretty good tacklers in Kayvon Wallace. Mm-hmm. I mean, Jalen Rieger is the only reason why I'm not losing my mind. Like, if they had taken something I didn't like in the first round, I'd be going crazy. And some people don't like Jalen Rieger, so I don't even know how they feel right now.
So here we got a draft summary from Dane Brugler on his Jack Driscoll is a 2-year starter at Auburn. Driscoll lined up at right tackle in head coach's Gus Malzahn's spread option offense. He made the jump from UMass to Auburn prior to 2018 season. Started 25 games at right tackle the last 2 seasons in the SEC. I mean, you get it like that. Driscoll earned 2 degrees at the college level and was a standout in the classroom, which also translated to the field, working hard to stay between ball and defender. However, he struggles to sustain blocks in pass pro or create a push as a drive blocker in the run game. Overall, Driscoll is a hyper-aware, well-prepared blocker who plays with quickness, but his movement pattern flaws and the lack of ideal strength will be tough to mask first NFL competition. Projecting utility lineman, 5th round grade he had on him.
Dude, we're getting laughed at. The Cowboys just took Tyler Biadasz.
Oh, see?
What?
That's what I'm saying. Like, what are we doing?
You should, especially from what you read.
We could have just taken him.
For someone who doesn't do well against strength, against Lawrence, against Montez, against Chase Young,
like, I seriously, you could have took the tackle and you could have took the center. I would have been like, all right, you got your interior and you got like a swing tackle to develop. But still, Bryce Hall still on the board.
And what do we pick? 160 what?
Well, I think we're at 164.
Oh gosh.
Draft show is over. I'll see y'all guys later. Yo, Dave, you've been killing it right now. I appreciate you just holding it down.
You guys see the Philly skyline I got back here?
Very nice, man.
That's fresh. That's fresh.
Yeah.
Appreciate you still repping the Birds out in Dallas country.
I'm doing what I can, man. I gotta make it up there for a tailgate. That's the next move. Yeah. I haven't been to a home game in a hot minute. So.
One of these days. Days. First Kobe and now this. Shaking my head. Really hurting.
Yo, the most messed up, the funniest thing was someone said, like, they always say it's not over till the fat lady sing, and then someone just, like, tagged a picture of Lizzo in it, and they said ever since she started, she became popular, everything's been a wrap. Kobe died, World War III, Cowboys got CeeDee Lamb.
Rome, what's going on? Rome the king.
Yo, what's going on?
You got the R&B king here.
Yo, what's up, show, man?
Yo, how you feeling, man? Like, I know you're a man of many opinions. Let me know how you're feeling about this draft right now.
I'm not. I'm trying to be optimistic right now, but it's not easy, bro.
Is somebody typing? No. Okay.
I got my phone.
No, it's a connection issue.
Okay.
Yes. Is it me?
No, you good.
Okay. But yeah, man, I don't know. It's the first night I was high on Lamb. I wasn't pleased the way Dallas kind of went ahead and took a player that I'm sure they didn't need. But we got Rager, so it's like, all right, man. Once I kind of brought my emotions down, I was like, all right, that's cool. We'll grab Denzel Mims or somebody in the second round. That's fine. And then Hurts gets drafted, and I'm like, okay, well, if you were afraid to use your second round draft pick, that would have made sense if you would have grabbed another wide receiver. So that way you could say you walked away with two good rather than one great one. I could see that. But then you get Hurts, and it's like, I get it. Oh yeah, Wentz is injury prone and yada yada yada. But I don't know, man. I'm still not buying it. And then I don't know, man. I feel like this has been many more misses than it has been hits. I feel like the Eagles organization has kind of grown some type of level of hubris to me. Like they just think they're the smartest team in all of the NFL, the smartest front office. And maybe they are. Maybe they're foreseeing the way the league is going, which is why I wasn't totally mad at the Rager pick, because I'm like, okay, well, we've been complaining about having a deep threat. Yeah, Deshaun Jackson is healthy again, but who knows how long that may last. And statistically speaking, the two fastest teams in all of football last year were, in terms of play speed and players, were the 49ers and the Chiefs. So to me, it was no coincidence that both of those teams made it to the Super Bowl, and that many teams are going to try to emulate that. So you got two players like Rager and Jackson on the outside. I mean, that's going to be a nasty headache for many defensive coordinators. But then everything after this, man, I don't know what the hell is going on, bro. Like,
let's be honest. Like, have any of the other 31 teams had this much controversy with their picks?
Absolutely
not. I feel like most teams have been pretty straightforward with what they need and address what they needed. Like,
and not trading with their rivals. And that's the problem. We just gave them the center.
My bad. I just came back in.
Praying.
Came back in that part right there. I walked away, went downstairs, opened my computer. I see that they picked up TB from Wisconsin.
Right,
so all I came back to say was put him in the bathroom, man. Put Howie in the bathroom. Put Peterson in the bathroom. Put all these dudes in the bathroom, man. This is ridiculous. You know what I mean? I hope y'all dudes can enjoy the rest of y'all day, though. I just wanted to jump back in and say we got to put these boys in the bathroom, man. Get them out of here. Like, this draft was ridiculous. We sat through hours and hours and hours of analyzation for Jalen Hurts and Rager, a third-round linebacker that probably won't play. Cool. And then we pick up a fourth-round offensive developmental tackle and then trade our fourth-round pick to the Cowboys for their backup center, for their center pick that probably won't be their backup. I'm sorry. He'll probably be their starter.
He'll start there, man. He'll start there. Yeah,
and would have been a great pick for us. So, this draft, man. This draft.
We have a guy who thinks level-headed in the green room. He's supposed to see things logically. We have JJ Free, a lawyer. He speaks truth.
What's up? JJ, I want to sue the Eagles right now.
Yeah, we should work on that. I'm supposed
to distress.
I know this has been beat a dead horse. I slept on it. I wrote in my journal this morning. I was like, this is gonna make sense at some point today, and it just, I don't understand it. I had to drive to the grocery store, forgot my headphones, so I had to listen to talk radio, and I was like, maybe someone knows something. And Shield Kapadia, who's pretty like level-headed, was just like, this is asinine. So I don't like Jalen Reagor, whatever, didn't trade up, whatever. But I think what is more annoying now is that they just traded with the Cowboys today. So
yeah, man, I've been.
My question.
Last night I was just like, I need, where's Ja Rule? I need somebody to help make sense of all this, dog.
Who cares what Ja Rule has to say at a time like this?
Yeah,
we have Ja Rule on the phone.
Yeah,
no,
man,
so I have a question for all of you guys.
Yes, sir.
Try. It's going to be really hard to do, but try to get into the mind of Howie Roseman right now. What does he think? Like, what do you think he's trying to accomplish here?
That he's the smartest guy in the room. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't see him thinking with a football mind. I see more of a numbers type thing and like future, like, hey, this could work in the future. This could work. Like, I don't know. Is it? I'm still stuck on the Hurts thing. I haven't even been past that to even digest everything after that. I'm like, dude, I'm trying to figure out like, what is he doing? Is he waiting for the Cowboys to just not pay that and then like, hey, we'll give you Hurts for Lamb or something crazy like that? You know what I mean? Like I really don't know. And I was up till 2 a.m. I was like, this can't be healthy for me to be up 2 a.m. still thinking about this pick. This can't be healthy.
Whoa. Okay, that's your mic. I had to mute you.
I think there were so many other holes that this team had that they're still gonna have. Like you drafted an athlete at linebacker. That's a pick that I'm okay with. Fine. We need more athletes on the team. But are there any linebackers on the team? That's what I really need to know. Like we got a bunch. Yeah, that people said that was a reach, but take someone who's actually good there. Like
it's what we always do. We always take like the projected guy that's like an athlete, and we like want to force them to fit our system. It's like, dude, you could have taken like Akeem Davis Gaithers, like all these guys might start. Like that's why at 53 it was so annoying when we took Hurts, because there was like the 10 picks that went after Hurts all would have been great picks. Mm-hmm. The draft would be a BA right now if we took Jeremy Chin after we took Jalen Reagor, even if we reached and took Mims, like because then you at least say, hey, these are two guys that we projected in the first round, and now Carson Wentz has two weapons. But we did the exact opposite. We are destroying any like faith, like even if we're not trying to intentionally doing it, like in Carson Wentz, because you have every fan base outside of here and even the divide in ours that's saying like they must not trust Carson Wentz. They spent a second round pick on him.
I mean, look at the Redskins draft over here. Well, Chase Young, Antonio Gibson, Sadiq Charles, and Antonio Gandy Golden. We gotta look at Antonio Gandy Golden for the next.
They're showing us highlights now. Bro, oh my God!
More than likely able to start, and I just feel like for a team like us who have like we don't have a track record of like building up players outside of we can groom QBs fine, but we still got Jordan Mailata just waiting around. I don't know what's going on with that. Like I'm tired of seeing players that they want to like craft and mold. Like get day one players, because this upcoming season, this schedule is going to be a gauntlet of teams. I mean, and none of them are going to be easy. And all of them are stacked, and all of them are going to be ready to go. And here we are grooming players, hoping that this guy pans out to be this athlete, or hoping this guy pans out to be. It's like, come on, man. Like, we can't waste the prime of Carson Wentz gambling with players that we hope pan out well.
Yeah, and Fletcher Cox and all these guys are getting older too.
Yeah, every year these guys are getting older, and we're just playing around. And I just feel like, and I said it yesterday on the timeline. I'm like, I just feel like ever since the Super Bowl is like, it's been extremely toxic in the sense that it's like we're better than everybody, and it kind of rubbed off on the team. That following season, I was one of the first ones to admit, like, I don't want to be too irrational about my thinking, but that preseason after the Super Bowl, I'm like, this don't even look like the same team in preseason. It was like this arrogance. And it just feels like just this arrogance that's going around. And everybody just thinks they're just smarter than everyone else. And it's like, I feel like we're going to be humbled really soon because now we're on this downward trajectory, kind of like the Phillies when we won the World Series and then we made it to the, the NLCS and then LDS. And then before you know it, we weren't in there anymore. We're like on this downward trajectory yet again where, we got by the skin of our teeth with the double doink. And now last year we got knocked out in the first round. Like this is not a good direction we're going in any sense. So that's my take on it, man.
Yeah. Hey, David, your mic is like popping.
Yo, guys,
crazy.
Breaking news. The 49ers are trading Matt Breida to the Dolphins for a first-round pick. Isn't that hilarious? A fifth.
Oh.
Someone tried to say we were going to give – someone tried to say that we're giving a second last week. I'm like, you're crazy. I'm not doing that. They said that the Dolphins also tried to trade for Fournette, but it didn't go through.
Hey, David, his mic. I don't know if you hear me, David. Your mic is like every time your mic is popping. You have headphones? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I would have took Breida as your development. Your other running back to add to the mix, like for a 5th round pick. Like I would have rather traded that for Breida. You know what I'm saying?
At least you know what type of player you're getting, and you're not drafting. You're not reaching. You're addressing a need. It'll be nice to have a nice little 1-2 punch with Sanders. So I would have did that too.
The Eagles struggle so much with developing anything outside of offensive linemen. Like Vaitai got there and everybody was like, oh, he's a swing guy. He got $11 million. He swindled the Lions out of $11 million a year. So outside of that, I mean, there's people that start here, like Dunlap wound up going to the Chargers some years ago. He got paid when he was there. I mean, we had the tackle from the Steelers who the Eagles were like, he's a defensive end. And the Steelers were like, he's obviously a tackle. And we've seen what he's turned into. So anything outside of offensive linemen, anything outside of offensive linemen, it seems like they don't evaluate and develop. And that's because Stoutland is very good as a job. But outside of that, it's a matter of being like, oh, okay, they want to be a quarterback factory, and it's really a quarterback carousel behind Wentz. So,
yeah.
I just it just to me again it just feels like we don't have a really solid plan in place. Like
I've never seen anything like this, man.
Go get the 4 guys. Go get the 4 guys and like.
I don't think this is never happened. Like
we're moving back. We're getting a pick next year. Like, dude,
we're trading with Dallas.
What are you scared of? Make the pick.
And gave him a center that they desperately needed. They don't have a center.
Like you could have took him. You could have took him and developed him as one of yours. I'm sure he's not the mobile Jason Kelsey type, but still, it's a center.
Do you think it's some type of like level of PTSD that he's going through because he's made some like terrible picks that he's just trying to be safe? Because the first argument was he didn't go after DeAndre Hopkins because they were asking for too much. I'm like, okay. And then it's like, okay, he didn't go after CeeDee Lamb because they were asking for too much. Okay. And it's like, then you use the picks, and then you like, I don't know. It's like I don't know if he's like trying to like not build up everyone's hopes too high. Like, do I grab the player? Do I not grab? I just feel like he's just overthinking. I can't really break down how I feel like he's thinking, but I don't know. I just feel like he's just overthinking everything, or it's like he's just being too cheap with everything. Like at some point, you're gonna have to pay if you want to win. I don't care where it is, even if it's just one single position. I'm not saying mortgage the whole future of the franchise. But I mean, dude, we wouldn't be in a jam trying to like you wouldn't have teams forcing our hands to pay them in ton of draft picks to move up if we already had DeAndre Hopkins. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we would have had to pay him a lot, but you're gonna have to pay somebody at some point, whether it's in money, whether it's in draft picks. At least you know you're getting a player. And at least you know you're getting somebody solid for Wentz, even if it's just one player. That's all I want, just one solid player for him to go to, because we've seen Matthew Stafford with Megatron. We've seen Matt Ryan with Julio. The list goes on and on and on. And yeah, maybe they didn't win it all, but I mean, you know, I feel like that's a chance I'm willing to take, especially with Alshon. Who knows what's going on with him? I don't totally hate Alshon the way everybody else does. I'm not a fan of the whole locker room thing, but I mean, he was still relatively productive all the way up until he got hurt. So who knows how that pans out.
And David from Facebook says this has rebuilding all over it.
I don't even see it like that. I just don't know how he's.
It's not even
right
rebuilding.
Yeah,
and how do you rebuild when you just paid your franchise quarterback? Like, and all your guys are in their prime. There's no way to justify anything that's happening.
You know, other than
I mean, in theory, like at this part of the draft, it's throwing darts at the board, and you're trying to like draft people on like their traits, and like, but I feel like at this moment in time, I like you trading back in the 4th round to help Dallas get a little stronger. Like, I'm not helping you for an extra 5th round pick, and we move back 16 spots.
Yeah, that's
fuck.
Chris, what are your thoughts on Donovan Peoples-Jones?
So Donovan Peoples-Jones, we were actually talking about him a lot earlier. He was the number 1 rated high school receiver.
I remember.
Got completely dogged because he had Shea Patterson. Athletically, he is probably one of the most gifted. He kind of, jumps out of the building fast, strong hands, a little raw. I mean, the thing with him though is, do you take the risk on him? I mean, if you're getting him in the 5th round, I mean, come on, like you kind of gotta do it. And the fact that like Tyler Johnson's still on the board, James Crochet, like we're gonna have our pick at wide receivers, but it's just like mind-boggling, like what we're doing. Like,
Am I good, Gail?
We had the map to the treasure. Like we could have built a incredible football team. And regardless of the what the picks do, the fact that you took Jalen Hurts, like even if it was best intentions to like have like a backup quarterback, this isn't normal circumstances. We aren't a team that just needed a backup quarterback, and there isn't going to be a ripple effect. We're a team with a fragile fan base from the fact that we still think about a quarterback that hasn't been here for 2 years, and people still want him to be the quarterback. Carson Wentz has had a question mark on his career and durability since year 2, and people like Carson Wentz is probably the most disrespected quarterback in the league. Like it really is. Like if you turn on any sports media or outside or inside of Philadelphia, it's always people are talking shit on him. Like it's leadership. Is he good? Is he overrated? Like and even if they had good intentions with the pick, like the floodgates are open, man. Like it's the target's bigger, and I think he's gonna rise to the occasion because that's the type of guy he is. He's never let us down with his play. He's always come to compete, and he's not soft. Like he's a dude that really wants to prove people wrong, but at the same time is like, if he wants to prove people wrong, help him, get him something. Don't trade a center to the Cowboys. Don't not get another wide receiver. Like make the defense stronger. Like we're getting developmental guys. We're wasting the prime of the people on our team, and like it's like we have no direction. We have no idea what we're doing, and like it pisses me off because you see them giggling and smiling on the TV, and like. Listen, like I get we're fans. There's a reason why they're getting paid money and they're in the buildings. But at the same time, like as a collective, when you have millions of people that are agreeing that this is like an unbelievably shitty draft and weekend, something's wrong.
Yeah, we have Timmy B from Philly. How you doing, man?
What's going on, fellas?
How you feeling over there?
So it's been a rough start to my weekend.
Yeah,
I mean, say that.
Now, is there anything you think that Howie can do in the next couple of picks for us that could turn anything around?
I mean, at this point, is there anything that he can do? I highly doubt it. As everybody was saying earlier, I mean, we're all hurt with the Hurts pick. I mean, 53 was a spot that we could have got a dynamic player, and I understand it. I get it. I mean, you have Carson who hasn't completed a full season since he's been here. You know, we seen last year what happened when Carson went down in the playoffs. I mean, we were out of it. As soon as he went down, everybody in the stadium was in a gasp and had no air left. So, I mean, bringing in Jalen is kind of like bringing in a younger Nick Foles, bringing in somebody who can learn the system, who can be groomed from day one, and hopefully be a successor later on down the line. Or if, Carson does get hurt, can come in and do something for us. I mean, it's going to be rough. I'm really not even as mad about the pick at number 53. I'm more mad that we just traded with the Cowboys for a 5th round pick for next year. I mean, I don't understand. You don't go up ahead of them to get CD. You don't, you do nothing to boost our roster right now. It's a rough day for Eagles fans all over the world.
It's funny because like if you think about, all right, the 2nd round pick, it's not going to have. If Carson is healthy, we're not going to get anything out of that 2nd round. So if you package that 2nd round pick and a 4th round pick, the one that we just traded away, I mean, you could have done something with those 2 picks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because those 2 picks aren't doing anything for this team this year because you just traded it away. So, I mean, if you put those 2 and that 4 together, you could have done something with. And you could have got valuable guys out there. Like, 49ers just got Matt Breida for a 5th round pick.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't understand. And what is the deal? Because anybody explain to me why we are constantly drafting offensive tackles? Like, can we get an actual guard or an actual center who we draft in a position that can actually step on the field and play? I mean, the guys that we have, either they come from free agency or whatever, they're just not going to be productive in years to come. And these guys that we're choosing to select in the end of the 4th, 5th, 6th round are not going to be impact players when it comes to them having to step in and fill roles, especially if we're talking that we all know that we're a postseason team. We're one of the teams in the NFC that is ideally looked at to be in the postseason every year. So if that's the case, we have to have bodies that are able to sustain that run. And if you're talking about you're going to replace all pro, offensive linemen with guys who are 4th, 5th, round guys, it's not going to work.
It's not necessarily going to work. But the fact is, Brandon Brooks hasn't stayed healthy. So you always need to have a guard that is at least very serviceable to at any point. Like he's all pro. He's there. But if you're not ready with anyone there and you're not grooming anyone, we're going to always have the same situation that's been going on. So,
and we just gave Dallas a center. Like, listen, like I see people saying like who's to say he's good? Like we know our D tackles are good. That's not the point. It's the principle. Like, why would you trade with Dallas after everything that has already happened in this draft? You trade with Dallas and you give them a prospect that is a center. Obviously, maybe we didn't know the pick, but why don't we just make the pick? It's our pick. We got it. It was compensatory. It's from someone walking. Like, I don't even know why you would answer the phone other than to say fuck you and hang up.
Yeah, man. It makes too much sense to do what you just said. That's why I feel like they're overthinking, and I just feel like there's just this level of hubris, because who would be that bold to be like, sure, we'll trade with you guys, as if they didn't just screw us 2 nights ago. Like, I don't get it. And then to the point we made before about the whole rebuild, I also don't feel like this is a rebuild. I don't know what this is. We've seen the Seahawks go to the Super Bowl, win, go back, lose, and then it kind of fell apart. That was like somewhat of a rebuild. The Legion of Boom kind of fell apart, and now here they are, playoff threats again. That's the type of route we should be doing. I don't know what this is, and it's really weird. It's really frustrating. I don't know, man.
But it goes back to them being able to be coached up. Also, is the 2nd round just like Howie's like dart playing, like dice rolling game? Like obviously Sidney Jones. It's like every other year. It was like we got Goddard. Then it was Sidney Jones. It was a Sidney Jones, then Goddard, and then Hurts. In the year before last year, obviously they got Miles Sanders. But it seems like in the 2nd round, he panics and he doesn't know. Like if he doesn't trust his board, if he doesn't trust the scouts, because I can't imagine if they were actually in a war room, everyone together, that no one is almost willing to choke him before he takes.
We were pretty solid in the 2nd round. Mm-hmm. So I mean, when you look at most of our 2nd round picks have been really good. For me, it was always, why can't we be as good in the first round? I don't know what the hell be going on, man.
Yo, Joe Douglas just took Bryce Hall.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, listen, but this is my biggest issue with it, and this is why you can't justify the Jalen Hurts pick. You never will be able to, but this is why you really can't.
No,
if you it already is a huge indictment on Carson Wentz, huge. But then in a historic wide receivers draft, you don't get any other wide receivers than Jalen Reagor. Jalen Reagor is awesome. He's going to be dynamic. But why didn't you just take someone right after him? If you're going to draft a developmental quarterback, we're doing the opposite of what we should be doing for Carson Wentz. It started off so good. You got Jalen Reagor. You got a dynamic playmaker. You got a guy that can grow with him and it's going to buy in with him, and a guy that knows how to be an NFL type of player. His dad playing in the NFL. He works out with Julio Jones, Patrick Mahomes. Jalen Reagor is ready to go. That was a great start, but then you kill Carson Wentz's confidence. I think he'll be fine in that aspect, but it's still you don't think he's sitting at his house with his pregnant wife what are they doing? They're not getting a running back for me that's a bruising running back. They're not getting any receivers. They're trading with Dallas, a center who took a center. It's crazy. It's there's no sense. You can't make sense of anything they're doing. We're the laughing stock of the league right now.
Ann Hillman from Facebook says we are going to be reading the tea leaves for weeks around this draft. One thing is still a fact: Eagles suck at drafting.
Well, but what are our thoughts on JJ Arcega-Whiteside? Is it just he was last year's second round? Is there no hope for him?
I don't hate him.
I think the verdict is still out on him, actually.
Yeah,
I think they love him if they're not taking anyone. They must love him if they're not taking anyone.
And I think that's the case. I think that they're banking on the fact of what they saw production wise last year from our wide receiver positions towards the end of the year. I mean, they're looking at it okay, we had JJ step up, we had Ward step up, we had other guys who were no names in the beginning of the season that stepped up, and they're going to bank on those guys this year and use that as their depth. Do I believe that's the right answer? No. I mean, especially when the draft this year was loaded with that position. I mean, you could have easily replaced those guys.
Yeah, Elliot Darcy from YouTube, he makes a good comment. One offensive weapon so far, both free agent and draft.
That's nauseating, man.
Absolutely.
How he was we want somebody to grow with Wentz, and we want to build this team around them, and he said all the right things just a few weeks ago, and I'm just
Nick Harris off the board, dude. Nick Harris, center from Washington.
Yeah, from Browns took him. Yeah.
See.
Yeah.
The GM from the Browns is the ex-Eagles.
Andrew Berry, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're both having great drafts, the Jets and the Browns.
Yeah. I mean, our draft caliber has tremendously taken a hit since Joe left. I mean, I don't understand. I don't understand what they were thinking, what Jeff, Doug, what they were thinking when they decided to let him go. I mean, I don't understand it at all. He has a proven track record coming from Baltimore, coming here and doing what he did here. I mean, I just don't see how you let that guy walk out of the building. Same thing with Frank, but Frank had to go because he wanted to be a head coach. I get that part, but you can't let Frank and Joe go. I mean, it's one or the other at this point.
So in terms of free agents that can fix some of these holes that we haven't addressed, is there any other free agents out there on the market that you would pull in?
I mean, at this moment, no. I mean, unless you're talking about, because if we're pulling in somebody, we got to pull in somebody, in my opinion, from a trade. And thank God. I mean, I've been bashing Howie for the last 2 days, but that's one thing he knows how to do is trade for players. So hopefully we can make some kind of decisions and figure this out. I mean, I heard they were looking at Keenan Allen. I heard, everybody knows that they were trying to make a push on, Hopkins, which I don't understand how you didn't pull that trigger. I mean, they got him for a second rounder. Like, what is? I just don't understand what's going on. I think Howie is stuck, like somebody said earlier, stuck in the Super Bowl phase. I think that he's just believing that, this roster is better than anybody else in the NFC. but it's really not, in my opinion. It's just not.
Timmy from Philly bringing the fire though.
I've been. Oh man, it's been a rough couple of days, man. I'm telling you, it's been a rough couple of days. But I get it. I'm a guy who watches the front offices really close. I get it. I understand the moves that are made. I understand why you do the things you do to some degree. But at the same time, I think, like I said this earlier in the chat. I think Howie is scared
Tyler
right
Johnson's
now.
gone.
I think Howie is scared right now.
Who's off the board now?
The Buccaneers just got Tyler Johnson. So they have Godwin, Tyler Johnson, Mike Evans, and Gronk.
You know Tom
O.J.
Brady.
Howard, Cameron Brate, Adam Humphries.
Tom Brady's like, get me a reliable slot with good hands in the middle.
I don't know if you guys have seen it earlier, but I'm like, there's not a lot of free agents. I know Percy Harvin was talking about making a comeback.
No.
Who knows about Josh Gordon? He, with the whole marijuana ban lifted, I doubt anything with AB, unfortunately, with all the skill in the world, but I doubt they take that chance just from their track record. But then again, I don't know. We were the same franchise that took Vic, so I don't know.
I mean,
man.
that was a different regime. Do you believe in him though? Do you believe in AB? Do you believe he's not toxic to the locker room?
And the player, yeah, I don't know, but I don't know. It seems like he's been on this redemption tour type thing. He signed a new agent, and I don't know. From what I've seen in the past month, it looks like he's trying to. And I don't know if that was just because he's seen Brady go to the Bucs, and he was trying to like make a name. Like, hey, look, guys, I'm not fucking crazy anymore.
I thought that, and then he posted a picture of a dude's ding-a-ling on all of his social media, and I'm like, yep, I'm good. I don't want that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I literally had like 5 messages when I woke up. Just a dude go on AB's Instagram, Twitter, and I was like, yeah, I'm good. I don't want that guy on my team.
Yeah. He's wilding out.
It was so weird.
No, I just.
All right, put yourself in in Jeffrey Lurie's shoes. If Howie Roseman walks into your office, what is the first thing that you say to Howie Roseman?
I tell him he's got a season.
You got a season?
You better be right.
He's got a season to prove it. So he's got a season. I mean, we could all be completely wrong here. I highly doubt that, but we could all be completely wrong. Howie Roseman and Andy Waddell, VP player personnel, Doug Peterson, they could all be geniuses behind the curtain and behind the webcam and have this whole thing figured out. And they're drafting these players that are going to be studs for years to come. But I don't believe that personally. So I tell him he's got a year. You got a development year. If things don't start going well with the draft picks from last year and the draft picks from this year, we need to see some progress. That's the thing we've been talking about this whole entire draft selection is we need to see some kind of progress. If we're not seeing it, then he's got to go back into the basement.
Listen, somebody said that in the comments last night is the fact that Howie obviously has an ego. He's afraid of losing power again, but this might be the reason he loses power again because I think at some point Doug Peterson knows his ass is on the line and he's at some point going to ask for more personnel. He listens to Jim Schwartz more than he listens to Doug Peterson, seemingly. And so that's going to be an issue going down the line. Obviously, there's also been a brain drain with Joe Douglas leaving last year and then Andrew Berry leaving, a couple weeks ago. So what effect did that have on the Eagles board and what Howie wanted to do? So at some point, Howie needs to understand and just leave his pride at the door for the benefit of this team. Like there's football people you need to bring in.
You call him Jerry Krause, bro?
No, we're up in one pick. We're up in one pick. They got to take James Prochet or KJ Hill. It's like they got to take James Prochet or KJ Hill. They got to get
that's what I was.
Weapon, man.
That's what I was saying. I'm the receiver from SMU or KJ Hill.
Because there's no big dude I want anymore. Like AGG was that upside player. Like,
well, there's also Isaiah Hodgins, right?
Yeah, but he's like JJ, man. Like that's what he is. Like AGG is so much different than any of the other big dudes. Like, dude, James Jones and Steve Smith Sr. think he's the best wide receiver in the class. Like I would listen to their opinion. Like they were at the combine with him and they met him. And they're like, dude, this guy operates differently. His roommate jumped in the chat with us and was just preaching about how 11 dudes knew he was getting the ball before every play, and he still had 1,100, 1,500 yards every season. Like, they got to make this right, man. Like, this pick is crucial.
Absolutely.
They got to get a weapon.
Well, it can't get any worse. So,
hey, what about
Don't say
Donovan
that.
Peoples-Jones?
Don't say that. It can. He can drop the kicker.
Oh, dude. Two picks till one pick. One pick away, dude.
Listen, this has high motor edge rusher written all over it.
Oh,
I was just thinking the same thing.
Great with high character, great character.
I was just thinking the same thing. I'm like DN edge rusher. That's what I'm feeling right now.
And this is what pisses me off.
15 cats from a burning house.
Like in January, and people looked way too into this. I said, how come there's teams like the Cardinals and the Browns? Like, I get it, they're not winning franchises right now, but they're surrounding their quarterback with playmakers. Like, even though like they're not winning games, like there's a lot more factors in that. Like, we are a high culture team. Like, we've shown that we can win with all the unprecedented amount of injuries. Like, what if we do get the picks right? And we're not doing it, man. Like, we could be just like, we overthink everything. We try to outsmart everyone. Like, just take the damn dudes that are on the board at the ADPs. Like, we try to outthink everyone. Like, this pick right here, if they take another like defensive back that's like the same mold as like Kayvon Wallace, like, I'll lose my mind. Like, anything, man. They gotta do something. Like, just take a wide receiver, bro. Like, just take a wide receiver.
And I think, like, speaking of like, just how they draft, it's never like when they asked about Reagor, it wasn't that he was a great player and we were sold on him. It was, oh, we like the fit of what we could do with them, or like it's like, did you like him because he was an athlete? Yes or no? Was he your best guy on your board? Yes or no? It's like, you don't have to sell anything. It's like, cool, I'm a lawyer, you're a lawyer too, Howie, but like, you're a football guy. Be a football guy. You don't have to spin everything for the media. Like, embrace it. If you make a decision, own it. Don't, like, if people don't agree with you, say, listen, we'll see what the season will do for itself. And obviously,
yeah,
he's not doing that.
All right, so we're going around the room here. Your pick here for the Eagles right now. You got it, guys.
James Prochet. Please.
Hill.
I'm going to go KJ Hill.
Yeah.
Prochet or KJ Hill would be nice.
I don't think it'll be either one, but it'll probably be a DN or a defensive back.
No, I think I think it's a D line.
You think about those guys from the Senior Bowl. Both those guys were at the Senior Bowl.
Bradley and I like a lot.
Yeah, Bradley and I, defensive end.
I think Uche went already.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I think like I said it before, I think Howie's drafting scared right now. He saw last year how many injuries we had. You look at the Reagor pick, first one, that was in case Deshaun goes down. We're projecting that Deshaun goes down. You look at the second pick, you get a guy to back up Wentz. Like,
are you serious?
Yeah, they traded to the Dolphins.
So serious.
Bro, what are we doing, man? I don't even want a quantity amount of picks because we're not getting quality with the picks. Like, what are we doing, man? Like, do they have like pictures of like Howie like cheating on his wife or something, bro? Like, they got dirt on him.
Oh my god, bro!
I'm gonna fuck all up with this today.
What is going on? Do we know what they got for the pick?
Oh, whoa. Marquise Goodwin. We just got Marquise Goodwin. Eagles just got Marquise Goodwin.
Oh.
What do you know?
The trade was from Marquise Goodwin.
Somebody's mic is popping like crazy, dude. Somebody's mic is popping like crazy.
I'm still not happy though. This dude
Rome,
is not.
Your mic is popping.
Mine?
Rome. Yeah.
No. This dude hasn't been healthy in so long. I'd rather take one of these older dudes, man.
I'll catch y'all, man.
All right, dude.
Not older
Thanks
dudes, younger dudes.
Marquise Goodwin, okay. Okay, we traded him.
Traded for him.
We traded
for him
with that pick.
Yeah, 164.
Okay, we got a veteran vertical threat.
Yeah, I mean that's the best Howie can do at this point. I mean, and let's. I hate to play devil's advocate here, but let's reel it back on Howie, because they've been saying this whole entire time at the combine and everything else that this is a collective, assessment that, Doug and Jeff and Howie and Andy are all getting together and, putting up the best notions of who they believe that they're going to select in each round. So even though Doug is the play caller, he is the NHIC, as they say, but what is he doing? Is he letting Howie just kind of draft from the bathtub? I don't know what's going on here. I mean, is he just kind of like, hey, yeah, Howie, you got this. I'm just gonna sit back and relax. I mean, it seemed like when we actually picked Jalen, he was happy when they showed him in his house. He looked like he was happy about picking a backup quarterback at number 53.
Yeah, I felt a certain type of way when I saw them high-fiving. I was like,
yeah,
y'all doing this right now? You really doing this right now? Welcome back, David. How's your mic? Your mic sounds okay. Before it was popping like crazy.
My bad, guys.
No worries.
So did we actually trade for Goodwin?
Yes, but it doesn't sound that. How did the Dolphins get that pick?
Okay, so the Eagles traded the 160. The Eagles traded the 164 to the Dolphins for 173.
Of what's to come.
Hey, Dave, hold on one second. What were you saying?
Okay, so the Eagles traded the pick 164 to Miami in exchange for 173 and 227.
What are we gonna get there, man? Like, you know what I mean?
Did the trade get blocked?
No.
Schefter already said it. He said Jalen Reagor and Marquise Goodwin like too fast, like speedsters, like whatever.
Yeah, Rap tweeted it too.
I mean, okay. I like Marquise Goodwin, but he hasn't been healthy, and there's younger receivers that we could have just taken that are going to be cheaper and healthier. Like Marquise Goodwin's on the last year of his deal, right?
Oh, I forgot.
Like, come on, bro. You wouldn't take James Prochet or KJ Hill over him?
Well, those are two different type of wide receivers. I mean, if you think about vertical threat, stretch the field kind of guy, just having a guy on the field that can bring that dynamic speed, that's the only thing. But then again, if you look at, Kenny Stills was also being shopped out there. Would you rather have Kenny Stills or Marquise Goodwin?
Yes.
I don't want no more injured wide receivers.
They're all
injured. Kenny Stills injury prone too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You both are injury prone. Yeah. But I'm saying I'd rather take Stills.
Listen, at this point, I'm fine with Marquise Goodwin simply because he has straight line speed, like bring a safety over the top, like just run. He's got track speed. And if every now and then he gets the ball, if him and Deshaun can like alternate weeks they're healthy and we get through all 16, 18 games, like that's a plus in my mind.
So the Eagles are going to pick in 2 picks here at 168.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who you guys feeling here?
Do we flip the coin with Deshaun and Marquise and see who's not injured today?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't understand why we're just kind of completely reeling back when we have a wide receiver class that's so deep. I don't understand. Like, especially when as a front office staff that you're going to have to make decisions on key wide receivers for your team come the end of the season. Like, we don't know what's going to happen with Deshaun if he can make it through a whole season healthy. We don't know what's going on with Alshon and all the issues that he's having internally and on the field. So, I mean, what are we doing right now? Who is the replacement for that? You got Jalen, who's a first-round pick, probably maybe a reach. And at the same time, you got, JJ, who's going to replace Alshon and be a number 1 receiver at that point?
Yeah.
Not at all.
Who's the best player available right now?
I think it's still the quarterback from Georgia.
Oh, Jake Fromm.
Yeah.
Prince Tega Wanahoga from Auburn. Wanahogi from.
We're stuck with these type of people.
Do any of you guys have any details on the Goodwin trade? What the Eagles gave 49ers?
I think
on that?
we just flipped six round picks. That's what it looks like. I think that's all it is. Like.
Oh, I was about to say Quintez, but the Lions took him.
So who do you guys got at 168, or is it another trade?
No, the Eagles get the 173rd and the 227 from the Dolphins. So I guess 173 is our next pick.
Yeah, I think both trades, like the trades were unrelated. Like, yeah, there's like two different trades, but we literally just flipped 6 round picks for Goodwin. Isn't it crazy? Like the rumors that you hear for like the trades, like people are saying Breda for like a 2nd or 3rd round pick, and then people are saying Goodwin for like a 4th or 5th round pick like last week. I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, I'm not touching any of that. I'm surprised we didn't just trade Rasul Douglas for Goodwin. You know what I mean? Because they need some corner help in San Fran.
Oh, look, Bryce Hall highlights.
Elliot Darcy says we now have 2 speeches that can hang out on the IR together.
Dude, if Goodwin gets hurt,
what do we do?
We didn't take Prochet or Hill, I'm sick, dude.
Like, well, especially with the fact that Howie's been saying for the whole entire 2 weeks prior to the draft about how the front office and the coaching staff wants to get this roster younger, and then you're going out and getting players that are complete opposite of that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, look at this. Which player would you rather have, Hill or Porsche?
Yeah, someone's mic is super hot.
Is it proven?
Gail, I hear you right now.
You hear me? You good?
Gail, when you talk, it gets really hot.
Yeah.
Well,
I think Howie's hacking you, bro. Watch out.
To the vacuum. How about now? Better?
No, Gail, it's you.
Yeah, it's still there.
Who is it? Is it me?
No, Gail.
Oh. Well, that's not a bad deal, swapping 6th and getting a
not at
receiver.
all. I mean, I'm okay with it. It's the fact is there's some other speedsters still in the draft, like Jeff Thomas from the U, Tyree Cleveland from Florida. Like, if you want to just get a vertical deep threat, like Marquise Goodwin's only on a 1-year deal, and I feel like his deal is not that awesome either. I gotta double check. I feel like he actually gets paid a decent amount of money.
No, he signed a 2-year deal a couple last year. Let me see. Nope.
Awful.
Yeah, worse.
Not as bad as the draft, but bad.
How about now?
Bad. Marquise Goodwin is a $4.9 million cap hit this year.
I mean, based on production, how much do you think we're going to get out of him this year?
I think we'll get some production out of him. He's definitely going to help out Wentz for sure.
Yeah. And he's a good leader in the locker room. Marquise Goodwin's a hell of a dude. He's a hell of a dude.
That's my positive for him is that he's a hell of a locker room guy. So, I mean, if anything, he can bring that kind of veteran presence into the locker room.
Dude, I almost had a heart attack. I thought we just picked Jake Fromm. I looked at the screen. All I saw was pick is in Jake Fromm, and then the Eagles thing was flipping over because we're next. Oh Lord, I was done. Could you imagine that? We're the quarterback and we just took another one.
Hey, speaking of quarterback.
What is it?
Okay.
Robot, bro.
Yeah, that's like white noise.
Like you were 12 and you were watching Scramble TV. It's a family show, so.
Guess that 5G.
I have a professional mic here.
Yeah, it's coming in scattered.
Yeah.
You sound like you're from Tron or something.
Oh. To the bathroom. The bathroom.
I
was gonna say what No, I think Goodwin is going to help out a lot. The only thing is he has to stay healthy.
I mean,
got to stay upright.
That's the entire story of this team. Who's going to stay healthy? Yeah. It doesn't matter who it is. It's like at any given point, like we didn't have Lane in the playoff game, right? He was hurt. Then we lost Wentz, and then like Bradham was hurt some weeks, and Camus was hurt, and then Miles is hurt, and then the entire offense is hurt, and then coach is getting hurt. It was just like like the entire team and like the medical staff never knew anything. So God forbid that they're like on top of everything that should be happening. I'm like, every time I watch, I'm like the blue tent, like literally that should have been the story of the season.
Yeah, and that goes back to my point is that's why I think Howie is drafting scared right now. He's drafting guys in positions to be injury backups. When our starters and Pro Bowl guys go down, Howie's like, oh, we're not going to dip because he's spending a second round pick on a quarterback. You know, he's taking a wide receiver that could potentially be a second round or was graded as a second round in the first. I mean, I liked him. I liked the pick. But as far as everybody else goes, he was an okay pick. And number one, I mean, that you needed to have some kind of movement that made it a whole lot better.
Hey, I'm just checking in to let you know I'm not getting gassed up over a fucking 7-year veteran receiver who's only been eclipsed over 500 yards once in his career and is injury prone.
He almost qualified for the Olympics.
Hey, how do I turn that?
Gail, you gotta unplug the interface. I did. Bro, Howie's got you bugged, bro. Don't say anything bad.
Yeah.
Interface. Unplug.
Okay, selection is in.
Oh, we're doing no mics now.
John Hightower from Boise State, fellas.
How am I now?
Wide receiver.
In.
Bro, we loved him, man. I mean,
same.
No, you're clear.
No, you're good. Yeah, you're clear now.
They've been talking about Hightower for a while. I mean, I don't know.
I sound perfectly clear now.
Yes.
I took out all my mics now. This is just
sound perfect. Yes.
They love Hightower. I mean, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
I mean, he wasn't really my cup of tea. Like,
why, Chris? Why is that?
So John Hightower. I mean, when's the last? I hate doing this, but like, how hype are you about watching Boise State's wide receivers? And it's not like I hate when people bring up like the conference stuff, but like,
is Urban Meyer still coaching there or no?
Urban Meyer?
It was a joke back in the day.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. the thing is like, and that's why like Puga and I were talking about like KJ Hill and James Prochet, like those are dudes that you watch and you're like instant impact day one guys. And the only reason they're still around is because this draft is so deep. Like KJ Hill balled out at Ohio State every single year. Like I love Greg Ward, but dude, he would pass Greg Ward immediately and be our starting slot receiver. James Prochet would be our starting slot receiver. James Prochet and Cortland Sutton were like one of the most prolific wide receiver duos I've ever seen when they were playing together a couple years ago. I mean, James Prochet, like, dude's an animal. His wide receivers coach just equates him as much as he can to Jarvis Landry. Tough dude, incredible ball skills, catches everything, and he got rated the best ball skills player in the entire draft. And James Prochet didn't even go yet. I mean, John Hightower, I think he'll be useful, but like, when does he play? We have Marquise Goodwin, we have J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. Like I don't think Hightower is going to play in the slot, is he?
No,
I would say no.
No,
Yeah,
but that's what I mean, though. Like,
is that right? Where it said he led his team with only 900 receiving yards and 8 touchdowns?
I'm missing something. We picked John Hightower?
Yes. Yeah. That was the last pick.
168.
Vertical threat.
Well, here's my next question. Everyone's bringing it up now on the timeline. Does this mean Alshon's going to get traded? What does this mean for Alshon?
Alshon has
something in the works for Alshon.
Nobody wants that contract.
It's an albatross. Yeah. It's literally an iceberg. Nobody. It's what is it? $19.5 million. It's like even if we trade him, we have a bunch of dead money.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's no way you're going to be able to get rid of him.
He had a 4th
the 5th round grade.
Who on Hightower?
Hightower.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean he's a solid player. I just don't know he's going to be another JJ. I don't know when he's going to get touches to get on the field. I mean that was the issue that Doug kept spewing out last year when JJ was on the field when Alshon was gone. We got to wait because JJ, he's getting used to Carson. Him and Carson have to get used to each other. They have to gel together. He needs to get more reps because Alshon was taking all of them. Okay, well that's fine, but now you're drafting another guy who's going to sit behind JJ and not get no reps. So when is he going to get work? We're probably already looking at, with this whole COVID thing, we're probably looking at, maybe having a later start than usual for mini camps and OTAs and everything else. So when is he getting reps?
Hey, I'm going to give you a quick summary. This is from Dane Brugler's draft guide. Hightower, he's a 2-year starter at Boise State. Hightower was the X receiver in Brian Harson's offense. He finished his short stint in Boise with 2,606 all-purpose yards, 317 rushing, 1,447 receiving, 840 yards kick returns, and 2 punt returns. As the coach looked for different ways to get him the football, giving him wildcat snaps and running option plays. With his long strides, however, immediately accelerates to his top speed, stacking cornerbacks and stretching out the defense. While he's a reliable downfield, his routes and hands in the short to intermediate game aren't as mature, thinking about the noise around him. Overall, Hightower is a one-trick pony with inconsistent finishing skills and discipline, but his vertical speed and tracking skills are reminiscent of an undeveloped version of Will Fuller, making him worth the gamble in mid-rounds.
So he's just going to run dummy routes, basically. Just like, all right, go touch the end zone, and hopefully you'll stretch out the field for Goddard or.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, he's a vertical threat, like I was saying, but he's, ran a 4.43. But in the draft community, a lot of people were like Hightower was like their late round, mid-round pet cat. You know what I mean? A lot of people were talking about Hightower.
Okay.
I mean, I'm solid on him. I mean, I've watched a couple of films on him on Boise State, but I'm just like, when is he going to get the ball? I just don't understand when he's going to get the opportunity to have these touches. I mean, in a game time scenario, we're all praying that, we have little to no injuries this year as compared to last year. But I mean, even if we do and we go kind of injury free for the beginning portion of the season, when is this kid going to get touches? I just don't see how it's going to go down that way.
Question: what do you guys want to do for running back 3? I mean, I know they have Holyfield, but like, do they pick up an undrafted free agent? Do they just pick up a normal free agent? I mean, I don't know. I really don't know.
When do we pick next?
Someone just said it in the chat. 173, right?
I was gonna say it's 173.
Okay.
Some of the backs on the board: Eno Benjamin for Arizona State, Rico Dowdle from South Carolina, Javon Leake from Maryland, Michael Hasty from Baylor, Raymond Calais from Louisiana Lafayette, Scotty Phillips from Mississippi, Patrick Taylor from Memphis.
How he goes undrafted with running backs. I mean, that's how it's going to go.
Or I'll say this: you bring in Shady McCoy.
No,
he's not going to push the pile though. That's what we need.
Right.
We need
that was a joke.
We need.
I know, but I
know. We're just.
Yeah. I will drop my McCoy jersey off at the cleaners immediately.
We need to clone like Brandon Jacobs. That's what we need. A young
AJ Dillon.
Jacobs,
that was AJ
Dillon,
dude.
and he went to the pass. We needed someone who 6'4", just get the ball and scream and just move forward. That's
and I wouldn't even have cared if we reached for him in the second more than getting hurt. Because the craziest thing that pisses me off was I was praying that what's his name from Bama. I thought he was coming out. I'm like, spend a second on
Harris?
him. Yeah, Najee Harris, number one, not even running back. He was the number one football recruit because he was, dude. If we get him next year to pair with Miles, ooh.
Hey, the chat is spoken. How about Corey Clement?
I mean, I'd be cool with him being back, but like he's not really like the LeGarrette Blount type. Like I feel like Corey Clement's just like the Boston Scott type.
Yeah.
I love Corey though. Love the Corey, like, but I mean,
if we have to keep one, Corey or Boston, who do you keep?
Boston. Yeah.
Okay.
Boston, absolutely.
No, without a doubt. Yeah, without a doubt. It fits the Roseman, the detail of let's get younger. I mean, we gotta, if you're gonna stay with this whole mindset that this team needs to get younger and we need to pull and separate from that Super Bowl, run, then
Puga, I'm gonna bring you right back. I'm gonna put you on hold, Puga. Hold on.
You gotta basically, you gotta bring Boston Scott back instead of Corey. It just gotta happen that way.
We got a new guy in the chat. My homie country from
what's going on, fellas?
New York City.
What's up?
Hey,
yeah. How you feeling? You look stressed.
Woo! Right now, I'm starting to think that Howie's.
Oh, your mic is muted.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay. Right. Yeah, I just feel like Howie's in a room with two puppies and a bowl, and he's going pick something.
He's throwing darts right now. Well, I mean, I think Hightower, at least they got Carson Wentz a weapon and thought about him first. I just feel like I think now they have to start getting some other players in to develop, Is James Prochet still on the board?
Yes, bro.
Yes.
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 She's going to be a steal, dude.
173.
A steal.
We got him with the last pick.
We don't need another wide receiver now, man.
Yeah,
we
have 2 picks until we pick. And what's the thoughts on that 173 pick? I mean, I'm looking at defense, potentially another linebacker.
Yo, listen, I know who we take for the value. I mean, people aren't gonna like this because people are gonna talk about controversy, but like the value, dude, take Thaddeus Moss. He didn't go yet, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Because listen, you take him because then you have a stable of 3 tight ends. Thaddeus Moss, let's say, listen, I want to re-sign Ertz, but let's say things go south and you don't re-sign him. Goddard and Thaddeus Moss would be a hell of a duo, and then you have Josh Perkins because, why not take Thaddeus Moss? This is the value pick that you actually like. Thaddeus Moss is a national championship player. His dad is Randy Moss. We got to see him
hands for days.
Yeah, and he's dynamic
too.
I know he is, but I would love Prochet or Hill, but we screwed it. Not because John Hightower's okay, but we just got Marquise Goodwin, Jalen Rager, and Hightower. They love J-Jaw. Alshon Jeffrey, you're not going to move because of the injury. Deshaun Jackson's still on the roster. It's just a huge logjam. And Greg's still there.
But think about it. In theory, what we just did, we have Goodwin, right? Speed guy, right? Ultra speed guy.
Rager.
Deshaun Jackson, ultra speed guy.
They're trying to be
Rager,
Kansas City.
Ultra speed guy.
Which is cool.
Hightower, vertical threat. That's in theory.
We have 6.
We have some speed, and then Greg Ward is a 4.
7. So we got 7.
That's a lot. That is some team speed. In theory.
I mean, ideally, we're looking at what, maybe keeping 6 on the roster, 5. I mean, ideally.
Hey, what about Justin Stronach still on the board, right?
That's my guy.
The Fat Midget 81 says linebacker still a big need unless they are counting on the kid we got in free agency.
I'm not.
At all.
Him and the guy we just got are the same type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My question is, does the way that Howie drafts and the way Jim Schwartz defense works, do they even value big name linebackers? Because I don't think they do. They just try to get
They never have.
No.
They never really have.
They look for characteristics more than skill. Because Shaquille Quarterman would have been the name guy.
Great.
He's the dude from the U. Troy Dye, Logan Wilson. Dude, Logan Wilson at 53 would have been incredible.
Zach Bomb.
Zach. Dude, we visited with Wilson so many times. FaceTimed him crazy. All right, Eagles are on the clock.
Woo.
Let's go.
I do like that Thad Moss. I do like that.
Yeah, I mean, there was a comment earlier in the chat saying that Howie and Jim like to put the money into the D line and just kind of pick the linebacker with that going and not spend the money there. And I mean, ideally, like we were saying, Jim Schwartz's defense, that's what it's predicated on. You spend the money up front, you get guys who limit the time that the quarterback and can stay in the pocket, and then you don't need to have big name guys on the back end outside of maybe a safety or a corner.
Right.
And number one wide receiver.
But with that, I think this year is going to be the need for linebackers so much more important because now you're not going to have Malcolm on 99% of snaps.
Yep.
So I think that loss has not been compensated for enough. If you're not going to have linebackers and you're not going to truly replace safety, he's like, yeah, you got a good nickel corner in Nickel Roby-Coleman, but what are you doing to make sure that someone at the line of scrimmage, within 7 yards of the line of scrimmage, can actually tackle someone, which is a constant issue for the Eagles is tackling. So how are you replacing Malcolm? Obviously there's some people available. I mean, Nigel Brown's probably not coming back unless he's taking a ridiculous pay cut, but he was only a 2-down linebacker. He couldn't play in space.
Eagles traded again, dude. They traded the pick to the Bears.
Are you serious?
What?
Eagles traded the pick to the Bears.
This is one of those moments where there has to be a plan, and it's just I don't know. But the problem is what value are you getting this late?
Oh Lord!
Listen, I've been the guy for the last month saying somehow, some way, we're gonna get Unique, and I don't know because do they take a pick next year? But if Howie somehow pulled that off and landed that, I don't know because all the drama going on around that. But if Howie somehow after all of this, obviously it would definitely ease the pain with how the draft's going. If Unique Ngakoue ended up in Philadelphia, I mean it's highly unlikely at this point. I mean from the jump, it made a lot of sense in a lot of ways, but at the same time it didn't. It's a real complex situation. I mean, let's see what happens. I mean, what do we even just trade, bro?
Bradley and I's on the board. James Prochet's on the board.
And Kenny Willekes.
Yeah.
Remember when Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was on the board last year?
Bro, stop. And Mack Wilson.
Mack Wilson.
Don't say that, Gail.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know how mad I was about that? One of the first things I did, I put Chauncey Gardner-Johnson on my Madden roster. I was like, I'm putting him on the roster.
Also, Thornhill, too.
Trade's official. Yeah, trade's official. The Bears get 173 and 227. Eagles get 196, 200, and 233.
Darnell Mooney. Bears select Darnell Mooney.
We're going to just draft a bunch of Jalen Mills in the 7th?
I mean, what's the thought on Jalen? What's the thought on Jalen this year coming up and playing safety?
I think it's going to be a transition. I don't think he tackles well enough to be a safety personally, but
preach.
Unless he's just going to change how he's always been aggressive and physical, but if you can't bring a man to the ground at safety as the last man standing, it's going to be some high scoring games. It might be them chip offenses where we just need to. Them defenses was giving up 30 a game.
Yeah, I think that's the way.
He's aggressive, but he's inaccurate with his tackles.
Right.
Yeah.
Run to stuff and whiff and turn around and look back, and it's don't do that.
I see the comment from Marcus saying that Mills played safety in college. Tackling in college is different. Those guys are lighter. These guys are on NFL strength programs. This grown man strength. Versus you could be the strongest guy in college. The 52nd guy on the roster could just truck you. So it's a matter of you need to be ready to go at all times.
Imagine Jalen
First so
Mills
good said Yannick at the Four Seasons in Center City this afternoon. So is that true?
Imagine
can we get a confirmation on that?
He said Yannick at the Four Seasons in Center City this afternoon. So
why would he stay at the Four Seasons and not the Lowe's?
We do have
ask him to take a selfie.
Picks next year.
Does anybody have a picture of that?
Yeah, ask him to go get a selfie.
Yo, go to Yannick's page. See if he has anything on his IG or something.
We have 11 picks next year. Do you think Howie's trying to move a pack into those?
I mean, potentially. I mean, that's one thing that Howie does is he accumulates draft picks. I mean, usually when he's been in the run, he's had a whole bunch of draft picks.
Shots is not in the bushes. He is in the car right now.
What up, fellas?
How you feeling, man?
What's going on?
What's the tracks?
What's up, man?
Are you feeling good, or are you just like
Speaking out of Delaware again?
Huh?
The only place you can get a golf round these days.
Playing golf?
He's playing golf. Nice.
Yeah, bro. I get that exercise in.
I see you're
Get
paying
that 8-mile
attention to the
walk.
draft, man. Like there's really
How we
there's
doing
serious
today?
things going on over here. You're really out there.
Probably having more fun than us.
Yeah.
Some fresh air, man.
I haven't paid
Yeah.
attention to anything today.
Huh?
You're lucky.
Right?
Really? It got worse?
The Redskins, Cowboys, and Giants have had tremendous drafts, and then we traded with the Cowboys and gave them probably their new starting center.
Yeah.
You know, the way that Howie is moving back, it'd be like equivalent to Stephen A. Smith's hairline. Like we're like back here.
Yeah.
Howie's just like
It's like a 7-head.
I mean, I can't talk about hairlines. I got to shave my head. But,
hey, bro,
you know.
I can talk about hairlines all day.
I know. I haven't shaved my head in a while. Oh, Trox, put that hat back on.
Whoa.
I'm about to give up.
Trox A. Smith over here. Trox A. Smith.
I keep making bets that I'll shave my head and I win the bet.
So do we think that Howie is accumulating these picks to do something major? I mean, is that the plan? I can't see another reason why.
But the picks aren't valuable.
Yeah, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Like
7th round picks.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what are you doing? Do you get like some toilet paper with them, bro? Like, is he running out?
He's acquiring those picks to throw into trades, maybe. I don't know.
That's the only thing I'm thinking, because there's I just don't see a reason why you're seeing these caliber of players on the board still, and you're choosing to decide as an organization to continuously move down every round and every time you're selecting. I don't get it.
Maybe he's assuming that somebody he drafts has COVID. I don't know. Like,
dude, I'm seeing Bradley and I'm seeing James Prochet. They've been in the top 5 for the last like hour, and we didn't take either. Dude, Prochet's the real deal, man. Like, I would be so happy.
There's got to be a reason.
Yo, think about last year how he was on the board, and he traded a 7th round pick for Hassan Ridgeway. And
I like that pick.
Yeah, and what he meant to this roster. Like when you trade some of these picks for players that make sense, Hassan Ridgeway gives.
I can't hear anybody, but I'll see you fellas later.
All right.
All right. Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like he can only be doing this to package something up. I mean maybe that is the case. Maybe he's got Yannick in town and he's going to package up this deal to run with Jacksonville and bring him here. I mean,
we're getting love from the resident Cowboy fan.
Oh no,
prime, bro.
I mean, it is a good value pick. Swapping 6 for a guy that can take but it's a low risk pick in my opinion. But does that make you? But does him and Hightower make you not take a guy that's better than Greg Ward? Like I like Greg Ward, but I'm saying like Prochet and Hill are. I think they're better than Greg Ward. Would you guys agree? Obviously, they need to prove it, but there's a reason why Greg Ward, it took him a little while. I mean, maybe it takes them a little while, but Prochet and Hill, like, you got to see them at, like, 2 major programs. But I don't know. I like what we're doing with the wide receiver room, but I just feel like ever since last night, like, things have just kind of just been, like, I don't know. And there's just, like, there's so many questionable things. The Cowboys pick, like, it's just crazy.
We got a question from A Quaps 25. That the reason we traded back is due to UDFA that we won't sign that many.
How many can a team sign?
It's a good amount. I think this year with the new CBA, it's a lot.
Because they expanded practice squad.
I think it's at least 10 dudes, right?
Oh yeah, you're right.
But I think usually it was between 7 and 10. So they might have bumped it to 12. But they also the amount that they can hold. But they said they were talking about the logistics of the virtual draft is usually the scouts go into the room. They're told, okay, you have, let's say, $220,000 to allocate amongst your position. Like now the scouts have to call. It's going to be a frenzy to figure out, like logistically, getting people in when, you've got other teams calling in with no like centralized location is going to be hard to see, who comes in and what the quality is. But there's going to be a lot of quality smaller school guys out there just because a lot of them weren't either at pro days, didn't have pro days, had limited tape that usually would have been picked up. So there's value to be had if your scouts did, their due diligence during the actual season.
I think it might be 20. I don't know if it's team specific on how many draft picks you had, but I'm just like reading something from the Rams. It says the Rams will have 20 or more roster spots to fill in the next 48 hours, like after the draft concludes.
Woo!
I mean, dude, I think that's what kills me though. Like what the Jalen Hurts saying, like I would have taken Cole McDonald in like the 6th round or undrafted. Like that's the dude, developmental dude. Like that, you know what I mean?
Hurts so good. Said 4 Seasons concierge is my source. Saw him with 3 others at 2:30 p.m. How are we gonna strike? That's fake.
Hey guys, I have a question here. With obviously within the past couple of minutes, the Eagles wide receiver group has upgraded a little bit. But do you guys still feel like Wentz is still missing that number one guy?
Yeah, that would have been AGG, man. Or like if they took like Claypool or Mims earlier, like obviously both guys like would have needed a little bit development, but like they're ex receivers. Like those are guys that really step up. Like I like John Hightower. I think he has potential, but like when you look at like Antonio Gandy, like there's a reason why there was like an audible groan around. Like you could hear people like as soon as we saw Antonio Gandy Golden went to the Washington Redskins, people were like, are you kidding me? Because they got McLaurin from under us last year, and then they get Antonio Gandy Golden. I mean, listen, I think Darius Slay is going to do a tremendous job against Cooper, CeeDee Lamb, and all these guys. Like, I think he's going to do his best to get all the other corners ready. But at the same time, it's just like, damn, like it would have been nice to see Antonio Gandy Golden, like a pure X receiver here and be able to play behind Alshon Jeffrey if he doesn't get traded. And I mean, we'll see what happens.
Now, Chris, I agree with you on that, but I think I guess you'd have to go back and the system that Andy runs, Doug runs, that kind of system. There's never going to be a number one. It's about are those pieces?
I was saying
cohesive?
that earlier too.
Yeah, are those pieces cohesive? Like when it was Djax, Macklin, Selleck, and Shady, you didn't need a number one because there was enough game planning and scheming where one game is going to be a big Djax game versus Macklin underneath. Like, how are you attacking the defense? Even like there were games where Kevin Curtis, that NFC Championship game with Kevin Curtis in 08 went off. So
and
like,
we have the tight end duo too. Like,
exactly.
Yeah.
So you have enough people where you don't need the quintessential number one, but you need someone who knows that your quarterback, Wentz, can throw an intermediate ball, and he has someone who can run the intermediate route and catch the ball.
And you need that reliable guy.
Like someone who's able to get handsy at the line and off that, break that press and throw the hand up and be like, all right, if I'm throwing it to you, it's you and one other person, and you're going to come down with it or it's going to be incomplete. That's what we need. We need that one person like that.
Now, with that being said, though, do we go after a number one, a proven number one? I mean, there's not many on the board. So I mean, do we try to trade for a proven number one? Is that what these picks are for? To try to get a proven number one?
What, a bunch of 6th and 7th round picks? Like I mean, I don't see it. I mean, that's why it just makes it's like I guess they want to have quantity at this point because the quality is in question. I mean, is that they're just gonna keep picking guys and hope something like the cream rise to the top? Like I don't know.
Was there any truth to that Eagles trying to get Hopkins rumor where they wanted to throw in a second? Was there any truth to that?
Yeah, but they also said Sanders was probably had to be on the table.
Oh,
that's what I heard. I heard that they wanted. I heard that they wanted. Houston wanted a 2nd rounder, a 5th rounder, and Sanders. That's what I had heard. So I mean,
Adrian says, why does it seem like Howie is drafting like there won't be a season this year?
So we're drafting a firefighter soon, then, right?
Somebody said it earlier. Where like Howie's drafting as if he knows the person in front of them is going to go down with an injury. So he's not drafting for the spots we need. He's drafting. He's like, okay, Deshaun's going to go down by week 3, so we need someone to take his spot. Brandon Brooks is going to go down by week 6, so we need someone who can slide inside. Like he's drafting based on injury possibility not what the team actually needs.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier because of what happened to us last season. I mean, all the injuries we had across the board, offense, defensive, and special teams. Howie is now drafting like he's scared. He's just like, he's like that. He's like that little kid on the court who gets his leg cast off, and he doesn't want to go back to running around because he's scared he's going to injure himself again. Like he's picking up all these players to replace people that we know are potentially going to go down next year. I mean, and that's not the way we need to be drafting.
Hey,
no.
Oh no.
What happened?
Broncos just got Justin Strnad. I mean, I'm happy for him, man. Like, he's a good dude.
Yo, the Broncos.
I really wanted Justin, man. Justin would have been really good here. I think he would have been like a 8-year starter here.
The Broncos draft was insane.
Yeah, they really capitalized.
Woo!
I mean, if we are gonna draft a fireman in the 6th round with the 3 picks that we have,
yeah, absolutely.
I'm drafting this man right here. He's out here catching babies. You know what I'm saying?
God.
Putting in the work, solid hands. This guy has solid hands.
Great hands.
Great hands.
Solid
Under pressure.
hands.
Honestly, he's got great instincts too. He had a quick first step to the babies. I think those are tangibles.
High character guy. High character.
Yeah.
Where's he out on your board?
Yak yard producer.
Hey, I gotta lighten it up because I mean we've been so tense the last couple of rounds.
I mean, we all gotta wait and see. It's what it is.
190?
Yeah, that's the next pick.
I'm having faith, man. Like, not draft picks included for this year, but I have a feeling that like Howie has to have something in the works, man. Because like, when have we not addressed like gotten a defensive lineman? Like, did we get a corner yet? Really?
No,
we didn't get
a safety, right?
Yeah.
A safety and a linebacker hybrid.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Is Logan still out there? Logan Ryan, ain't he?
Yeah, Logan Ryan's still a free agent.
Yeah,
and they got Christian Fulton, so he's walking.
Logan Ryan would be nice.
I mean, yeah.
Come on, bro.
29.
Who else?
Fucking Cowboys just got Bradley and I.
What?
He was the best player at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah,
I'm not feeling confident right now about the rest of the NFC East. Like I'm just not. I know that these guys are having like really good drafts, but I'm just not feeling confident about the rest of the NFC East. Like even though the Eagles aren't
Yeah, this is really interesting. Jeff McClain just posted. So to summarize, the Eagles have 4 remaining draft picks: 196, 200, 210, 233. Then this where it gets weird. He says, "I think this could change at any moment."
Say that again.
Wait, what?
Jeff McClain just said, to summarize, the Eagles have 4 remaining draft picks: 196, 200, 210, 233. I think this could change at any moment. So maybe he knows something.
So what? If you're Philly, do you trade these 4 plus another 3 for next year for Yannick? Like 7 picks?
Listen, the Jaguars are not taking 7th round picks.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense. I mean, I think that's crazy. I mean, I could see like picks next year, but like I don't know. Like I feel like the Twitter fight almost like it was either really good or really bad. It either expedited the timeline that he gets moved because they need to move him because there's like we need to get done with him, or maybe they just hold him and make him sit out just to ruin his prime.
I think on principle, the Jaguars aren't going to trade Yannick. They're just not going to. That's a guy who's doing the AD thing, right? He's like, I'm a great player. I want to be here. This is what I can prove to you. And now he's like calling out ownership. He doesn't want to be here. Oh, where are you hiding? He's just like, look, he's like, we having to run an organization just because you're not happy here. We made you a fair deal. Just play your contract. You're going to make more in guaranteed money this year than you will likely over the life of whatever contract you get. Like, take your money, hang out, play hard, or play as hard as you want. Just get your roster bonuses.
Yeah, it's crazy though, man. Like the only reason why I could see him and like you saw all the other guys went out. Like, did you guys ever read the article about the lawsuit that Jacksonville lost for like the player grievance about what the medical staff was doing to them?
Oh yeah.
No.
Like that's crazy, bro.
Wait, worse
they were
than
like
our medical staff?
way worse, man. They were finding their players like tens of thousands of dollars because like they were like missing like JJ, you probably know more than I do. Like
yeah, so the players were being forced to do like mandatory like PT and rehab on site, which is not necessarily, I guess, a thing that they could do. And then they were finding people. They were like, look, I'm going to do it. I don't need to be, I'm away from the team. I don't actually need to do that. And I guess Coughlin insisted, and it wound up being like, they wound up getting a bunch of money back. And they kind of like try to keep it hush hush, but it was one of those like, look, we're hurt. We're handling it. So long as we're, still being seen by doctors and that we're compliant, we shouldn't have to show up. And they were also finding people above the mandatory, like the max they could find people for that offense. And they also
was this Coughlin's idea?
Coughlin, yeah.
That's why he's gone, bro. Like, look at it. Calais Campbell's gone. Jalen Ramsey's gone. AJ Bouye's gone.
Yeah.
What's his name? Telvin Smith sat out because he didn't want to deal with it. That's
Blake
why
Bortles is even gone.
Yeah. Nick Foles
wants out. Yeah.
Nick Foles. And that's like the thing. Like, that's why like the whole situation. Like, I've known people that I've talked to about it, and they're like, it's as crazy as it could be because like Caldwell is trying his best to like do right by these people. AJ Bouye was on Ian Rappaport's podcast saying like, that's my guy. Like Caldwell is doing right by us. Like he's getting compensation. He's moving on. And he goes, now it's all down to Jan though, because like he doesn't want to be there, man. Like my one buddy grew up with him in Maryland. He was just telling me, he's like, dude, like it's crazy. Like there's just like some respect. Like there's like the line of respect that like you don't cross. Like you're like, I mean, the fact that the owner's son is like on Twitter going at him is like crazy. I mean, it's a bad look for both.
That was nuts.
Yeah.
But I do respect the owner's son, Khan saying what he said. Like, Khan, I like Khan personally, just like following owners. Like he's cool with Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick lets him call him whenever he wants and ask about like personnel, how he groups people. He's a big analytics guy. So like, if I'm fine, like I hate to be that guy, but if I'm signing your checks, not necessarily just shut up and sit there, but like there comes a point where, yes, this is your job. We understand, we compensate you very well, and we're doing our best to treat you as well as possible. So, and we're not just going to look like you are valuable to us. It's not like they're saying, okay, we're going to give you away for a 7. There's no guarantee that any team that trades for him is going to give him more money than he's going to make this year on the tag.
Yeah.
So
the Colts had a really good draft, man. After getting Frank Wright,
I think everyone had a good draft and isn't really head scratching their head except for us, man.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like I've been going down the draft boards and like each team got at least 2-3 difference makers. Like, listen, like people want to talk about like helping their quarterbacks out. Like, dude, look at Drew Lock. Like the dude's not even really that proven. Dude, they went out and got Melvin Gordon. They got Noah Fant last year. Like they got Hamler. They got Judy, like, man. And they have a good line, too. And
they have a good line and a defense. But you got to remember, they also still have Lindsey still there. Yeah. Royce Freeman still there.
Exactly.
They have, like, and, like, obviously Vic Fangio is a defensive guy. But if they're going to have some concepts and schemes, especially, there's no guarantee that division is, obviously the Chiefs are in that division. But if they could, sneak in 9-10 games somehow, they're going to have a weaker schedule just based on, the games that they lost last year and having games they won. But they could do something, and I don't think that's being like ridiculous.
They could host a wild card game.
Yeah.
For sure.
I mean, they kind of have to, though. I mean, they're up in that division where, they're going to be playing 2 games against Oakland, LA and Kansas City, the world champ. I mean, so they kind of had to make this draft a slam dunk for them, or it was going to be at the bottom of the barrel for the AFC, West for them for the years to come. I mean, they had to have a slam dunk here.
Yep. That entire division has gotten better.
Chat spicy, man. They're coming at you, Kruger.
Is that a good thing or what? A good thing or bad thing? What?
You decide. They're talking about your appliances in the back, bro.
Wow.
People got too much time.
Yo, Gail, I'm gonna go get some stuff. I'll be back on. I'll hit you up. Let someone else get some shine time.
I had to get a sandwich.
Stainless steel appliances. Well, the refrigerator and the stove are, but I think I don't know.
Did you see Gail? Someone put in the chat like a couple of seconds ago that Eagles flipped or turned whatever it was 160 into like 4 picks in the 200s.
Yeah,
so far. There it is.
Yeah. Is that true?
Well, 146 into 196, 200, 233, and a 2021 fifth.
Stockpile. I mean, bottom of the barrel.
I just feel like you should be drafting some of these guys.
But I think everybody says Howie drafts scared, which I agree with. But it seems like in the 6th and the 7th round, that's when he's willing to be like, I'm going to be aggressive now. Because think about all the guys, like, obviously they were like, oh, Jalen Mills, they're always high motor, high character guys. He's like, oh, Jalen Mills had this college thing. Boom. And he plays with some of the most swagger on the team. You know what I mean? Like, you do still need, there's a balance. If you trust your leaders, like, I think the Eagles could afford, like, obviously the fans will be upset. Like, they're like, oh, this player did this. I don't want this with, they're trash. They do this. I'm like, no one's going to go up against Fletcher Cox. Okay.
Yep.
Like, I have it, like, honestly, people going into it, it's like Fletcher Cox does not care about his own life, as he always, allegedly sleeps with other dudes' wives. So you think he's going to be afraid of some low character guy coming in, like trying to start shit in the locker room and like not putting him back in his place? Like, I don't think that's the problem. They always had Jason Peters there to keep things in order. It's not like in 04 or 05 rather, where Hugh Douglas is getting his ass beat by T.O. after trying to confront them. Like, we're not in that situation now.
Oh, good times. That's completely right. He's super aggressive in rounds late 5, 6, and 7 when he should be aggressive, 4 and higher.
It's like there's all of these picks.
Yeah, I think the scare factor is gone at that point.
Yeah,
the scare factor is gone at that point. It's gone at that point. It's already done. It's like going on a third date. You already got the nervousness out, so you're good. You're just gonna let it fly. You're gonna see how things are gonna go.
I don't know where these banner things come with these tickers, but
man, do you think Donovan Peoples goes undrafted?
No way.
Someone's snagging him.
This is getting around the rule. He should be getting off the board soon.
Yeah,
there's still like there's what 256. There's 71 picks, 72 picks left. Somebody will take them.
Somebody will take them. So that's crazy. Do the Panthers believe in Kyle Allen? Have they drafted a QB yet?
No. Well, Kyle Allen's not there, right? Didn't Kyle Allen go to the Redskins?
It's Teddy.
Oh yeah, that's
right.
It's
big bad Teddy over there now.
They've got who?
Teddy Bridgewater.
Oh shoot, that's right.
Yeah, that's their guy now.
I forgot.
Which, I mean, in my opinion, it's an upgrade from Cam. I mean, it is. Cam is on a decline. Having that injury, it was a wrap. It was done.
I think he. I don't. Yeah, the thing is his shoulder. He needed to sit out longer, and he knew he couldn't.
Yep.
Did you see?
Yeah.
John Hightower's grandma said that.
We're using Wentz.
Yeah, I mean is that a true question? Wentz all day, every day, twice on Sunday.
Now I may fire Dougie P and get a different offensive coach to change the playbook, but
God, Cosman's coming real late. The draft is on, bro. What
are you talking about?
Hey, welcome to the bathroom.
Maybe he's talking about Fletcher Cox.
Hey now.
I mean, maybe he's got a girl for sale.
Hey, nobody even answered that question either.
I know.
Because he could be listening.
Didn't he have like somebody or like one of the? Didn't he have like somebody try to like break into his house or something like that?
Yeah.
Was that related to like what you put on the ticker?
Back, it's going. Marcus back in the chat.
I don't know. They don't know.
Hey,
what were you saying about the Money Podcast? Someone was what?
So my cousin was talking on his podcast. He was saying he believes Jalen Hurts was drafted to play to kind of extend the longevity of Carson Wentz, because he was like, for the next 3 years, Carson technically got to play 60 games. So if you throw Jalen in there, you're extending the longevity of Carson Wentz. Now, I don't know about that, but one of them isn't going to be there. One of them is going to end up being the new franchise or the face of the franchise.
I mean, are we talking about like a Taysom Hill role? I mean, because that's the only way I see him getting on the field.
I wouldn't even see that. Like, if you looked at the press conference last night, Jalen Hurts was evading every question about what he think his role is going to be in Philly.
Mm-hmm.
And then his facial expression was showing like, bruh, I did not get drafted to Philly to basically be a utility guy. Like, he's not having it. So, if anything, he's coming to Philly.
See some highlights.
He's coming to Philly, and if he doesn't like what the coaches are saying, I think Jalen Hurts might not sign his rookie contract.
Yeah. Cosman, I have a question. You all in America? How's the life in America? Well,
it's not good right now.
The life for Eagle fans in America and all over the world is not good.
Well, there is a great film that describes life in America. There's a few brown people on this chat. It's called Coming to America. Came out in the late 80s with Eddie Murphy. And
side note, watch out for Coming to America too. Coming soon.
Yo, Cosman is now he's getting spicy in the chat. He says the lower middle guy looks like Franklin from GTA.
Wow.
This went from an Eagles chat room to
the
roast session.
Yo, the chat is spicy, man. Like they were coming for everybody.
I mean, I guess I take that as a compliment, though. I mean, I'm GTA famous. I'm good with that.
You think it's the frustration kicking in?
Oh, absolutely. And you have nowhere to outlet. You have nowhere to go to outlet. Screaming on a pillow only takes you so far.
LED lighting.
Okay.
All right.
I mean,
so my question for y'all: the state we're in right now, what is y'all realistic expectations for this upcoming season?
Like I told people yesterday, this is all act. Right? I don't feel like we're gonna have a real season, man.
A real season? Yeah.
No, I look back on when we had just came out of the strike. What was that? I want to say that was like what
2011.
Yeah, 2011. And I think that's how it's gonna go. I think it's gonna go like that. Everything's gonna be shortened. You know, we're probably gonna have a shortened training camp. Everything. I mean, it really depends on when we can get out of this like state of emergency. I mean, outside of that, it's gonna be a wash most likely. I mean, because they were making a pretty good analogy on NFL Network last night. They were talking about you know, how a lot of these guys, a lot of these rookies getting drafted are not going to have the time like rookies in the past because they're not going to be able to get into facilities. They're not going to be able to get into anything. All they're going to do is just have a playbook, you know, via their surface and be able to kind of just learn the playbook. They're not going to be able to get into the weight room. They're not going to be able to get into facilities. So it's going to be a wash trying to get these guys ready for a, you know, 16, 17 game season.
Yeah, well, I heard like if the season is shortened, that all the division games are going to be like at the end of the season. Like all the divisional matchups are going to be backloaded to the second half of the season.
That'd be insane.
Yeah, I can see them cutting out at least one of those games as far as division games go. Instead of there being a round of two games per your division, you're looking at just one.
Who's someone's chat is like, is it Puga?
No.
Are you Mo? Is it me?
No, I think you're good.
Is that me?
It's like a popping one.
Is it me?
Is it me?
It's somebody.
It is you, my friend. It stopped. I just muted your mic. Yeah, it's your mic.
Who is it?
You.
Me?
Oh, we're putting you in the bathroom.
Put him in the bathroom.
No, I do think though, with everything that we were talking about, you know, I do think though, we as the Eagles Nation, we kind of hold the upper hand in the NFC East because of the fact that we're not dealing with a whole bunch of changes. As far as, you know, we still have the same system in place. We still have the same, you know, somewhat the same coaching staff, coaching tree in place. You know, we have guys who have been there. So comparative to everybody else who got new people. I mean, you're looking at, you know, Mike McCarthy coming in with Dallas. He's going to have to implement his whole entire new regime. You got, you know, Ron Rivera coming in. He's implemented his new system. I mean, these guys are, you know, they're making big moves, but they're not going to have the time to get these things implemented this season.
The Browns took Donovan Peoples-Jones. Sorry to cut you off. The Browns took Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Did they really?
Yeah, Browns just took Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Yeah. First of all, if people in the chat didn't realize, we have AGT's old college roommate on the chat with us. Did you text AGG to congratulate him?
I haven't yet. I plan on. We've been mourning basically for the last hour, so I plan to. I will in a little bit, but I'm more happy for him. I'm less happy that he's in the Redskins, obviously, but I'll probably give him a shout out later today or text him tomorrow just to see like what his next 24 hours looks like. Because
I thought the
crazy thing is being. Say it again. Go ahead, Joe.
I thought the universe was lining up perfectly.
Oh my god!
When it came in the chat, I was like, AGG's former college roommate is in the chat right now.
It was that hour ago. We were like, it's happening. Like, it's going to happen. We're going to take AGG. And we're going to take Bryce Hall. And AGG goes, 2 picks before us to the Redskins? And then we didn't even care about drafting Bryce Hall. We just traded the pick. So
the only thing that could cheer me up today is when I make some pork roll.
Hey, a pork roll.
And the word the E, you're not going to cheer yourself off?
I might cheer myself off with some pork roll.
Okay.
What's crazy for AGG is he's got
I forgot about that reference. Cheer yourself off.
AGG's got a lot of family in that Virginia area, and a lot of them are Redskins fans. So I feel like his family as a whole, they're kind of like pumped about it. So it is what it is.
Yeah, we had to shut down Cosman. This is draft talk. He's talking about, yay, are you all from America? Like, where are you from? Why are you here?
You know it's bad in America where even I want to just go down the street into Mexico and just stay there. Just hop the bridge.
It's just a weird time. I just want to thank all the fans out there who and draft nerds. Like when you're sitting around the 6th round and you're taking time out of your day to like
hang out
and talk draft. Those are my kind of people, though. Those are my kind of people. But I just want to thank everyone who's been coming to the stream. We've had in the last 2 days, we've had about 17,000 views.
Wow.
People just coming in.
That's a lot.
And interacting. But I think we're all going through a period through this quarantine. We need something to think about. The draft is here. We're talking Eagles like we love to do. So I just want to thank you all for being here.
We got 190, right?
What's that?
190, right? That's our next.
I don't even
like
know.
2 picks.
Yeah.
That was the one we gave to San Fran.
Yeah, no. San Fran is
Oh, it hurts.
So what is it? 200.
Andy Reid is talking right now, and he's got another Hawaiian shirt on. I don't think he wears anything but Hawaiian shirts.
Andy looked good. He looked relaxed.
Yeah, look at him. He looked like he won a Super Bowl last year.
Yeah, he's been in 3 different ones.
Shout out to Tim. Oh,
they got the Chiefs got homeboy from LSU that I liked. The running back.
Oh, the scat back?
Yeah.
He shouldn't have been a first round pick, though. I don't think
He shouldn't have. It did, yeah. But I like him. I like him as a character.
Yeah, they said Mahomes like really was pushing for him, and they were like, all right.
You won a Super Bowl. You listen to him. That's what they
did. Pretty much. He's about to be the highest paid quarterback in the league.
Paul Wade says, the only thing that will cheer me up is having a nice Philly cheesesteak. Todd says, I love the draft, but I hate this draft. David's like, I'm just here to have people to mourn with.
Well, Dave, I'm just here so I don't get fined. So
yeah, I'm just here to help them get fined. Big Fish Little Boat says, bro, I waited all quarantine for this garbage. I feel you, man. I like, what the hell, dude? I'm like, because I mean, I've literally been alone for 35 days, and I'm not seeing one. I haven't seen family and my loved ones. So for me, I was waiting for this draft, and I feel like the draft cheated on me, bro.
Yeah, it really did let me down. I wasn't expecting the Eagles front office to go in this route. I think it was unanimous from every Eagles fan that we were going to address needs finally during the draft, because we didn't make, outside of Slay, we didn't make the big needs that we needed to make during free agency. So everybody was like holding, butts clenched, waiting for the draft to get here. Like, man, how he's going to make some moves. And then now we're just sad.
Preach. And it's like they fooled around in a draft so deep that you don't necessarily want to. It was just, why experiment in this draft?
Yeah.
There's so many things we needed to hit in this one. Why go, you know what? Dart on the bullseye, Jalen Hurts at 53. Like, why do that?
John AF says, I wish I had more hands so I could give this draft 4 thumbs up. The homie Tony from Vegas.
What's going on?
Vegas, what do you guys think is taking that one? Who do you guys think we're taking at 196?
196.
I'm feeling a cornerback.
Corner.
I'm looking at the undrafted players here.
I'm feeling like a trade.
Don't say that.
Benito Jones, defensive tackle.
Yeah, I mean, I still stick with it. It's got to be probably a corner, or I mean, I can't see him taking another wide receiver. Can't see him.
Hey, Dane Jackson from Pittsburgh. Dane Jackson from Pittsburgh could be an option.
Did they take that running back from Arizona State, Enzo, or? What's that running back?
Enzo Benjamin.
Yeah.
Enzo Benjamin. I'm not sure.
I don't draft him. I just like him. I think he's.
I'm looking at the pre-draft meetings tracker that I have. And then, we're in the 6th round. Some of the guys that they met, cornerbacks they met with, Dane Jackson. They had a Senior Bowl meeting with him. They had a meeting with Javaris Davis from Auburn. Is he off the board? Levert Hill from Michigan.
He's still on.
John Reed went off the board, but he was a guy they had met with. But maybe Dane Jackson is the guy. Maybe
Dane Jackson. Where's Runyon Jr. projected to go? 6th?
6th, 7th.
Okay.
I think for the culture, having
John
Runyon's child on the team would be kind of cool. Yeah, but the one guy I miss is the Halo lineman. Remember him?
Oh yeah.
He lasted a very short time. Remember this guy? He had the voice of an angel.
Oh yeah. Ian Parks?
Ian Park, man.
Yeah.
Ian Park.
We can summon like a good pick for the Eagles with the voice of an angel, Ian Park.
Did he see the field? Like, what happened to that pick? What happened?
He got cut, but like before camp was over.
Mm-hmm.
Did he get cut before Clayton Thorson?
He might have.
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Ian, for stopping in. We appreciate your windpipes.
Oh my goodness!
I miss Halo, man. That was a good game. 196. We are at 190. 6 picks away.
Do we take cornerback Lamar Jackson for the culture?
Is his middle name Jalen or no?
It's got to be a cornerback or a linebacker. It's got to be one of the two. It's got to be one of the two. You need as many as possible when it comes to the DBs, and a linebacker position is just a need that we have not had, so we got to stockpile on them because half of them that we have at the end of the draft day will probably not make the team. So you got to get as many quality players, quality linebackers within the draft as possible.
Where was Dane Jackson projected to go, Gail?
Dane Jackson?
Yeah.
What round you say?
Yeah. Was it 5th, 6th?
Yeah, 6th round. Yep.
Okay.
I mean, I think he'd be no, he was like around 4th, 5th, but he's still on the board though.
All right.
Now I got that Halo song in my head.
Halo. So who do you guys think is the odd man out of the receiving core?
Can we afford an odd man out?
Who's the odd man out?
Who's the guy they just got from Boise State?
I think he stays.
He'll stay, but I think he may be the one that's like relegated to primarily special tegive early on.
Yeah, I think he'll be a special teams rotation player.
Yeah, like Rager will do both. They'll give Arthega one more shot. Obviously, you have D-Jack and Alshon. It's going to be Hightower at primarily kick and punt return, unless an injury happens.
Yeah, I think it'll be Greg Ward.
And then Greg Ward, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be Greg Ward again because I mean he's made the roster before and got cut and sent back to the practice squad, so it'll be another thing for him. And I mean that's kind of what the Eagles have been doing in the past. You know, we get performances from players at skill positions, and then we're like, oh, okay, thanks for your contributing, but we're gonna put you back in the practice squad.
Right?
Like that's what we do.
That's insane.
So if you guys add James, I mean, if you add Marquise Goodwin, do you look at that as a draft pick? Like, if we're going to talk about the best besides Rager, what's the best draft pick in the rest of this draft
for us?
Yeah.
I'm tempted to say
that's a good one.
Kayvon.
Yeah, that's who I was leaning towards. It's got to be Kayvon. I mean, as much as I don't like the Hurts pick, I understand it. But I mean, Kayvon, I don't know what we're gonna get from him. I mean, but the safety position, I like the fact that we kind of picked up a safety because it was a need. I mean, we had to have one, so it was definitely something to have.
Mm-hmm.
Who saw Hightower's G-Mom?
I threw the.
I did see that.
I put the tweet in the chat if you want to go see his grandmother.
It was awesome.
Thanks for the shout out, James Williams.
She was lit.
You gotta love grandmas, man. Who are happy for their grandchildren.
At least she wasn't trying to steal his phone.
Yeah.
You know that grandmother was like, "Now, baby, give me a couple dollars. Remember, your mama wasn't feeding you. You was coming here to eat now."
Ripped homegirl up and pulled her off.
Elliot Darcy says Wallace in the 4th was the best pick. I almost forgot about it. For Von Wallace,
because he's our best, shot in the dark at getting someone who can be Malcolm Jenkins on that level as a run stuffer, as someone who can cover a little bit, has got the speed to come up and rush. Because if we don't have that, and we're just relying on Jalen Mills back there and Parks, that's not ideal.
Yeah, he had a Senior Bowl meeting with the Eagles, and he had a FaceTime meeting during the pre-draft process. So again, Eagles really do. If you track that stuff, they usually do pick 2 or 3 players from the guys they visit. And Chris Malley back to the chat after a hiatus. You have something to eat? You have a moment to reflect.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Bro, no. It just came in. No, it got way worse. I just broke. I've been angry. I've been mad. I was just down my basement screaming for the last 10 minutes. I got some Eagles water ice. I mean, I just tried to explain it to the thing that triggered it is I'm getting text messages from my one cousin. Hates Carson Wentz.
Okay.
He bet me $100 and said there's 0% chance he makes it through the season last year. I won $100. He was betting that he got hurt. He hates him. Doesn't trust him. Doesn't think he's good. And my other uncle is convinced he can't throw a spiral. That's how much that's what we get here. You know what I mean? That's how people just don't like him. And then I'm trying to explain to someone that don't you want a good backup? I'm like, yes, you want a good backup, but this isn't the whole Garoppolo Patriots thing. It's not the same situation. Tom Brady was the quarterback in Super Bowl winning 3 rings by the time they got Garoppolo. He was established and he didn't have the target on his back. It's crazy, and it's bad. They had the emergency press conference ready. They knew it was about to be crazy.
Honestly, if they're talking about the issue is that Carson isn't durable and they want someone who can play in the playoffs, you could have easily shipped a 5th rounder for Andy Dalton.
Yeah.
You could have signed Joe Flacco off the streets.
Yep.
Exactly.
Flacco's won a Super Bowl, and he knows at this point he's not going to be a starter. He has a bad
Yeah, that's one of the points that we made on our emergency pod. Me and E. It was just that whole QB factory shit didn't sit well with me. You could have done that in your mental process, and held that to yourself, kept that to yourself, what you're trying to do?
How does that make sense?
No one was like, we're not here to be a QB.
Hey guys, Runyon's off the board.
Who?
You just went?
Green Bay.
Runyon went to the Packers.
Who did?
To Green Bay.
John Runyon's son.
Oh.
To Green Bay.
And Puga made a nice. I saw your chat. You said we need to be a wide receiver factory.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just start turning out some wide receiver talent.
And did you see? Did you see E-Rock's picture of Tyree Roseman as Willy Wonka and the quarterback factory?
Yeah.
Eagles PR is like, these guys with the fucking memes, they're out here.
But like, what are you more worried about? Winning championships or like breeding quarterbacks for other teams? Like, come on, bro.
And I think I he did a live stream and I hopped in for a couple minutes last week and it was like, listen, if you're going to draft wide receivers, I don't care who you have to pay. Like, pay whoever is in the Steelers organization, like their lowest guy on the wide receiver evaluation. I don't think the Steelers have like they have an 80% like hit rate on wide receivers.
Absolutely.
Like Santonio Holmes, Plaxico,
Antonio Brown,
Juju, Hines Ward,
Deontay Johnson.
My man who couldn't stay healthy that I can't think of, Martavius Bryant. Like every time they draft a receiver, they're just like, this is a guy we can plug and play. Whether they draft him in the 1st through the 6th to the 7th, he's undrafted. They're just like, that guy has intangibles, throw him out there. Like, it's always been a thing. Oh, this person left. Antoine Randall L was there. Like, whatever you thought of him, but they turned a quarterback into a wide receiver. Exactly. Mike Wallace was there. Straight line speed. Like, that's just that line. Their progeny of wide receivers is literally unmatched and unrivaled.
I don't know. That's why I say when they're scouting, like Steelers. Saying like, dude, Howie, like our scouts should just follow like Mayock and like the Steelers wide receivers coach, like when they see each other at like games and stuff. Like, who's on your clipboard?
We tried to interview Brandon Hunt like years back. He was from the Steelers.
Yeah,
I feel like they didn't hire him, but I felt like they interviewed him to get some kind of like knowledge from him on what the Steelers were doing. They should have brought him in. He still works with the Steelers. I believe his name's Brandon Hunt.
Oh, yeah.
His brother's name is Mike.
Just thinking about those Steelers receivers, man, that's insane.
You guys totally missed that one.
I called it. I just put my head down. We've had enough X-rated commentary in the last.
We're not going there. We were just talking about his brother, Mike.
We got 2 picks.
Here we go. 196. All right. Hey, we're 2 picks away right here. We're gonna go around the room right quick. Who do you guys want?
Kenny Willekes, Michigan State DN, probably.
Still on the board?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bro. All American.
All right, let's do that one.
Big Ten.
High upside.
Listen, bro. Like,
hey guys in the chat, put out your players who you guys want.
I mean, I'm looking at.
Not getting Chin is probably my biggest. Obviously, AGG is big for me. Like not getting him, but not getting Jeremy Chin.
Bro, I'm hurt, man. I love that kid. He had such a good Senior Bowl.
We got a shout out. We got a shout out for KJ Hill in the comments.
Mm-hmm.
We got Lamar Jackson, cornerback from Nebraska.
Lamar
did Prochet go yet, man?
Oh wait,
I don't think Prochet didn't go yet.
Did KJ Hill go either?
No.
KJ Hill's still on the board.
No,
KJ Hill, Prochet, yeah. I mean,
Christian, I can't say your name, but he says KJ Hill or Prochet. Geno Stone.
Oh, I like Geno Stone.
Yeah.
Safety, good dude. Damn, yo, Khalil Davis just went, man. He's that dude that him and his brother ran fast as hell at the combine.
We got another vote for KJ Hill. We don't do him, but KJ Hill. KJ Hill's getting a lot of love. Another vote for
love KJ Hill. I would take Prochet over him though.
Another vote for Lamar.
So us getting the wide receiver from Boise State, we could have got Runyon there, right? Maybe.
Yeah.
Or
any
Justin
other
Trinidad.
lineman.
Yeah, but we took that lineman from Auburn, so.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about him already.
We got to vote for Tavares Davis or KJ Hill. The North Dakota State.
Oh
D-tackle.
yeah, I would take him, dude. His RAS rate was like a 9.98, something crazy.
Oh, most importantly, this got a vote. One vote for Carol Baskin.
Oh yeah.
She knows how to knock them out.
Look at this. Eagles on the clock.
What did the Texans trade to get Brandon Cooks? Like a second?
First. The Patriots
traded him first.
No, the Texans.
Second. Was it second? Second round.
But would you really want to know? I mean, let's be honest to ourselves.
You right.
Would you really want him?
Nah.
Dave, did you see AGG's Instagram, bro? It's I'm sick, bro. He's just like crying, hugging his mom, bro. I'm like,
I told you
I'm crying, hugging my mom, man. I don't want him to be on the Redskins, bro.
They are true, like Redskins people, a lot of them, and for him to go to the Redskins in 2 years, like all you gotta do is get him especially off the line, just get him someone who can work on footwork. In 2 to 3 years, that kid that's a wrap, man.
Eagles are on the clock. Guys.
Let's see.
Hightower, that's who we took.
Mm-hmm. Damn, bro. Yeah, Tuska, the guy from North Dakota State. He's real good. He's super athletic, man. I like Kenny Willekes or Tuska if we're going there.
A lot of love for KJ Hill right now.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, he's awesome, man. Got to see him all the time on Ohio State.
Yeah, Dane Jackson's still there from
Pitt. I love Dane Jackson.
And you know,
I want Dane Jackson. I want a cornerback who. I want that. That's what I want.
I'd take Dane Jackson over Lamar Jackson. I mean, Lamar Jackson's good, but he got worked at the Senior Bowl at the he's too slow.
The
Dane
pick
Jackson. I'm not gonna tip. I mean, my face will probably tip if I like it or not, but I'm not gonna.
Don't. Nobody. Well, I guess collectively we're all gonna.
I'm expecting a trade.
You got it. I know who the pick is. Did everyone see it yet?
I've seen it.
You see it?
Okay. I see it.
Puga, you saw it?
No.
Damn. It's good. I'm cool with it.
I'm fine. I mean, I've been talking about it.
So we got a
Okay, I've seen it now.
We got Sean Bradley from Temple.
Yeah.
I don't have anything else. I got it.
Good. So good, solid player. Worked 2 years with Temple football. Good, solid player. Such a good player. His work ethic is crazy. He's a beast.
Wait.
He's a beast.
Sean Bradley?
Yeah,
Sean Bradley from Temple.
The BYU center, 7 foot.
They call him S. Dot. He's a solid player. Solid player for the round.
I'm looking at his numbers right now. He ran a 4.5 40.
Yeah, he's a solid player. Good pickup. And like I said, he's from Temple. I mean, he's a solid player. I have highlight reels of him on my Instagram. So
the funniest thing is, I think he's gonna be better than our third round guy. I'm being serious. Like he really could be. Like I like Sean a lot.
Well, I'll say this: I guarantee you, he'll outwork him in every aspect. He'll outwork him on the field, outwork him on the gym. I guarantee you. Like when I was working at Temple, this kid would be in the gym. They wouldn't have practice until like 6 a.m. He'd be in the gym at 5 o'clock. Like 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock in the morning, he was in the gym, like getting it in before practice. Like he's solid.
Question:
This is the kind of intel we need to know. I mean, this is like some real intel, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, my one friend still plays with him. Do you know Dan Archibong?
Yeah, that's my dude.
Yeah. We played high school football together.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Nick Apostolou. Yeah, Nick Apostolou and Dan Arch. I play with both of them. Yeah, Dan got big, man. Like when we were growing up, like dude.
Well, he was told he had to put on more weight to actually be like a true defensive tackle, unless he wanted to drop down to a D end because he was too small to play D tackle.
Yeah, I think he could get drafted next year. I'm pretty sure he's going back for one more year now.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I mean, he's supposed to be coming back. So
yeah, who is he? Right now, I think he's 6'7", 290, and
290.
Yeah, big dude, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
he played tight end for us, man.
Yeah, he's a beast in the gym too. I mean, he holds pretty much every Temple like weight room rep like stat that there is.
He's such a good kid, man.
Such a good kid.
Is there a write up on Sean Bradley?
Hold on one sec. I'll get to you.
I'm actually really happy about Sean Bradley.
Yeah, me too. I'm solid with that. And like I was saying before, Chris, before you came back in, like I was saying that we needed to get a linebacker. We had to get some depth in that position.
Yep. I wanted Sternad or him.
The fact that they took him, I'm sure that he's a hometown guy had a lot to do with it. The fact that they got to see every one of his games. I mean, Temple plays as a link. So, every game day that I was there, I mean, I worked for them for 3 years. So every game day that I was there, you see Eagles reps there, scouts there. Yep. Every now and then. I mean, Doug was there for the Penn State game. I mean, so you're seeing all of them there. So it's not a surprise that they went after him.
Is he a more prototypical linebacker than
Yes.
Right?
Okay. What's his how's he in space, like as far as coverage and like
what to do is
I'm roughing 2 more picks. I saw an ambulance go by, man. The neighbor probably fainted after seeing we didn't. Just can't take it anymore. Did Peoples Jones just go? Or are they just highlighting him?
He went to the Browns.
Okay.
Oh, the highlights are behind, I think.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Hey, here's a write-up on Sean Bradley. 3-year starter at Temple, Bradley was the Mike linebacker and defensive coordinator Jeff Noll's scheme, playing primarily to the field side. He moved from defensive back to linebacker when he joined the Owls and was awarded a single-digit jersey for his 2 final seasons. That's huge. Bradley transfers his weight smoothly to run and pursuit, which shows with his aggressive angles and movements and coverage. However, his diagnose skills are stuck in the development phase, and there's a little shock in his hands, meaning climbing blockers are dead ends for him. Overall, Bradley is the type of competitor who won't cut himself in camp and has the chance to make the back end of the roster due to his special teams contributions. But his struggles to anticipate and get off blocks make it an uphill battle. And Dane Brugler gave him a 7th round priority free agent grade. I mean, we're at the back end of the roster. Back end of the draft.
With our linebacking core, he's at the middle.
Yeah, automatically.
Once again, we don't have a linebacking core, so we're building one right now.
The chat's been spicy. They're throwing shade at Cougar. If we could put Prime in the bathroom, we do it, but we can't.
So the barbershops have been closed for like a month and a half, and I haven't been able to get a haircut. Okay.
Hey, you better order some gel. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Oh, Eagles picked 200 or 201.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
200.
That's it.
Yeah, 200. Next pick.
We still have a 7th though, right?
We have so many picks, man. Like, why not just take James Prochet or Hill? You know what I mean? Just make the wide receiver room good. Let's compete.
It's him. It's Eno is up there for the best available.
Is Dane Jackson still on board still?
Dane Jackson.
Hey, Prime said, Cougar, let the shit go. Okay.
I know, but I gotta go to a barbershop first before I do anything.
Jeff and Steve said we have the pick 200 and 210.
Okay, so go Dane. And then
so who do we like? Who do we like with this next pick?
Dane.
Dane Jackson.
I would go with the cornerback.
Yeah. Who's the kid out of Michigan? Is he still on the board?
The cornerback?
The cornerback from Michigan.
Robert Hill?
Yeah,
he's still on the board. He's still on the board.
I'm pissed. Antoine Brooks went to Steelers, man. I like that kid a lot.
He looked good.
We're on the clock, fellas.
On the clock.
See who we got.
Gail, JT's hitting me up, and he's saying he's like looking at everything positively, and he's cool with the Hurts pick. So we got to get him in here, man. Like I need to hear his explanation. I mean, listen, I've tried to talk to so many. Like, dude, how many people have we talked to?
A million
for the last 16 hours, dude. We were in here till 3 a.m. And we've just we talked to the most level-headed people. I've talked to my parents, I've talked to my aunts, I've talked to my uncles, I've talked to my kindergarten teacher. I've talked to everyone just to get a different opinion and try to justify it. Even with the best intentions, it's still just a huge dig at Carson. I mean, let's see this pick, man.
We're up.
Is it in yet?
We're still on the clock.
We're still on the clock.
We're still on the clock.
They're gonna trade. That's why they're gonna trade. If they're still on the clock,
it's got to be a corner.
Dane Jackson.
Dude, James Prochet has been the number one on the best available for half an hour now.
Prochet got sick tape, dude. Hands
he's slipping like a tonsil after that bong video.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. Was he hitting a bong last night or something? Did it get released?
Lamar Jackson, Thaddeus Moss.
Oh yeah, Thad's still there.
I feel like you almost have to with him, man. With Thaddeus, that's such a huge value pick. It would be sick to have
Goodell has checked out. You could tell he could.
And then
he's in a t-shirt.
And then Randy Moss would be at all the games.
Yeah, we could get Randy Moss in the wide receivers room, to help out our team.
Ooh.
Randy Moss coming to tailgates every week, son.
Bro, that's everything. Seriously, Randy Moss just at camp, bro. Has to be it.
Yeah. It's Randy, how you paying it? Straight cash, homie.
Mm-hmm.
Benjamin? What?
Still on the clock. Pick is in. Okay. We didn't trade it. Pick is in. We're good.
Pick is in.
Okay. Woo.
See who it is.
Philadelphia pick is in. Yo, Roger Goodell is getting more lax every
here we go.
What?
Oh, Quest Watkins.
Jeez.
Another wide receiver.
Okay.
Quintet? Wait, what?
Quest Watkins. Yeah.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
Over Prochet?
Yo, my man Lord. Shout out to my man Lord Brunson. He's been riding that Quest Watkins pick.
I saw people earlier talking about him. I haven't watched a lot about him though.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of tape on him.
He's good, Quest. Yeah.
Good. About 10 picks from now, Goodell's gonna have a shot of bourbon in his hand and slippers on.
Oh no, he was definitely lit last night.
Slippers and a muumuu.
Did you see that picture of the draft card was upside down that he was reading?
I saw that one. I saw the one where he kept making jokes about the M&Ms all last night.
Yeah, he was on one.
Yeah, they're just going pure speed, man. Because Watkins ran like a 4.3 at the combine. Like, I mean, I guess that's what they're trying to do.
This is great, though. This is great. This is like weapons for Wentz.
It's that KC blueprint. Let's get speed on the outside. Wentz ball out of his hands within 3 seconds.
Between the guys that we just, we got a Goodwin and a bunch of speed that we're bringing in.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm going to bring up.
What you got on him, Gail?
Those are some interesting gloves he's got on.
Okay, the summary we have here. We have the summary on here. He's the 2-year starter at Southern Miss. Watkins was the Z receiver and a former offensive coordinator of Buster Faulkner's scheme, lining up inside and outside on the right side of the formation. He found himself suspended from the team following 2018 season. But to his credit, he boosted his grades and did everything that was asked of him to return to the program. One of only 6 FBS receivers to average at least 107 receiving yards per game. Watkins has special speed to stress a defense vertically, and after the catch, expanding his catch radius with long arms. However, he doesn't set up receivers in his patterns and needs to be more mentally and physically focused to translate his gifts into functional football athleticism. Overall, Watkins lacks the play strength, and sophisticated route running are 2 issues that could keep him from seeing immediate NFL reps, but his explosive speed and length are 2 outstanding foundation traits to build upon. Projecting as a day 3 development prospect, 6'1", 185 pounds. He ran a 4.35. 20-yard short shot. 20-yard is 2.55. 10-yard, 1.52. Vertical jump, 36.5. Broad jump, 10'5". Short shuttle, 4.36. 3-cone, 7.28. So I mean, he's got the speed, man. Between a Hightower, now Quest Watkins, you're talking about speed to the table.
So let's break it down. What is the wide receivers room right now? Like assuming no one gets traded. So Alshon Jeffrey,
James Prochet to the Ravens.
That's when you know he's good, when the Ravens take him. But yeah, let's go. So it was wait. Did David leave? Damn. My one friend just texted me and says he knows him. Damn, we gotta get David back in.
David's here. Oh, there he goes.
David.
I was backstage. Yeah.
Bro, do you remember Jack Mewa when you're at Liberty?
Yes.
Bro.
Yes. That's a friend of mine.
Jack is the guy that put me on AGG a couple years ago. Him and I grew up across the street from each other. Yeah, Jack's a good dude. Yeah, we grew up across the street. He's like, yo, is that Dave? I'm like, yeah. He did intramural football with him, right?
Yeah, we were refs.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's funny as hell. Yeah, he's a dude. I'm watching you, and I just saw David. He's a small world, man.
See, this is what 4th and Jawn is all about: bringing people together. Friends of friends, like we got Temple connection here. We got AGG's college roommate. We got Puba here with the appliances that aren't stainless. We got legal advice in here. Hold on. Hey, Puga, I'm gonna put you on hold real quick.
Go for it.
We're bringing in JT, the bodyguard, aka bodyguard, and we got word on the street that JT has now fallen in love with Hurts pick.
Whoa. I'm not saying we're falling in love with it, but I feel like Evan said, Negadelphia and the Negadelphians all negative about all these picks is just getting too out of hand on the Twitter right now. I slept it off. I'm trying to look for. I'm trying to find the voice of reason. I might be giving myself a little bit of like false hope, false motivation with everything.
That reverse psychology.
I mean, the way I look at it is just our situation is a little bit different in Philly with the back and forth health of our quarterback. Everybody's talking about we want a weapon. You know, we got to go out and get Carson Wentz weapons, which I even tweeted. I said, am I cool with taking a quarterback in the second round? I said, no. Should we have done that? No. But in the same sense, you know, we get a guy who can reasonably expected to come in and perform. Do we pick him too high? Yeah, but I mean, I'd rather him than Josh McCown coming back next season. You know, as Wentz's backup, I feel more confident in Jalen Hurts' abilities than I do with Nate Sudfeld, even though everybody loves him.
I want to Greg
I just
Ward
think
at
that if we
quarterback.
go ahead and, you know, Wentz goes down in that Seattle game last year, but we had Hurts, you know, in the stable ready to run, I think, you know what I mean? I think we're more successful in that game going forward. And like I said, we have a more complex situation, and the rest of the league looks at it like you don't draft a backup quarterback in the second round, but not a lot of teams are rolling the dice with their quarterback every time he steps on the field.
Hey, JT, you're getting love from the chat right now. The power of positivity.
That's what I'm talking about.
I like it.
I mean, it could be a sense of false hope, a little just trying to justify it myself here. Because I mean, last night I didn't even watch the rest of the draft. They took the pick. I turned the TV off and I went downstairs. I was furious last night, but I slept on it and thought about it. And is it crazy for a second round pick? Yeah, but our situation is different in Philly with our QB. You know what I mean? I love the guy. I hope he never gets injured again. But you know, a backup quarterback for us is essentially a weapon.
The one thing that I've come away from this day and like part of the draft and whatever of the last on day 3, adding Marquise Goodwin, you look at what San Fran and you look at what the Chiefs, those teams got to the Super Bowl. Those two teams were the fastest teams last year, and they had speed. You look at what the Eagles are now doing. They've added Marquise Goodwin, runs a 4.27. Deshaun Jackson, 4 threes. Jalen Reagor, 4 threes. We just Hightower, you know, low 4 fours. We just brought in Quez Watkins, a 4.35. Greg Ward, 4 threes. I mean, these are all guys that essentially can run fast. And I think for Carson Wentz to be successful and for this offense to be explosive, we have to stretch the field vertically. And the Eagles are right now they're making it a priority. I mean, it's a little later in the draft, but they're definitely bringing in cheap speed. You know,
that's the name of the game, cheap speed. That's what.
I heard some people were complaining like. They were like, oh, we need to get a bigger receiver, a bigger body receiver. We got this guy, he's 5'11". I get it, he's fast, but we need a bigger body receiver. Are these guys forgetting that we typically run 2 tight ends on the field at the same time? You want another big, tall, slow guy. Like, not that any of these guys, like Justin Jefferson or any of these guys are slow, but a different guy is covering Justin Jefferson than is covering Jalen Reagor. Whether, you know what I mean, going from a slot to an outside. If people are like, oh, we need this big body receiver. We have 2 big body receivers by the name of Zach Ertz and Dallas Goedert on the field most of the time anyway. You put the smaller, faster guys outside of them, that offense sounds successful to me.
Yeah, Michael W. from YouTube says Doug's running Burks all next season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, like imagine Reagor, D-Jax stretching the field, and then you have Goddard and Ertz in the seams. Like, who do you cover? And then when all said and done, you got Miles Sanders sneaking out on the back doing his thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm good with the speed. I like it. I mean, that's the way we're going. Like you were saying, I mean, like look at the 2 teams who were in the Super Bowl last year. That's all speed.
I don't know.
All day.
I'm feeling a little more positive about it though.
Carl said we're gonna draft 10, then cut 5 at training camp. Wasted picks.
I know my man Chris over here thinks the sky is falling.
Alshon is also.
I mean, we've been talking about it, JT. I mean, we get it. Carson Wentz has had injuries, but I don't really attack him at. Listen, it's almost like the snake bitten thing because how many has he missed? Eight regular season games in his career, Carson Wentz.
Out of like 60-ish almost.
And
16,
but Nick Foles missed 11 just last year. I mean, people miss games, man. And if you like we were talking about, like if you break down the injuries, it's like getting speared in the back of the head. It's diving into the end zone for a touchdown in a crucial game, and then it was just like a compiled back injury that he got from coming back a little too early, probably. I mean, not trying to make excuses for him, but like I don't think the injury. I think the injury prone thing is a little overblown, and I don't think Carson Wentz has an ego. I think he is a very strong-willed and strong-minded guy. I think that he's going to take this as a challenge, and I think that we're going to see the best version of him, especially since we're finally getting some help for him. We have the best tight end duo. We have Miles Sanders. We have probably like 8 wide receivers right now, and 6 of them we have let's go down the list of the wide receivers. Right now we have Alshon Jeffrey, J.J. Arthur-Whiteside, Deshaun Jackson, Jalen Reagor, Greg Ward. We still have Rashard Davis, technically. We have Deontay Burnett, John Hightower, Quez Watkins. Marquise. That's 10 wide receivers. So, I mean, you'd hope a couple of them work out. I mean, you get the depth. I mean, you know, like, people are on – like, something has to be going on if you're drafting that many people, or maybe we just don't want to be left with the cupboard bare like we have been the last couple of years. I mean, Jalen Hurts, we're saying the reason why we didn't like it is because we like the kid. We think he's a good prospect, but he knows that like he's coming in here and you want to be comfortable with the situation and everything. And like Doug Peterson and Carson Wentz, like it would be awesome if this is like 10 years down the road. Carson Wentz is going into like the sunset, and then you got a guy like Carson Wentz teaching Jalen Hurts. Like we're literally in like the prime of the careers of so many guys, and we're spending a 2nd-round pick that could have been used on so many other things to get a quarterback who is developmental. Jalen Hurts is a really good prospect, but there's a reason why he got benched at Alabama. There's a reason why he got exposed against LSU. There's a reason why in the Senior Bowl he was getting sacked constantly. I mean, a lot of it had to do with the fact that like Bradley and I and Josh Uche were just destroying the linemen, but there's a learning curve. Like there's a reason why some people had a 2nd-round grade on Jalen Hurts. There's a reason why some people had a 4th-round grade on Jalen Hurts, because people didn't see the upside that they saw with a Jordan Love. I mean, the big thing with it was I think they know that Carson Wentz is strong-willed enough and strong, like not in mind enough not to take this as like him getting replaced, but he still has to like take it personal though. Like, and I think that'll drive him to work even harder. But the big thing though is like they haven't really gotten him help over the last couple of years, and now they get a guy that is a former national champion, and then he has that in the back of his mind. And then even if the team isn't split on it, like you could tell Miles Sanders wasn't really cool with the pick. And then, first sign of trouble, 60,000 people at Lincoln Financial Field, it's going to start chirping. If Carson Wentz fumbles the ball, if he throws an interception, you're going to get the Hurts chance if he does anything significant in the preseason. I mean, we'll see what happens. I mean, it's good, always great having a security policy and just like have insurance policy. But the big thing with it is like, should you have just gotten Jeremy Chin, who could possibly be the safety of the future, like a 1st-round grade guy, like, or any of these other guys? I mean, we'll see what happens. It's one of those things where like we won't know. We might like Hurts might never play a meaningful like quarterback snap for us, other than maybe a gimmick guy. I mean, we'll see what happens.
It's like we got to wait for him to ball out in preseason to like showcase his ability.
JT, any do you take any validity in some of like the Twitter conspiracy theorists who think that Wentz could is one injury away from pulling an Andrew Luck and kind of
talking because I can't hear him.
Oh yeah, sometimes he's saying, did you take into any of the conspiracy theories about Wentz maybe perhaps pulling an Andrew Luck?
Oh, and like going out early.
Mm-hmm. And letting him take the wheel. You know what I'm saying?
He's not.
I don't see that. I think Wentz, regardless if he's hurt, if he's injury prone or whatever his health concerns may be, I still think he's still too much of a dog right now. Like, you see him want it. You can see that he still has that love of the game. I don't see him doing like an early step away.
Yeah, for me, we watched Carson Wentz tear his ACL, his knees hanging, and he's staying in
and
there.
Throw another play.
Yeah. Because that's how I built mentality wise. I don't think a concussion would like stop him from, or maybe something in the back, or like that against the bike. He got hurt in the bike. They were shooting him up, and he was still playing, and he kind of injured himself more. So I think he's built different.
No, I agree with that. I just mean, like, I don't think Andrew Luck would have done it had he not had a wife and a child. I think that other compounding factor outside of injuries,
People were saying that in the chat yesterday, like once you have kids, it changes.
But I think he's still really hungry, and I think the biggest factor is what happened to him in that Super Bowl run season. I mean, him getting replaced for a backup because of injury, and then that backup leading us to the Super Bowl and winning it. I mean, that as much as people want to say it probably doesn't have an effect on him, it has an effect on him. I mean, I think that he was like, look, this was my team. I got them to this point. We were 13-3 when I left. And then now, I'm sitting on the sidelines with a clipboard and a Surface while my team is getting led to the Super Bowl. I want to come back and do that exact same thing. So, yeah, I totally agree. I mean, he's still got to be hungry. He still has that dog mentality because he wants to take the team and show that he can be that guy too.
Speaking of injury prone, what about Peters? Wadey asks. Jason Peters, death, taxes, and a
false start.
Let's not forget too. Like
I love Jason Peters. He's my Yoda, but I'm just saying.
The Eagles are a Keanu Neal knee ball bounce away from not.
Curious to see what Dillard does this year for sure.
Because that Falcons game, Nick Foles, it was playing like normal Nick Foles. He was, it took until that knee bounce for it to jog his brain, and he thought, actually, I should actually play like the 7 touchdown against the Raiders, Nick Foles. And that's what happened moving forward.
David, have you been in Negadelphia?
No. Oh, I'm happy, man.
Do I got to put you in the bathroom?
Don't throw me in the bathroom.
I think JP.
No, I think so. So, what do you guys think? I mean, how is the depth chart looking in the QB room? I mean, with Jalen coming in now, I mean, we're looking at Carson, we're looking at Taysom. I know Howie last night was talking about how Nate Sudfeld was potentially looking to be a starter somewhere during his press conference. So how is are we looking at, is Howie potentially looking at trading Nate away? Because I mean, somebody's going to go down. I mean, it happens every year. Preseason, a quarterback goes down for a franchise every year. So we're looking at, is he looking to do another Sam Bradford type deal where he's trading off somebody in the beginning of the season? Is that what we were doing?
If I may, I don't believe there's a market for Nate Sudfeld, especially with Jameis Winston still being a free agent and Cam Newton being a free agent. Exactly. If Cam Newton gets a clean bill of health, obviously he's up there. Jameis Winston got LASIK and can actually see the linebacker underneath for the first time in probably 10 years. So that means he's going to be able to. And most of, even when Jameis was coming out, they're like, he has a good football mind. He's a YOLO baller, which is fine. But so those are 2 quarterbacks in itself. NFL Europe's gone. So Nate Sudfeld is starting in nobody's NFL. The XFL is gone. The AAF is gone. I don't know what delusion of grandeur that Nate Sudfeld has, but he should probably stay in the Eagles quarterback room and sing Veggie Tales with Carson Wentz and be grateful for it.
The thing about,
and no doubt,
Jalen Hurts, that mobility is something that I think the Eagles like in his game. You think about Jalen Hurts while at Oklahoma, he rushed for 1,200 yards, 1,298 yards. Set the school record for rushing yards in a season. In Lincoln Riley's offense, They use a high number of QB draws and the RPO game. I think that's part of. I think it's something in the game that they're looking at. You know what I mean? Like that mobility. That of course they want to upgrade the backup quarterback position. But I'm just thinking like they really want to take advantage of that mobility at the quarterback position. If they're both on the same field at the same time, you could design a couple plays. I don't know, dude. Like I'm not trying to make, I'm just saying that's got to be something that they're looking at.
Did you see what Ian Rappaport said today?
No, what did he say?
Yeah, what's that?
He said best case scenario is that he becomes like Taysom Hill maybe, and that's the only time you see him. He's like that because that means that Carson Wentz doesn't get hurt. He said that's best case scenario because he said like it's, and he was like saying it's a lose-lose because if Carson Wentz gets hurt, he comes in, balls out, and then you get a trade value for him. It's like okay, but then like that means Wentz got hurt and he wasn't worth the contract, and like it just like goes into a full negative spin. Like I get it, like you want to have the insurance policy, but at the same time it's like Jalen Hurts is like an unproven NFL rookie prospect. Like you can't twist it any other way. All these guys are. I mean, look how many number one pick quarterbacks become busts, or first round in general quarterbacks become busts. Like you don't know until you get the guy in the room. And my main issue with it, and I mean, other than like the dig at Carson, in my opinion, was just the fact that like there were so many people that could have helped this team for now, like immediately, and for the next like 5+ years that were there at 53. And like we could have reached for someone and it still would have been okay. I mean, there's a reason why the entire sports world, like this is the thing being talked about. Like it puts so much gasoline in the whole fire, the arguments of like other fan bases, like, oh, like the Eagles pretty much showed their their ass. Like they don't trust Carson Wentz. Like the clock started kind of thing. Like they, instead of getting filling another need that we have, we basically got insurance policy and said we don't trust you. I
brought up today on our emergency podcast with E. If you go back, I'm going to throw back here with Bill Walsh. Bill Walsh brought in Steve Young to back up, Joe Montana. And there was times where he would take Joe Montana, one of the greatest quarterbacks in NFL history, off the field to bring in Steve Young, who had that mobility. And he would, Joe Montana fucking hated it. He was like, hated it. He was like, yo, I'm Joe Montana. But Bill Walsh had this whole idea and this theory of like challenging your quarterback and make him compete. This is what I'm trying to like draw from, like trying to make sense. Like, are they bringing in a guy in to light the fire underneath Carson Wentz to get the best out of him, to push him, to make him compete? I don't know, but I go back to that whole Montana. Steve, I'm not calling Jalen Hurts Steve Young. I'm just saying this scenario of bringing in a player to challenge your starting quarterback to be the best.
It was just funny how much they tried to sell it to us, though. Like the way that they tried to sell it, and the QB factory thing was just so weird.
Yeah, I think that was a PR, mention. They had to do that for that reason. But I mean, with that being said, I mean, with him getting somebody in to push Carson, wasn't that kind of proven last year at the end of last season when you have literally no starting wide receivers on your team from the beginning of the season, and everybody's question coming up to the beginning of last year was, could Carson Wentz lead a franchise and lead a team into the postseason? Could he put the team on his back and lead us to the postseason? And I think that was proven last year, and he took that step to be that elite quarterback that we all wanted him to be by putting a team on his back and saying, yo, I got this. I'm going to do this. So for them to be like, well, we need to bring another guy in to motivate him and get more out of him, that's true. But at the same time, how much more do we want to see from him? How much more do we need him to elevate? Because right now, in my opinion, he's top 5, 6 in the league. I mean,
Tony from Australia, by the way.
I mean, how much more do we need to see from him?
Yeah, it's like, what motivation do you need, man? He goes to his own stadium and he sees a trophy of another dude and his head coach. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the thing, like, someone was talking to me this morning, and I said this. I said Carson Wentz just won 4 straight NFC East do or die games with a 7-0 touchdown to interception ratio, with his 1-2-3 receiver out. Lane Johnson was down. Brandon Brooks was down. Jordan Howard was down. Miles Sanders was down. Ertz was banged up, and all these guys were missing in critical moments. And like, he hears everything. Like, the dude, like, he could live out in the woods, but like anywhere he was at that charity event, and that little kid came out to him, he's like, Miami. He's like, you lost to Miami? Like he can't. Like, it's Philadelphia, dude, man. Like, we're not like the Colt, not the like throw shade at the Colts, but we're not like some small city thing. And like, I hate that I forget who said this, but they said the reason why, like, Philly fans, like Steelers, like all the people not near warm weather, like the Chargers fans are soft, Rams fans are soft, like, because we can't just like take a little vacation, go to the beach. Like, this is it, man. Like we're literally in the city. Like, we're not driving to the beach to get away from all this shit. Like, this team is like, we put all of our money.
Oh shit, guys! Eagles are on the clock right now.
No, I'll take another receiver.
Hey.
But the whole thing is like, all of our efforts, all of our emotions, and all of our like money, man. Like, we don't go to like vacations. Like, our vacations are Sundays at 1:00 at the link, and like, that's why we put so much investments into the shit, man. Like the wait list for season tickets is like years, and it's like 100,000 people, man. Like,
I put myself on the wait list at 13, and I have not moved.
Exactly.
So, and that was 15 years ago.
Who do you guys I'm about to put my 2-year-old on.
Seriously.
Yo, who do you guys want here?
I'm trying to think who's still available. I mean,
I think I want a corner. I think is Hill still available?
Benjamin.
Is Dane Jackson still available?
Benjamin, the running back, still here.
I would take Benjamin. I mean, Dane Jackson would be a great pick here.
Dane Jackson's still there.
What's his measurables, if you know? Just his height and weight.
Benjamin. I'm trying to think.
He is 5'9", 207.
That's why I want the bigger kind of dude, man. Yeah. Like, I wanted the Cam Akers. I wanted the AJ Dillons. Like,
oh, I definitely wanted Cam Akers. I'm a Florida State fan. I was hoping for that.
He's a beast.
Everyone's like KJ Hill, like, we're gonna bring in a ton of wide receivers, dude.
We'll have 11, dude.
Well, I mean, real talk. I mean, the back of the wide receiver group depth chart was, those weren't locked in pieces anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, a lot of those guys too. Let's
like
not
you were
forget
saying, Gail, about
they're going to get split onto the
backup
special
to try
teams
to, like,
roster.
use competition to elevate our quarterback's play.
Mm-hmm.
I think we already elevated his play last year by giving him a bunch of practice squad guys and expected him to win a playoff game.
Exactly.
Like, do we really think that we need to bring in a backup just for the sake of competition? That's why I keep going back and forth, because I look at that second pick and I'm just like, we could have got him somebody else. So,
but I think that's
you can't say we're bringing.
That's a coach mentality. That's what they're always trying to, like, make players compete. You know what I mean? Not have players be safe and feeling like their job is, like, always safe. You need players. They always bring players in to push you.
Yeah, that's why I agree to it, because I think he definitely. I think that is definitely a factor of it, is that they want somebody in there, because I mean, who on the roster in the quarterback room is pushing Carson Wentz right now? Josh McCown, Nate Sudfeld. Who's pushing him right now? The coaches.
You got a 40-year-old dude who tore his hamstring pushing you. Great mind, but and Nate Sudfeld is yet to show that he can take control of the offense with Carson Wentz going down. So again, like, I wouldn't have picked quarterback in the second round at all, ever, to develop behind Carson Wentz. But I do think if they really want to challenge Carson Wentz, have someone who could push him, I mean, Jalen Hurts could push him in theory and does have that mobility to take. How many times have the times that we saw Carson Wentz get hurt, he ran the ball. The Rams game in the playoffs, he took off and ran, got hurt. I mean, this Jalen Hurts just broke the record for most running yards in an Oklahoma City uniform. He runs like a running back in space, runs a 4.5, and runs QB draws. And I think that adds a little trickery to the offense if that's the way they're thinking. I'm not thinking that way. I'm just trying to think what they think.
Pickers in.
I was about to put the words Taysom Hill on mute last night, though, because one person read a Taysom Hill comment, and then everybody and their mother was on there trying to be a football expert. Like, I really think we could use him as a Taysom Hill kind of style. Like, so how many more times are we going to have to read this today?
I like our pick.
We got a tackle.
I like him, though. I mean, I probably even would have considered taking him over the Auburn guy, but, like, this guy is, like, I could see him, like...
Tago Wanahogi.
I remember him because of his name. People really like him.
I'm going to bring up...
They'll show his film, man. He's a good player.
He's a big boy. He's a big boy.
He's really underrated. Like, he's a guy that, like, could definitely step in if we ever needed him to, like, jump in. And the big thing with him is, like, we could develop him like a Vaitai and maybe, like, move him later down. Like, I mean, he's a 6th-round pick, so, like, it's whatever. But I like having the depth, though, because, like, we saw what happened last year with Lane and all these guys going down.
When does the Mailata development end?
Dude, just play him at fullback. That's what I do in Madden.
I would love that. He'd probably be a bull back there.
Dude, and he was a rugby player, so he has ball skills. You could hand him off the ball. Seriously.
Hell yeah.
I mean, if we're going to be doing all this gimmicky bullshit, you might as well put Mailata in as fullback.
I feel like
that's what we were talking about earlier with the development.
We'll give Mailata the Taysom Hill role.
I'm with that better than Hurts.
Bro, I miss Mailata's
I'm reading up the summary on Prince. He was a 3-year starter. He played in 49 games. Started 32 out of 49 games, all at left tackle. He's a 3-year starter, lined up at left tackle, and a spread option offense. He showed steady development each season. He's a Nigerian native. He's only been playing sports since 2014. He moved to the offensive line in 2016. So the instinctive issues are understandable, but his intelligence and want to are there. Wanahogi is gifted athlete with bounce in his feet that allows for quick advantages, helping him protect the corner versus edge, speed, or redirect versus inside counters. He creates too many self-inflicted mistakes due to timing and finesse issues with his punch and needs to load more ammo into his hands. Overall, doesn't currently play with consistent timing or cohesion, and his knee issue is a question mark, but he is a toolsy prospect with NFL starting potential due to his light-footed athleticism and reliable football character.
I like him, man. I remember watching him. He's a good player.
Yeah, the things I'm reading on him say he might be a better NFL fit as a guard more versus than a tackle. Because he's got really good hands and he's good in the second level.
Like, I could see him starting at one point. Like, I could see him taking over when, like, maybe Kelsey retires, Sam Alu kicks down, and then this kid moves in the guard. I like him. He's a really good player. I mean, he's super athletic. That's why I love him.
Chris, you read my mind there because I was just thinking about center depth because I think this might be Kelsey's last year. Like, they've been saying this is his last year for the last 2 or 3, and eventually that comes to fruition. And now that he's toying with I retired from arm wrestling to then move to, like, you know, but I'm coming back this year. Eventually, it's going to get to be like, you know, he's over it. He's won a Super Bowl. His brothers won a Super Bowl. What more does he have to prove? He's consistently disrespected as, like, being a top center, in my opinion. And Kelsey is he's there. Anytime I see a screen, I see Kelsey 25 yards up the field, and I'm like, let that boy fucking go, you know?
He's a top 3 center in the league. He's
And
fantastic.
I agree with Mango76 from Twitter. He says, can't have enough O-linemen. Kelsey won't be here forever.
Absolutely.
I just hope Kelsey is like, I hope he respects the organization enough a little bit to the point where if he really starts feeling like it's getting to be time to go, that he's like kind of letting people know, like, aside from just every year, like the rumor mill floating around, like, I hope he's actually in conversation, like with Howie, like, hey, like, yo, 2 tops, get somebody in the pipeline. I got 2 more years left, and then it's a wrap. Not just every offseason you got Howie Roseman, like, well, we got to wait and see what the hell he's going to do.
You got to think they had that conversation when there was that little hint of him maybe retiring. All of a sudden, he got some more cash. They're like, look, I'll give you this amount of money. How many more years do you think you got? You got 2? Okay, here's some cash. Let's stick around. Let's do this. Let's roll for 1 more year. But like I said, when there's Cushenberry or Matt Hennessy, the best draft name ever, by the way. Well, I think those guys were on the board and then you drafted Hurts, but if they have these back end guys that think that they can play center as well. What's the other tackle they thought he could play center as well? He took some reps at center.
Herbig?
No, the other tackle we drafted from Auburn.
From Auburn.
Yeah, didn't they say he took some snaps at center as well?
Yeah. I did see that. I did hear that.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Actually found a good stat on Prince, the guy we just took.
Yep.
It said that he was the main part that Bo Nix developed as a freshman. It said that his not sack rate, like letting up sacks, just getting beaten in general, it is 1% in his career.
Okay. And the Fat Midget 81 says, appreciate you guys doing this today. No, we appreciate you guys for coming in and joining with us. It's all about Eagles Nation coming together, talking football like the way we want to. Be in quarantine, we can't hang out with the homies, but
for sure,
essentially we all are.
Absolutely. On that note, guys, I got to drop off. Always a pleasure. I see you on Twitter. If not, I'll text some of you guys. Take care of yourself.
Later.
Always.
Hey, bro.
All right, man.
Feel free being fancy. We'll see you later.
I mean, they took 2 offensive linemen and 3 receivers plus Goodwin. Yeah.
Plus Goodwin. Yeah.
Yeah, 4.
I mean, you gotta imagine they're just like saying like we gotta hit on some of these guys. You know what I mean? I think the receivers it's a copycat league. That's why when they took Rager, I was like, that's great. I mean, I think Rager's more than just a speed guy, but like they just saw San Fran and Kansas City to be the 2 fastest teams, and like, all right, let's do that. And at the same time, it just opens everything up because we have the tight end duo. I mean, I'm being optimistic about the picks. There's some guys that we passed on. That happens every year. Hate to see the other teams getting better too, but in our division. But like, you can only control what you can control. I mean, I do like the 2 lineman picks, and I like Hightower and Watkins. Like they're burners, man. Like we're gonna be fast, and that's what we wanted.
Mango with another comment. If one of these O-line guys hit, and one of these late wide receivers hit, we are styling.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then another recurring thought between the chat. Everyone is talking about. So when are we trading Alshon? Eric says.
I don't think you can until he gets medically cleared, because like he doesn't have a clean. Like no one knows when he's gonna. He doesn't know when he's gonna play. You know what I mean? Like these are tricky injuries, and he's a aging wide receiver. Like between the injury, the uncertainty, the fact that he didn't have a great year, and the fact that he does have injury history, and the fact that there are rumors that he is a locker room problem, like it's tough to move him.
Yeah, you're not gonna just
on the screen right now. They are showing Marquise Goodwin, and that 4.27 stressing in the slot. Like if you put him in, he just ran like I just saw him run a vertical from the slot. Imagine, him next to Deshaun Jackson on the same field with Jalen Reagor.
and Hightower and Watkins. Like, it's crazy.
I mean it's fast.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
I'm not even like trying to like, our guy, like in theory, that is a lot of speed, dude. Like, look, Torrey Smith, right?
Crazy speed.
We brought Torrey Smith in mainly for his speed. Like, and he didn't have to be. He just needed to stress the defense. And Torrey Smith had that ability. And this is 4.27. Like, Marquise Goodwin is like track speed.
This is pretty cool. The NFL Network just put up a video for Prince that says when he was 16 years old, all he had was $20 when he moved to the United States. I remember watching that video a month ago when they were talking about it. Like, he's one of those feel-good draft stories that you really want to get. And, like, but it's, like, not the corny one. Like, this kid's really worked hard, and I'm excited to have him, man. Like, I definitely could see him, like, after watching him play, I could see him being, like, a starter on our team, like, down the road, the way that, like, Sam Alu turned out to be.
And John Russell from Twitter makes a good point. We got 2 offensive line hybrids, 2 defensive hybrids. He likes the versatility. Nick Walker says keep Alshon for now. I mean, I think, Alshon, maybe they work it out. Like the cap hit to let him go. That doesn't make any sense.
Do you guys see James Prochet on the screen right now?
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
You're keeping Alshon. You don't have a choice. We need to just accept the fact that right now we're handcuffed to Alshon.
I'm fine with
it. We really are.
The money that he's owed, like, we're handcuffed to him. Just get the fact that there's going to be a bunch of people that are just jumping for joy to trade for Alshon right now. People need to stop just thinking that.
Who's actually jumping for joy right now to grab him up? I mean, there's no teams out here that are blowing up Howie Roseman's phone saying, "Yo, we need Alshon right now. You're getting 3 first-rounders for him." Like, that's not happening. So everybody needs to just calm down. He's going to be on the roster. He's not going nowhere. They like him. I mean, it's not going anywhere.
Carl says,
I don't know why I can't hear anything he says.
Huh?
I said, I don't know why I can't hear anything he says.
Oh, sometimes the last person in the chat can't hear some people. Well, let me. I'll add you right back. How about now? You think we should have taken Prochet? I think the Eagles are stressing.
I personally would have. After Hightower, I probably would have taken Prochet just to put a little bit of, especially after we got Goodwin, you know what I mean? Like, just a little bit of versatility, because I think Prochet is like, he could be like a top slot receiver in the league with versatility to actually compete with a number 1 corner on the outside. Like, I think that he works with the right people. I mean, he works with Antonio Brown, Emmanuel Sanders, Julio Jones, like Jerry Jeudy. He works out with all these guys, and his quarterback in the offseason, Patrick Mahomes. So, I mean, the kid's got it. I mean, it's crazy that he fell this far. It happens every year. Personally, I would have taken Prochet over Watkins. Not that I think Watkins is going to be good, but you want to have a little versatility. Not like they're both smaller guys, but like Watkins is like the home run threat, and he's a big yak guy. I think he had 9 yards after the catch. But Prochet is a huge yak guy too, and he's contested catches. Like, the dude goes after everything. I mean, it's a good pick.
David McLean writes, "We will be pressuring safeties every down, opening things up for Ertz and Sanders to do work. I just hope Jalen Hurts can get the ball to them." I mean, what?
Did you know what I mean? That like it opens up the can of worms. That's going to be
Here we go.
Forever.
Here we go. And so it begins.
Yeah, so it begins.
I'm telling you, man, there's going to be like.
I don't see anybody. I mean, I love Eagles Nation. I love you guys out there, but I just don't see anybody who's going to be jumping for joy the first time Carson throws an interception to pop Hurts in there next year, like this season. I just don't see it happening. I don't know what. I've watched tape on Jalen. I don't know what people are seeing that makes them believe that the first interception that Wentz throws, Doug's gonna be running over to Jalen like, "Yo, man, get your helmet. I need you to go in." I don't see that happening.
For level-headed people, no. But like, I remember dude, there's been times when like when Nick Foles struggled against Oakland and people were like, put Sudfeld in before the Super Bowl. Like, we're very emotional. We're reactionary. Like, we want to see the best product. That's what we pay for. That's what we work hard for. Like, man, like, we're people. We're blue collar. Like, we're guys who, like, we don't have like office jobs. Like, we work with our hands. Like, we do construction. We do whatever it takes just to put enough money to go, not even get a ticket, because sometimes you can't even get a ticket, just so you can put together a tailgate, meet some people. Like, it's a family, man. And like, the team's family with us. Like, you want the team to succeed, and like, obviously you're gonna get upset, but like, people are reactionary, man. Like, I'm up in the 200 levels. Carson Wentz gets sacked, and some dude's like strangling his kid without realizing it. Like, it's crazy, man. Like, people like, and Jalen Hurts is a national championship quarterback. Like, that's why people are like automatically like, I want to see him. Like put him in. Like, can he do better? Like, people are gonna be freaking out.
I feel like that's not going to be too crazy of an issue. I don't. I mean, you're going to have those. I mean, you see just some of the people that are, be on the timeline on Twitter, but I feel like if Carson Wentz starts to struggle a little bit, I don't see people jumping out of their seats begging for Jalen Hurts to come in the game. Like, and I mean, nothing is out of the realm of possible when we're talking about Eagles fans here, but I don't know. For some reason, I'm just not picturing. I'm not picturing.
I know what you mean. Like Hurts still has to
cursing
earn it,
yeah. I'm not picturing people cursing at Doug Peterson for not giving Hurts a chance over Wentz if he starts to struggle a little bit.
True.
Yeah, he's got to go through the paces.
Boise State KO says, with 31 wide receivers gone and the Packers having not taken a single one, Alshon to the pack.
I mean, I'm surprised they didn't take people we did, man. Like, they were dying to get Jalen Reagor, and then they were dying to get guys that like anyone we got. Like, they needed speed. Like, Aaron Rodgers is probably they said he's pissed. Reporters said he's pissed. He won receivers. He was on the Pat McAfee show, and he's like, would be nice to get a receiver. They haven't gotten anyone. I mean, it's so much wishful thinking. Like, I get it. People don't like Alshon Jeffrey, but like, and we want to move him, but at the same time, it's like, it's so hard to, and just because other team has a need, just in talking about trading in general, like, two sides have to meet. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to even meet up and hang out with people, let alone someone to take up like $1 million asset off your hands that like you don't want, that has issues with it. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to agree on where, like, with you and your girlfriend, like, where you're gonna go eat or anything, let alone like try to figure out like $1 million deal. Like, it's a lot.
It'd be interesting to see if Aaron Rodgers treats Love like Favre treated him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if he comes around. I mean, or if Aaron Rodgers treats Love like the way he treats his own family. Because they got
Chris was to double back on what Chris was just saying, though. And I wish there was a way that we could take everybody who's Eagles Twitter or whatever and somehow send like a mass like CC'd email that says 2 teams are required to make a trade, because everybody was flipping out about, oh, we could have traded up for Lamb. We could have traded up for Lamb. All these teams that were ahead of the Cowboys, they wanted their pick.
Yeah.
Like E was saying the other day, you're not just going to, Howie Roseman isn't just going to call a GM and have them be like, hey, Mr. Roseman, sure, I'd love your 6th round conditional pick. Sure, you can have our 1st round swap. Like, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah,
People just think because we wanted CeeDee Lamb that we failed because the Cowboys got him. Like, we needed the other people to be in on trading them too. Like, it don't work like that.
We talked about that wide receiver gauntlet, the 10 to 15. Jets needed a tackle. San Fran they had to replace Buckner. Got Javon Kinlaw, which is great value. Broncos they're not passing on Jerry Jeudy. No. 16 Falcons wanted CJ Henderson. CJ Henderson went early. They went with their next best option, went AJ Terrell. I had them getting a cornerback there. They got AJ Terrell. Who slips through? CeeDee Lamb. There's no way after Jerry Jones passed on a Randy Moss, you're going to let a guy like CeeDee Lamb pass through your table? No. CeeDee Lamb wasn't getting past that gauntlet right there. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
You're at mercy to the board.
Yeah, and even like JT was just saying, it takes two sides. I mean, even if Howie was to make that call,
really, 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 really good job.
What is it going to cost us in the back end? Like, what is it going to cost us? I mean, are we giving up our first round pick this year and potentially a first or a second next year just to move up 2 spots to get CD? I mean, is that what it's going to cost? I mean, it's just not worth it. Not to mention that NFL Network is already covering the fact that most teams within the top 20 picks weren't looking at getting rid of them or trading them out because they were unsure about how things were going to go with this whole virtual draft. So then you put that into effect, and it's even more hard for Howie to make any kind of trades to be able to move up to get him. I mean, Dallas should be thanking their lucky stars that he even fell to them.
Now, is this proven already that Janae? I can't say your name, but if the Eagles traded that second round pick, they could have gotten that Falcons pick. Is that legit? Is that confirmed?
Yeah, let's find that out.
They're asking for a second round pick. I mean, if that was the case, would you guys have given up the second round pick to get CeeDee Lamb?
But it's like hindsight 2020. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm asking you just for conversation.
I mean, knowing what we know, probably, man. I mean, I love Jalen Rager, but like CeeDee Lamb, and then like let's say this. Let's say we did that. We get CeeDee Lamb, and then we get Hightower and Marquise Goodwin. That looks damn good. I mean, if we didn't have the controversy, Jalen Hurts would be a good pick. You know what I mean? Like everyone wants a very good developmental quarterback. Everyone wants a strong backup, but we do have to deal with that. We're not living in like the perfect world. That was my pause with the whole thing. I mean, in general, if we were hindsight 2020, you'd probably do that trade.
Well, I think we also have to remember we gave up a third and we gave up a fifth to Darius Slay. So we started to give up draft capital. Obviously, people are out there saying that, you can't forget Darius Slay was part of the draft picks. Like I hate when people like he was traded for. He was not part of the draft class. Like, don't add him into the mix. Like I keep those separate. But I think Howie has done a decent job of getting some value in the back end on day 3. I'm not gonna say the greatest job, but he's done a decent job of getting some value picks later in the draft. Like if you hit on Quez Watkins, you hit on Hightower, and then you have Rager. Like I've said from the beginning of this whole, I was like, during this draft process, you can reset the wide receiver depth with this draft class, and he's brought in three wideouts already that can challenge to get on the field. But then, I mean, if you're looking at a wide receiver depth chart right now, the guys that are penciled in right there, they're probably not going to make the team. So we'll see. And we got a veteran wide receiver in Goodwin as long as he can stay healthy, which he hasn't really shown that he can. But we'll see.
So with that being said, we have one pick left? What, a 233? So what?
Geno Stone just went to the Ravens, man. They're killing it.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh man,
the Ravens, man. I'm telling you, bro.
They're killing it.
Ravens are loading up nice.
Yo, the Ozzie Newsome school of drafting. Yo, he learned from Belichick.
Dangerous.
But Ozzie Newsome's been a hell of a. Well, he's not there anymore, but I mean, his whole,
Yeah, his whole tree. Even Joe coming from there.
Huh? Yeah.
Even Joe coming from there.
And Weidel as well.
Yeah. But what do we saying our draft grade is right now with only one pick left to go? I know everybody in here was like, "Oh, we're in a D plus C minus area." Since we're liking what Howie and Andy and Doug have done on the back end of the draft, what are we looking at as a grade right now? I mean, I said C plus in that range, C plus earlier when we were in, round 3, 4. Now I'm looking at like a B minus.
The chat is starting to chime in. Chat,
B minus.
You want to give out your grade? We're getting a D plus from I am just HB. Shout out to you, I am just HB. You've been representing the chat over on Twitter. Todd gives us a B minus. Oh, here we go. Whoa, everyone's getting spicy. C. We got a B from Kaleo from YouTube. B minus from Nick Walker. Paul, he gives it a D. And David said that ESPN is praising Howie. David, give us your grade. I'd love to hear what you had to say on the grade.
I mean, because they bash Carson Wentz all the time, so this is free media for them.
Charles, absolutely, and they were loving it last night.
C plus. Pick up another one for the factories.
Shut it out.
Right?
Hey man, real quick, I gotta go get this run in. So I'll holler at y'all later. I appreciate you having me on. Good seeing y'all.
All right, man.
Later, bro. Take it easy.
Yeah, I gotta head out too.
Yo,
see you guys later.
What was your name, bro? Never got your name.
Tim, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the time, man.
Yeah, it was great talking to you, dude.
What's up, bro?
I love all you guys, Eagle Nation. Don't worry about it. All right, dry your eyes. We'll be all right. All right.
It's getting better. It's getting better. What's going on, Brian? How you doing, man?
You got Brian Cameron from Flipping the Birds podcast.
Going on, guys?
Network. How you doing, man? I know it was short notice, but
yeah, where's Chris at?
Is he on?
Chris is home.
Send Chris that link.
Yeah, I got.
Because I know you guys want to drop some knowledge.
How you guys feeling?
Chilling, bro. Getting better by the hour.
Hanging in there, dude. I think we're all trying to come to terms with the drafts and trying to make sense of the day 3 picks.
I'm actually not disappointed.
Huh? You're disappointed?
I'm not at all.
In the whole draft?
In the whole draft.
You're okay with the Hurts pick?
I've grown to be okay with the Hurts pick. It's going to piss people off, but I've grown to be okay with it.
Yo, Brian.
KJ Hill to the Chargers.
If you move your head so you're not on screen.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out because it's like, oh, there you go.
I had the same issue. I had to move my.
Chris said he can't jump on yet.
Yeah, he says eating.
Yeah, man. So tell us about it. I mean, you're okay. You're okay with Hurts pick.
I'm okay with Hurts. I mean, think about it. Like the Eagles, if they search for a backup in free agency right now, you're talking about good probably $5 to $10 million for a veteran backup that's going to be here for 1 or 2 years. You draft Jalen Hurts. I don't agree with the timing of it. Second round was way too early for me to even go for a quarterback. But at the same time, if you're thinking long term, where you have a kid that for the next 4 years that's going to be probably 3 or 4 mil max, maybe.
Yeah.
You keep him around. You do the Taysom Hill stuff. You could keep him around just in case Wentz goes down. Because if we had Hurts last season, do we beat Seattle in the playoffs?
That's the big thing, man. That's the big thing.
Yeah, I mean, he gives you in theory, more of a quality.
And the thing is, we're thinking of Jalen Hurts, the national champion, caliber guy with 2 incredible teams. We don't know exactly what he looks like in the NFL yet, but I know what you mean, though, man. We've been going on it for 16 hours now, just trying to break down everything. The wildest thing I saw, it might have been John Barchard. He said maybe Howie and the NFL already knows that the season's going to get canceled, and that after a year, a year off season of working with Wentz and Doug Peterson and this team, maybe a team wants to trade for him because there's just some crazy that. That's what I'm saying. People are putting together crazy things that trades are in place, Juju Smith-Schuster, Yannick Ngakoue, because people don't know how to really it's taken a little while to calm down.
It's thinking about what we did in the draft. I mean, imagine if some way Yannick has not moved.
At all.
He hasn't moved. So if what would happen if Yannick was added to this whole offseason? Do we feel a whole lot better about today if that happened, a trade later on today?
I think absolutely.
Because there's other people that are going to be there's way too much cap space.
That's why like the Raiders thing didn't make sense because they only have 8.7 left in space. So when people said that they're getting unique, I'm like, there's no way like that's gonna happen. Ooh, my college roommate wants to join. I just gave him the link, Ale. You'll see. He'll probably be up as Luke.
Okay.
We gotta get the some fan opinions. I mean, we got the big dogs in here now. I mean, we gotta get Chris in here, but he's probably eating his hot pocket right now.
What's going on, Jimmy?
Who's got a hot pocket?
Chris Infante.
I'm looking for a hot pocket.
Yeah, he was supposed to join, but he's like, I'm eating.
Yeah, Elliot Darcy makes a good point.
Oh well, I can't blame him.
He's like, Yannick hasn't moved, and we haven't drafted a defensive end.
Mm-hmm. I definitely looked at that because we always get a lineman.
But so what's the cost now for Yannick?
Bro, like I mean, maybe next year, like. It can't be a lot, man. Like I know that they were started off asking the house for him, but like how after the Twitter stuff, like, and you got to re-sign them, like it's crazy. Yo, what's going on, Luke?
Yo, Luke. Welcome to the chat. So Luke, how are you feeling? Are you feeling all right? We want to check on your emotional state. We want a grade from you, draft grade from you.
So. The second round obviously wasn't my favorite round. I heard a take earlier on the safety that we got from Clemson, and I want your guys' opinion.
Good one,
So he's a good run and blitzer safety. Like he's good at closer to a linebacker. But my concern is that we drafted him as a safety. As a good blitzing safety when we have a defense that doesn't tend to blitz as much. So, does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the thing with Kayvon Wallace is you can just roll like any of the Clemson tape, and dude's super active, rangy, all over the place. I mean, I like the pick. I think we have kind of like a huge stable of versatile defensive backs that are kind of all like the same type of guys, the Maddox, the LeBlancs, the Roby Colemans. I mean, like I almost expected us to take a cornerback to maybe like push Avante and Sid for that cornerback 2 position. We didn't, not yet. I mean, I don't really think you're going to get anything crazy in the 7th round, but I mean, what do you think about the plan, Luke, though? Like for wide receivers, we're just getting all speedsters. It looks like we're kind of just like mirroring the Kansas City Chiefs. Like we're not getting big dudes, we're getting speedsters. We're getting like the Mecole Hardman speed types. We're getting the Tyreek Hill speed types. Like what do you think about that rather than having like big guys?
Well, if we can get Alshon for like to do well for another year, that could be our big guy. And then we have the big guys with the tight ends who are basically receivers.
Exactly. Yep.
So I feel that, but the my concern is I don't know what Howie's game plan is for years to come. Are we going to be a playoff contending team, or are we in a rebuilding phase? Because it seems like
it's
we're
so confusing,
right
right
now. So that's why we're with the with that second round pick. It confused me because are we rebuilding?
I feel like they think they're contenders, and that's why they drafted him in the second round, because they honestly don't feel like other people feel. They knew they could get depth later rounds. They knew they were trying to make moves, and sure enough, they did. They added more picks, and they seem to be adding some pretty good depth at all the positions that we talked about. And I'm pretty damn happy after today. Yesterday I was pretty pissed off, and we all had a very good reason to be pissed off. But I don't think they're, giving up hope.
You say happy. You're happy today.
I am.
Well, I am. Like if you were feeling bad yesterday.
I was ready to go Hulk yesterday, but I
would assume it's the average of happy and bad means you feel okay.
Oh yeah, I'm not like jumping
said
through the
half.
roof joyous. Like yeah.
Okay.
I just think that we moved off of the C-. We might move a little closer to the B- area. They have definitely made me feel better because honestly, we talked about the depth where they needed it, and that's why we were so pissed off. And I said, now we're feeling it, but if they make up for it, and they started off today with Kayvon Wallace, and he kind of fits that Malcolm Jenkins role. So it's like we're trying to fill that void by moving Jalen Mills back. Will Parks comes in. Now we have Kayvon Wallace. He plays nickel, safety. He's not a big guy, but like Chris had alluded to, adding speed, adding like dudes that are just ball hawks. So I'm pretty happy with both linebackers. I love trading back. I love trading for Marquise Goodwin. We got 3 speedsters now because Watkins is added, 4 on our roster with Deshaun Jackson. So I am getting a little happier, brother.
Now, do you guys feel, here's a question for you. Do you feel that we are the number 1 contenders in the NFC East?
Yeah, always.
Yeah.
The biggest reason why is because we just saw our team win the NFC East after like the wheels fell off. And on top of it is we're the only team with the majority of the staff and the core of the team coming back. And like, that's a big thing though. Like, especially with this kind of off season that we don't know exactly what's going to happen. Like we got the coronavirus going on, man. Like dudes can't even throw the footballs to each other, but our guys know each other. We already have a little bit of chemistry. And now you're adding a Jalen Reagor, a John Hightower, a Quez Watkins, a Marquise Goodwin, who's a great leader and mentor for these guys. I mean, Deshaun Jackson and I think Marquise Goodwin, like they're going to be really good for the locker room. And the one thing, like we were talking about, like a rebuild, like it was kind of weird. Like I've been like kind of slowly processing like the whole like Jalen Hurts thing. Like, is this because they don't trust Wentz? I mean, in part possibly. And they were talking about like I think the quarterback factory thing is what pissed me off because like that almost signaled like a rebuild kind of thing. Yeah. And like we're not a quarterback.
The last time we were a quarterback factory.
We're not a quarterback factory. Nate Sudfeld didn't dress in the playoffs for a reason. You know what I mean? Like that's why the quarterback factory thing pissed me off.
What's his future?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I think he's. I cut him on Madden. I mean, and I signed. Like who did I sign? I forget. But I
just think the whole QB factory thing sends a wrong message to the fan base and to the team and to Carson Wentz. I mean, you could have chose any other words to say. I just was a weird choice of words. Like people were just like, "What did you just say?"
Yeah, Titans just got Cole McDonald, man. That's the developmental guy I wanted in the 7th round.
Did you guys listen to Howie's?
I didn't. I couldn't at the time.
It just seemed like it. Honestly, to sum it up, it just seemed like damage control the whole time.
It was damage control, absolutely. Yeah. Like, there's a reason why he they waited at no time at all to get in front of it. They were like, oh, like this and that, like, and because like it was bad because
we were gonna wait, but we figured.
Yeah, because they had Miles Sanders live on television, and he obviously had no idea they were gonna blindside himself, Carson Wentz, and the entire, I mean, Carson probably knew, but, and the entire fan base and the rest of the team. Like, Zach Ertz is probably sitting at home and she's like, what? Like these dudes were probably like just completely shocked. Like when they took Jalen Hurts there. I mean, and we were talking about the rebuild thing. At first, like I was saying, like, it was like, are we like reloading? Are we rebuilding? Are we doing a mix of the two? But then I thought, like, I think this is almost like a chips all in kind of thing. Like, we don't want to be in a Seattle game again, and then we get in that situation. And like Brian said, like that's what's been kind of easing it. Like, listen, you don't know what's going to happen. Like some dirty player can hit you in the back of the head at any time. It's happening to anyone. Like it's football. Like it's a dangerous game. And the big thing is like we're adding depth in positions that we need to. Like we just got 2 more offensive linemen that are versatile, and we took 2 dudes from Auburn, right? So they're teammates.
Yep.
So those 2 guys are going to be bunked up together, probably get a house together, like Maddox and Goddard did.
Willis went off the board for Michigan State just now to the Vikings.
Yeah, I saw. Good pick, man. They're having a good draft. I mean, but do you see Cole McDonald, man, going to the Titans? Like, that was the developmental guy I had in mind. So when we did take Hurts, that's why, like, my mind went through, like, a blender because Cole McDonald's, like, an electric player that in the 7th round, it's insane.
Yeah, and James Morgan as well. He was a guy who did the Jets take James?
Yeah. Yeah.
I know.
See, Joe Douglas, man. Joe Douglas carrying the way for Howard for a while. Now we're here. We're stuck with Howard, executive of the year right now.
But Howie did pretty good when it came to the wide receivers. At least he had the speed that we needed. He actually,
he did, man. He brought in some. He definitely brought in some. He infused this team with some speed real quick.
I'm on the fence about Goodwin though because of his injuries history.
Yeah,
he only played 3 games last year.
I mean, getting back to the part about Jalen Hurts and thinking about how it makes sense. I mean, it doesn't make sense to us, like fully, but in terms of seeing Carson Wentz go down the last couple of years, and then, or I'd say maybe like last year, and thinking about having a quality backup who can actually run the offense to the fullest extent, or a quarterback who could add mobility with, Jalen Hurts being rushing for 1,200 yards last year as a quarterback, most in Sooner history. Guy who sells on
20 touchdowns,
QB draws, and can run the RPO game. You think in theory pretty well. I mean, you're getting a quality backup if they're able to develop them. But I always feel like every year you should bring in you should draft a quarterback late, just as a development prospect. It's just bad that you Clayton Thorson. If you didn't miss on Clayton Thorson, you're not drafting Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
If you don't draft Donnell Pumphrey, you're not having to reach for. I mean, you're not having to go back and get a Miles Sanders. If you can get an Aaron Jones or a Jamal Williams or other, it's like if you keep on missing, you're paying for some of your mistakes. But I think we all know that Howie's a guy when it comes to contracts. With all this money in the cap space, right? Do you guys feel like there is a move waiting in the wings that we don't know about yet?
That's be
there's a lot. Maybe nothing big, but I'm sure he's got.
I mean, how much cap space do we have?
That's a lot of cap space. I mean, that
27 or something still.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on,
what
is for the exact number?
It was like 27 mil.
Maybe he's hoping out for the Yannick situation to happen.
Clowney, Everson Griffin. I mean, there's a lot of dudes out there. A lot of times people get signed because of the compensatory pick formula. So it all plays a part. There's undrafted guys out there.
We have 23 million cap space, 23.5.
23. Okay, it did go.
So I mean, that's
still a lot
for Howie. That's a lot of money.
Is there anyone coming up on the next year re-signed end of contract that would be
Ertz?
Yeah, they got to extend their
on our team. Yeah, we got to re-sign Ertz.
Got it. Coming up in a couple of years, right? 2 years.
I mean, like Mills, Parks, Ertz, Roby Coleman's on a 1-year deal. Like a lot of new guys are on 1-year deals. I don't know. It is weird though that we didn't go D line, man. I feel like obviously our D line's pretty loaded already, but like we always that's like a thing we always do. We always go D line. We already got offensive line. Dude, KJ Hill going 220 is crazy.
I guess he's not much of a burner or anything. He's just he's a slot.
But what was
that's what you want. That's where you draft your slot wide receivers like 5th, 6th round.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd rather have Devin Duvernay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ravens, man. Ravens.
I was definitely saying when the Ravens had a hell of a draft, and the Broncos too. Like the Broncos had the Eagles draft.
Jerry Jeudy, and who else did they get? It was the second.
Hamler.
That's explosion, like.
That's lethal.
I mean, and those kind of moves are kind of moves you think that Oh, Eno Benjamin finally came off the board.
So what's then our running back situation looking for next year? Is it just Sanders, Boston Scott,
Holyfield?
Yeah, I think they're picking up a running back. Off the scratch.
A lot of guys undrafted. There's a lot of tough guys. Tony Jones from Notre Dame, that Patrick Murray from Memphis. He's not necessarily a big guy, but he runs strong, can catch the ball. You don't necessarily have to draft him in the 7th round. You know, a lot of these guys could go undrafted. So,
how do you guys feel about bringing Corey Clement back?
We're supposed to be talking to him still about it. There's
number 4.
Talking to him about it still.
I think the number one guy to look at, the 2 number 1 guys to look at for undrafted free agents that Aaron Moorhead's going to say just bring them in. It's Courtney Davis and Kalijah Lipscomb, just because he coached them in college. So those are probably 2 guys that you have to look at. I mean, they still could go, but people are falling, man. I feel like Benito Jones, if he doesn't get drafted or he's one of our last picks, the D tackle from Ole Miss, he'd be a steal.
I think the biggest part of this draft is finding cheap players. As Carson Wentz's cap hit keeps rising, you got to bring in players who can, play some roles in this offense and defense at a cheap cost. You know, Nick Walker, Clement, come back. Bradley says Carlos Hyde. Anyone?
What would you grade the draft, Joe?
Getting out here.
I'd probably go B-.
Okay.
Want to know who I think is randomly going to end up on the roster?
Oh, the Hurts thing all just jacks it up.
Yeah. I think Frank Gore is somehow going to end up being a name. I'm being dead serious.
And everyone's out on McCoy.
Dude, I don't know. Frank.
Yeah, I don't want shady.
I mean, Frank Gore, man. I know he's old, but he plays every single snap, and he literally is probably he's close to 5 yards a carry still. The dude's a tank, and he's reliable. He has
I'm gonna look for some free agent running backs. See what's out there.
I mean, CJ Anderson, Frank Gore, Carlos Hyde. Does what's his name have a job? TJ Yeldon, does he still have a job? I mean, I'm trying to think of bigger guys that would complement who we have. I think Frank Gore would be kind of cool. I get it, he's old, but listen, man,
Lamar Miller. What about Lamar Miller?
He's interesting.
Injury prone, but yeah.
Injury prone.
Yo, Jeremy Hill, man. I wish that guy didn't have that injury in New England, because Jeremy Hill was a great running back, and then he kind of just got siphoned out of there.
CJ Anderson. I don't know, or bring Marshawn Lynch out of.
Imagine beast
again. What about Buck Allen or something?
Huh?
You guys see
Buck Allen?
The video of Marshawn Lynch?
True.
That Javorius Allen from the Ravens.
Did you guys see the video of Marshawn Lynch riding the scooter around Oakland?
No.
Out Max?
Recently?
Yeah. Not the Stanford Beast Mode.
We pick at 2:33. Link the tweets, Nick.
We have 4 more picks and we're up.
I think people are saying that there's something going on with Unique for Hurts kind of deal. People were talking about. I mean, people have been talking about that since last night. I don't know.
That's the first thing I said.
That's literally what we've been talking about.
Because look, Minshew. Who else is playing quarterback in that depth chart? Who else do they have?
I really can't. I can't even think of.
They
need a backup. I mean, dude, this is what I would rather do, man. If they have Josh Dobbs, I remember they traded for him from the Steelers. I mean, I would give them Sudfeld, and I mean, listen, I get it. Maybe they don't even want him, but maybe they want the Hurts. But I think that would make more sense from a leadership standpoint. Like as much as like Sudfeld isn't really like pressing to be like a true like you want to put him in backup quarterback or like could a guy that could be a journeyman and start somewhere else. Like, but I feel like he's good in the locker room. I mean, and he's really good in the field room. Like Carson Wentz and Nick Foles, we've had him here for a reason. Nate Sudfeld.
Nick just Walker said there's a tweet out there saying that Flacco is doing a medical in Philly currently with a pending trade of Hurts to the Jags for Yannick.
Dear Lord.
Wonder what count that came from.
I mean,
but then again, like the other, like I was saying this whole like why didn't they just give him the pick then?
I mean, maybe they had to do like the medical, like they're saying there. I mean, the thing is, Jacksonville's been so damn stubborn. Maybe Jacksonville wanted to see if they could get anything after. I mean, it's pretty bizarre though. Like, I mean, Hurts tried to put on a good face, but like you could tell he was kind of just like, this isn't exactly the place I want to be because like if I start, it means something wrong happened to Carson Wentz, and like he's a good kid, he doesn't want to hope that. Like he wants to go somewhere where he can actually compete, maybe for the job. Like the whole unique thing. I mean, we were talking about it for so long, like a month, and it's frustrating because it makes so much sense for both sides to do a trade. It has made so much sense for the Jaguars to move him here, like. From what I heard, he really wants to come to Philadelphia, be closer to home in Maryland. Like we have draft capital, we have players we can maybe flip to them, and we have the cap space. The big thing is like it's more of like an owner versus player thing. Like as we saw on Twitter, like do they even want him to be happy and go to a team he wants to? Like it's kind of a nightmare situation.
Well, I mean, it's got to happen because he sent out so many IG photos and
exactly, bro.
Story he had the reason right.
But the Flacco thing wouldn't make sense to Philly because he wasn't a fan of Scarangelo when he was in Denver.
Do you think he's at a different point in his career and knowing that like okay, if Carson Wentz is injury prone, you might have a potential opportunity to play?
I don't know.
He looked washed to me in Denver.
Yeah, he looked completely done.
Yeah, I don't want him first off, and I don't think he comes here.
I'd rather stick with hers and then have Flacco on the roster.
Yeah, David McLean from Facebook.
An undrafted free agent.
Howie said the board changed drastically from their expectations and basically hinted that all the guys we wanted were gone. So I can see where they take the gamble that Hurts is a good piece to get Yannick before the trade deadline.
But then they got to show Hurts off pretty much. You got to be able to get anywhere in front of Jacksonville.
Tony Byrne from Facebook says, I think there's more hope than substance in the Hurts Yannick trade talk. I'm still hoping though.
I mean, the Hurts thing, yeah, but I still think that the trade for Unique, not even specifically, like he's gonna get traded. I mean, I feel like it's getting to the point where the owner, not Tony, I think Shad Khan's like, dude, like I don't feel like dealing with this. It's not worth just like screwing him over and making him waste a year of his prime. Like we can get something for him. Like I'll trade capital next year for him. I mean, I don't know. Like it's such a weird situation. I mean, they got Jason right the first round. Like they're obviously replacing him. They have Josh Allen, but at the end, like they're setting up to replace him. They've gotten rid of every single player that has had an issue with the franchise. Like I feel like he's on the way out, and it makes sense. I mean, Jim Schwartz loves his pass rushers. We love our pass rushers.
Right. Well, I think what was I going to say? Totally forgot what I was going to say. We are on at 2:32. Philadelphia's pick is 1 pick away, my friends.
Word.
Any guys that you guys are looking for? Javaris Davis, cornerback, is still on the board. Benito Jones from.
Didn't Dane Jackson go yet?
Dane Jackson's still on the board. That's a guy who, again, according to our meet chart, met with the Eagles at the Senior Bowl. They had a meeting down there. What do you guys? Who do you guys want right now?
Dane Jackson. Who do you like?
Courtney Davis. I was hoping for him in this lot.
That's a lot of receivers, dude.
There's no guarantee they all stay healthy.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like Courtney Davis or Kalijah Lipscomb would be like the two immediate undrafted free agents that we're calling, just because Moorhead's like, listen, I want to get my guys. He loves those two guys.
The funny shit is like, I would do like, I would do these mock drafts, and I would just keep drafting all these wide receivers. You know, like you know what he's gonna see these mock drafts that you do, and you're just like, yeah, I'm gonna draft 4.
Might as well.
And then you get to the 6th round, you're like, oh man, there's a ton of wide receivers out there.
So with all the receivers being drafted,
what about Brian Cole? He's a pretty big safety, man.
Yeah.
How do you feel about him?
I mean, he's out. I mean,
our other safety's more of a nickel safety corner. Like this guy's better at man coverage. Like, I mean, we're adding depth at this point. I mean,
yeah, that's why like you're in the seventh round, and we're like kind of splitting hairs on these guys. Like, I mean, you never know. Like, you could get absolute steal in the 7th round. I'm trying to see who's left.
Is Moss still on the board?
Dude, we were talking about that a round ago. Like, why not, dude? Because like, if you have Randy Moss in the building helping your receivers, like just because he's around there, like that's worth the pick in general. And the fact that like Ertz isn't a guarantee to be back next year, like Thad Moss has to be the pick.
What if we draft Thad Moss and then his dad comes out and he could be our 6th wide receiver?
What, like Leon Sandcastle? That's cool with me, bro.
We got a Hall of Fame 6, Hall of Fame wide receiver.
Let's go. I don't know, man. Just gonna load up on some talent here. Probably maybe some defensive line help, maybe an edge rusher this time around, maybe a corner, maybe some safety help. There's some tall corners out there. AJ Green, Lamar Jackson, the kid from Florida State.
Pick is in.
What's that?
Pick is in.
All right.
What if they go Benito Jones, maybe? So that moment, the 30 seconds before the pick is in, everyone collectively gets real quiet, nervous. Y'all are trying to spoil the pick. How about you put your phones down and I'll tell you who it is. And then
I'm refreshing Twitter like there's no tomorrow right now.
Problem with you new school people, you just Casey Toolhill, an outside linebacker from Stanford.
They drafted 3 linebackers in this draft.
Casey Toolhill.
Nice. Loading up.
Wow.
Damn.
Dude, people were like freaking out when we were mocking like 2 linebackers to the team. We got 3. Yeah. People are probably losing their mind.
3 linebackers.
What's up?
I'm sure his friends call him Tool. Dude, you're a tool, man.
Yeah. What's up, tool bag?
Has everyone called you Tool as a kid? Yeah.
Well, we did. We went defensive end.
I've heard it my whole life, man.
Yeah.
That's cool, though, man. We need some fresh meat there. Somebody to compete, man. I wonder if Sharif Miller gets some playing time this year.
That's gonna be really interesting with Josh Sweat and Deshaun Hall too.
Yep. He ran a 4.62 as a 6'4", 250-pound dude. That's pretty.
I'm gonna have some stuff up for you in a second.
Smart kid. No doubt.
All right, got Dane Brugler's summary on Casey Toolhill. 1-year starter at Stanford. Toolhill lined up as an outside linebacker in a 3-4 scheme. He battled injuries as an underclassman and struggled to find his role, but started to cut loose as a senior, according to David Shaw, who has ties with the Eagles, which resulted in him leading the team in backfield production. Whether he put his hand on the ground or stood up, Toolhill was at his best rushing the quarterback on film due to his quickness, length, and motor. He didn't give up many chunk plays in space, or choppy breakdown skills put a sizable dent in his tackling batting average. Overall, Tuhill is projection because he's better upfield player right now, but he should improve his handwork and functional strength to become a more well-rounded, projecting as a late-round development prospect. He's 6'4", 250?
Yeah.
4'6", 240. Hey, he's a linebacker, dude. Is he the next Sean Bradley?
Well, he looks like a defensive end for us.
Yeah.
That's an interesting pick. 3 linebackers in the draft.
Yeah, he looks like he needs to learn how to use his hands and his counter moves, but with a little bit of work, Matt Burke is the defensive line coach now. I think it could be an interesting pick. He seems like he's quick. He's got some talent. We keep going for these guys that have been injured, so they're kind of falling, but they're kind of projects. The Eagles love doing that. So here we are, another project pick, but we talked about it. Depth pieces here.
Gotta go watch some footage. Nick Walker doing his best internet scout stuff. Cardell says, I still feel we need a center to start grooming to take over for Kelsey.
Cardell, my man.
In the second round, I thought they would go with Matt.
Josh, I'm just HB says Josh Sweat needs more playing time. David McLean. I have a huge grudge against Pac-12 linebackers. They're so mediocre.
I don't like to try to categorize everybody, man.
I mean, right now, like as the dust settles, emotions aside, just looking at the prospects, I do like the draft. Obviously, we're still going to scratch our head at the second round. I mean, maybe it's a blessing in disguise. We'll see what happens. I mean, but the players that we got, like, we wanted to get faster. We got faster. We got depth in the right areas. I think that they are putting a ton of stock in Avonte Maddox and Sidney Jones. That's a fact. They're putting we're going to be versatile in the safety position. I think that the defense is going to look like something that we haven't seen in a little while, because the linebackers, they're not really a sure thing, and they're not really traditional. They're all a little different, dynamic. Like, we're not getting like the Bobby Wagner type that people want. We're getting guys that are like going to be going. Yeah, we're getting hybrid guys. I mean, and I think the defense in general, it starts at the line of scrimmage, always does, but especially for us though, because we're going to be rotating fresh linemen in. And I think that we're just going to be wearing down the other team's offense for a while. And the big thing, the reason why we always want a linebacker is because look at the running backs in our division, man. Like, we have Saquon, Zeke, and Darius Slay, Mr. Steer Girl. Darius Geis. Did we figure out, was it Darius Geis who was hanging out with Dwayne Haskins' girl, or was it Dwayne Haskins hanging out with Darius Geis's girl? Because that was crazy, man. The Redskins Twitter went crazy the other day.
And
I'm not sure yet.
Anything.
Yeah. No, that was funny though, man. Like, I mean, whew. It's the class. I mean, we got faster. I really like the 2 linemen that we picked. And
Prince Diego Wanago, that's a good one.
I like him a lot. We kept moving back, man. Like, that's why, like.
So here's what our draft class is looking like. Round 1, Jalen Reagor. Round 2, Jalen Hurts. Round 3, Davion Taylor out of Colorado. Round 4, Kevin Wallace, Clemson. Round 4, Jack Driscoll, Auburn tackle. Round 5, John Hightower, wide receiver, Boise State. Round 6, Sean Bradley, linebacker, Temple. Round 6, Wes Watkins, wide receiver, Southern Miss. Round 6, Prince Tega Wanahogo. I'm going to call him Wanahogi. Round 7, Casey Tuhill, outside linebacker, Stanford. That is our last pick in the 2020 NFL draft, unless we, have any trades or move back.
So we did make all 10 picks.
Huh?
We did actually end up making all 10 picks.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
We did get 10. That's correct.
It's
interesting.
I mean, we got some depth. We got some play. I think in the whole theory of getting cheap players is where I can rest my head. We got some guys to develop. I think with our offensive line coach, you always got to feel good about him selecting offensive linemen and finding some guys to develop. I'm sure he saw some things in these guys, whether it be their versatility.
Not a bad draft.
Yeah, I love it, dude. Yeah, definitely needed to. If you decide the second round pick, if you just look at the other picks, we got the places that we thought we needed. We got linebackers. We traded for a receiver and we drafted 2 of them. I mean, that should make people happy. We've got offensive line depth. We added a defensive end at the end there, So, I mean, I think we're doing pretty well. Jalen Reagor, we all loved Jalen Reagor. So we obviously that first pick's amazing. Clearly, we all feel differently about the Hurts thing, but Davian Taylor, he's raw, but dude, he could be amazing. He's so fast, hits so hard. Dude, I'm trying to get excited about the rest of the names, man.
Here's a list of our picks right here. It's on the screen for you guys.
John Hightower just put out a tweet saying, please give this to Meek Mill. I need him to see it. It's about being a dream chaser.
This 2010, I wanted to be a dream chaser. I ride by. You can check my videos. I've been nice. Meek Mill.
Hey, John, pal. We need to focus on
He's like, I've been wanting to be a dream
some guy angry right now. He's focusing on the wrong things, man.
It's a Philly thing, though. That's an Eagles thing.
Dude, Thaddeus Moss, man, it was crazy. It's crazy how hype changes everything. Because right after the national championship, everyone's like, gotta get T. Higgins, gotta get Thaddeus Moss, trade Wentz for Joe Burrow. Everyone, people go crazy, man, because it's just the immediate you just saw these
people
guys
are nuts.
play. The people just saw these guys play. I'm like, Moss just went undrafted, man, and T. Higgins fell to the second round.
Hightower's a rapper, you're saying though?
No. It was talking about he likes the motorbikes and stuff.
Oh, because someone in Jeff
he has the squad.
Get another rapper on the team. My favorite rapper was Timmy Jernigan.
True.
Talented guy out there. We need more Meek hype this upcoming season.
Yeah, bro. We've been missing that swagger. You know what I mean? I feel like. I don't know. It obviously was because we were super depressed because everyone was getting hurt and we weren't winning. But dude, that's what winning cultures do, man. When we were steamrolling people in 2017, you even had Carson Wentz getting jiggy with it in the end zone. We got away from that and it showed, man. It's a big thing for all of us that played sports. When you're vibing with your teammates and you're kicking the shit out of other teams, it can it's huge momentum.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, shout out to Cardell.
Let's hope this lights a fire under Carson's ass, dude. Let's get that.
Thanks for tuning in, man. At the end of the day, we're all draft nerds and we enjoy the stuff.
Cardell's the man.
He's
a good man.
Hey, Gil, I'm gonna head off now. Okay.
No, bro.
You're gonna stay here for the rest of your life, pal.
3 a.m. tonight again. We're gonna be here.
Thanks for jumping on, dude.
Appreciate you having me on, man.
Yeah, bro. I'll catch you, bro.
And then there was 3.
Oh, the Jalen Reagor boys.
Yes, sir.
That's how it started, man. That's how it started.
And that's how she ends, huh? Well, I mean, I try to tell people even since then, because, we've all been catching slack because there's people that hated that pick. And then you top it off with Hurts. I had quite the night, quite the day. I had to deal with people going buck wild. So I'm in much better spirits today. I definitely tried to, hope for a better draft, and we had it. I love the additions of all the depth, man. I pumped about Kayvon Wallace. I I think Taylor's going to be a great addition. I like Sean Bradley. I was actually in a video in my own group and was talking about Sean Bradley right before he got drafted. And, it's Temple, so clearly we know a little more. But I like him. Quez Watkins was a surprise. Another speedster. So how he keeps surprising us. I'm for it, man. Whatever. Just ready for football.
Yeah, man.
Please, God.
So we can officially say that we have the executive of the year after all these picks.
Oh my God.
He redeemed himself, and he's going to get the executive of the year award from us today.
Did you see the Willy Wonka looking one? The Quarter Factory?
Oh, the one that he did?
No, I don't know. Someone had posted, but it was actually you guys. Yeah. Howie Roseman. I was dying. I was like, you've got to be shit. That was good. I was forgetting where I saw that. I'm working on like an hour or two of sleep for the last few weeks, so I'll probably just die after the draft's over.
Hey guys in the chat, give us one of your favorite picks that is not Jalen Reagor.
Yeah, isn't it crazy that, man? 3 linebackers, 3 receivers. Well, 4 if you count Marquise Goodwin, man. Like they listened, man. I mean, that was like the funniest thing about the draft because they listened. They got younger. They got linebackers. They got offensive line depth. I mean, they didn't get the bruising running back. Maybe they really like a Holyfield, but then they did the whole 180 with Hurts. That's what threw the entire wrench and everything. I mean, but as a whole though, Dane Jackson just went to Buffalo. But I do like the draft class on principle, on paper, because we got faster. These kids are talented. I think Aaron Moorhead's gonna do a good job. But the big thing, I mean, just for the fact that we got Jalen Reagor, I feel so good. I think this kid's gonna just bring such a dynamic aspect to our offense that we've been lacking. I think you can use him even more than we could have ever used Deshaun Jackson. I think he's bigger, possibly faster and stronger than him. I don't know. I'm super excited to see this offense. I mean, I think Carson. The reason why I'm okay with the Jalen Hurts thing is because we know Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz has been through it all, and he's stayed hungry, and he just comes back. Dude, he's like Terminator. And no matter what happens to him, he's comes back stronger, more determined. And I think that this is going to light a bigger fire under his ass, and he's going to be ready to roll. And now he has some weapons. I mean, let's see it. I mean, I like the draft.
Yeah, I mean, overall, we got some solid depth at the back end. I thought positions where we needed to get faster at wide receiver, brought in some field stretchers. Quez Watkins, 4.35. John Hightower, he excels, as a burner. Marquise Goodwin now in the building, 4.27. Instant speed was inserted into the locker room. I mean, because if you look at our current wide receivers on the back end, those guys are penciled in depth players at the moment. So I feel like once again, I talked about resetting the wide receiver depth chart. I think it did that. So I do like that speed element. I mean, that's important for me because looking at the Eagles front office, I know they're like, man, we're 5th worst in yards after catch. We have no guys that can get yak. I think that was an incentive. It was a priority for them going into this draft. Linebacker is a position where we wanted the team to bring some linebackers in. I think they went for some cheap options and seeing what sticks. Obviously, Nigel Bradham is still out there if they feel like they can get him back at a cheaper price. But overall, I think I just think the Jalen Hurts pick really just threw a wrench in the overall grade of this draft. So I go B-.
Yeah,
I agree. The way I kind of looked at it was before I walked into this, what did I want the Eagles to do? And that was get us some receivers and get us some linebackers. We go ahead. We added ourselves 3 and a 4th by trade, and they're speedsters. And I'm very happy about that. I'm very happy about the linebackers. We've got an interior linebacker, a kid that can play actually interior and outside in Sean Bradley. I love the Davian Taylor pick. Like literally the tape I was watching last night, the kid can fly all over the place. I'm really intrigued to see how we use him. Probably a little bit of special teams at first, obviously, but in the next year or two, and obviously a lot of people are like, why? Because we want starters. We want people right away, but the Eagles feel differently than us, and they're going to do what they want to do. But in my opinion, other than the Hurts thing, it's like, oh, all right, well, we still got Kayvon Wallace. I really wanted a safety. We still got Prince, Tega Mwanga, whatever, and that was a great pickup.
Hey,
even Driscoll.
The new nickname is going to be Wanna Hoagie.
There you go.
We're gonna call him
Wanna Ho. Yeah, exactly, because that's what I saw. Like I was like, oh, this guy, he's gonna.
Not Wanna Ho, Wanna Hoagie.
Oh, Wanna Hoagie. Oh, well, it's spelled like Wanna Ho. I'm just saying. I don't want to. But I love that how he traded back and stuff, man. I love that. Like literally, I was in the middle of my video and I was talking about, do we trade back with back-to-back picks here? Because it seems like they're taking a little time. Maybe they're thinking, okay, we're going to take our guy and then we're going to bail on this second pick. No shit. No, I'm not even lying to you. I was going to jump on over here. I was like, all right, I'm going to see what 4th and John's up to. You guys follow me over here. And as I'm about to get out the video, it's like trade with the Dolphins, Cowboys. All this is happening within like 2 minutes. And then Marquise Goodwin, I was like, okay. So I'm like making all my graphics, doing all my stuff, like made a video again. And I was like, I got to get over there and see how these guys are feeling. Because things definitely started to pick up for me. We got Hightower, and Watkins. I think they're both, obviously Hightower a little taller, 6'2". I like that. He's got speed though. So really intrigued to see how these guys are used, man. I would probably walk away here happy to say just because of Hurts, the B plus even, just because I'm happy after
B plus
followed it up. I was hurting yesterday, man, and I feel better today.
Yeah. Hey, Chris,
maybe B. Let's just stick with B.
What was your grade?
I'll give it a B minus. I mean, and that's the thing though, like that's why like the NFL Network and a couple other people literally just put a question mark there, because like you don't know the value of Jalen Hurts until you know the value of Jalen Hurts. You know what I mean? Like it's a good insurance policy, but at the same time, like you don't know exactly what it does, like the ripple effect of it. I mean, I'm coming around a lot more on it. The big thing is it's good to have the insurance policy. I hate the idea of like, let's draft this guy in the second just so we can develop him and ship him off kind of thing, rather than just getting an impact player that we could have at 53. Because I really liked the draft class, and the guys at 53 were incredible. Jeremy Chin, I've said his name like 100 times. I mean, I would say B minus, B plus. I mean B minus a range right now. I mean, but like we said, like it's all contingent on what happens with Jalen Hurts. Like,
well, and then I think Brian made a good point in terms of as we move forward, Carson Wentz, his contract, he's getting paid more and more, and you have to find cheaper options. Right? That means even cheaper options to back him up. I mean,
yeah,
a backup quarterback can easily run you from a solid backup quarterback, can easily run you up to like $10 million, $7 to $10 million just for a decent backup. When we brought in Miles Sanders, and other people were like, other options out there, you can get this. Like, you get Miles Sanders for 4 years for $5 million. You get a backup quarterback at a reasonable price.
Yeah, sorry.
Now go ahead.
My annoyance was the fact that as we were watching like the Hurts thing, we were watching us move back. Like we were watching guys that we liked going into this leave, and the big thing was like we were watching the Jets and Joe Douglas have a good draft. We were watching Andrew Berry and the Cleveland Browns have a good draft. We were watching the Giants, the Browns. We were watching the Giants, Redskins, and Cowboys have good drafts. But then I was like, listen, like, dude, like those guys don't win anything. Like, we can just control what we can control. Like, we know who we have. We know what we are. Like, we know that we're going to kick the shit out of them every single time we play them. Like, cool, they have their new toys. Like, it hasn't worked yet. Like, until they prove they can beat us, that's facts right there. And the thing is, like, we finally got Carson weapons. We finally got speed. Maybe we still need the bruising back and everything. We loaded up the back end. And, like, it sucks to say, man. I get the insurance policy, but at the same time, like, I don't get it. Like, there's just it's just, like, this is something, like, this is a moment in Eagles history that's going to be, like, evaluated, like, for, like, time and time again, because, like, Carson Wentz is one of the most talented quarterbacks we've ever had in franchise history. And this is and since he's come here, all we've done is win. Like, that's the thing. Like, that's what bothers me. Like, people don't understand how lucky we have it. Like, teams try. Like, how many quarterbacks have the Browns had in the last 20 years?
Too many.
Like, over 25. Seriously. Have you ever seen that jersey? It's like going off. It's like the names are going off the jersey.
It's hilarious.
Like, I don't want to be that. Like, it's cool. Like, everyone's like, oh, like, they have this player and that player. It's like, dude, that's not what wins, though. Like, obviously, you do want to have those nice players, but, like, we found a formula that gets us to where, like, as far as we get, and now we're actually adding players that get us over the top. That's the Jalen Reagor. Like, I honestly think he's that good. I think, like, imagine if we had Jalen Reagor in the Seattle game. Like, people are talking about, what if we had Hurts in the Seattle game? Dude, what if we had Jalen Reagor in the Seattle game?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? I think the thing that's killing everybody, someone alluded to it right here, is, it started off because CeeDee Lamb got so close to everybody. We were all like, oh, my God. So we got this false sense that he was maybe going to come here. So everyone got their hopes up. And then they weren't happy about Reagor. So that really messed people up. Then you have Jalen Hurts. Now, the problem I had, and, a little bit earlier we had talked a little bit about this. You guys had said something. Howie coming on and then, saying like, oh, we're a quarterback factory. Like, okay, not only is that bad, like, for Carson and everybody else, but, like, think about what that does to Jalen Hurts or any kind of other quarterback that's coming here. Like, oh, what the hell? Like, we're just shipping you out. And now Carson Wentz in the back of his head has to be like, wait, am I part of that? Like, are you going to trade me before my – like, what the hell? Like, and I just – and whatever the hell they're doing, they can sit here and smirk in our faces, but – they're the ones that did the homework. That's who they liked. They talked to Carson earlier in the day. So I'm trying to be okay with it, but I still feel that, like, when he was smiling, I was seriously having trouble.
And people keep on bringing up the Hurts develops and is a big time trade bait, but that's contingent on Carson Wentz getting hurt. Yeah.
Oh,
that's why we've been saying, like, it's a lose-lose in the fact that, like, you're either wrong about Carson Wentz or you're going to be wrong about spending a second-round pick on a backup quarterback that may not even play a meaningful snap and you should have gotten something else to help Carson Wentz because the bulk of our team's in their prime, but they're aging, like Fletcher Cox, Zach Ertz, Brandon Graham, Brandon Brooks, Lane Johnson. Like, that was my annoyance with it because, like, there was guys that are day one impact guys. Like, like, everyone consensus guys that we could have taken right there that would have helped. And the thing is, like we said, we can't really fully grade this until we see how the Jalen Hurts thing pans out. Like, it's insurance policy, but at the same time, like, are we going to see someone go down, or are we going to see someone not perform the way we wanted them to at any position and saying, like, shit, we should have grabbed someone from that position potentially to enhance the competition, to have depth, like anything like that. I mean, the whole thing is, like, you need Carson Wentz to get hurt to showcase Jalen Hurts. No one's gonna be all hyped up on him because of preseason games or being a gimmick player. And, like, I don't even think he's supposed to be a gimmick player. Like, but this is my thing, and I know I've been negative. I've been annoyed since last night. I put $100 on the Eagles to win the Super Bowl. It pays out $4,000 right now. And the reason I did that, I did it before the draft, was because what happened to Carson Wentz in the Seattle game. Because this dude is so determined to lead this team to a Super Bowl. As soon as I knew that we got Jalen Reagor, I said, I'm putting $100 down on the Eagles. I believe in the team. Like, Kyrie Irving, he can, like, whatever. He did whatever he wanted to do. He wanted to get his insurance policy, but like, I trust the core of the team. I saw what they did with a makeshift lineup. I saw what they did with all the unprecedented injuries. Like, now after the draft, after getting all the speed, adding the playmakers, the Jalen Reagers, congratulations. Like, we have to live with it. We have an insurance policy. Even though he's unproven, I do like Jalen Hurts. That's why I wasn't happy that he came here, because I wanted him to get an opportunity to push for a starting job or a really good backup job somewhere else. So, I mean, we'll see what happens. But like,
basically, as he says, do you guys think Hurts is going to be a good NFL quarterback? I think if they utilize him correctly, I think he has to be in the right situation. And if they're playing to his strengths, then obviously he can be a solid quarterback. But I think you're going to have to play to his strengths. I think if they're looking at him and his mobility as a major factor into why they like what he brings to the table, I think he could be successful.
I like it because of Morningway.
Huh?
Marty Morningway. We just brought him back. That's why I kind of have confidence that we find a way to utilize him, because of the Lamar Jackson thing.
Yeah.
I think he had a great season, last season, and like the years before that. Obviously, he lost his job to Tua. You'll hear that, whatever. But then he came back in his third year, won the SEC title. Hurt, transferred to Oklahoma. I mean, the guy had 32 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. You talked about his rushing yards at like over 1,200. He had 20 rushing touchdowns. That's pretty good. I mean, the guy is a playmaker. The problem is, like you just alluded to, is he in the right system? Is he? He's probably perfect for this system, but we have Carson Wentz. So the problem is, it takes something drastic to happen for him to get playing time, and then for us to find that out. So that's why there's confusion. Why do you take this guy for trade bait if the only time you see him is a couple guys? I don't know. I really don't know, man. I'm still very confused about it.
Like, I mean, if
he could be good.
If you're bringing another quarterback into the locker room, because again, having a quarterback and a backup quarterback and the third string quarterback, it's all about that QB room. I mean, he's a really good teammate. He's a really good person to infuse into your locker room. He's a well-liked player between Alabama and Oklahoma. He fit into the locker room. So in terms of having a guy in the locker room who will be in, Carson Wentz's ear. I mean, he's gonna be the guy on the sideline next to Carson Wentz and in that QB room. It's a QB incubator system where you're like, the next man is up if I get hurt, but like, if they come together cohesive, if they're cohesive and come together as teammates, which I think they will, we've upgraded the depth chart in the QB room. It's not exciting, but it is what it is. It's right now the half the fan base is like, move on. The other half of the fan base is like, I hate this pick. Stop talking about it. And
it's nothing going away. It's not going away anytime soon.
And the other third is talking about.
Yeah, the Nick Foles people are like, yes, we got another quarterback to ride. I hate Carson Wentz. So now you're going to hear that from them nonstop.
I've been hearing.
I think if you try to make any sense of it, you guys said about like saving money. That's the one thing. You don't go out, you don't get a veteran, but I think you could have got an undrafted free agent. But now you're making sure you got a damn good backup quarterback. If Sudfeld is a trade piece, like Chris was alluding to, maybe you're able to trade him and then you don't have to spend that money, but you better be using that damn money on some good players. And I understand next year there's some contracts that are overflowing, so you want to keep some of that cap space. But all right, man, I've heard enough excuses, use that money, and I'm just trying to make sense to that pick. So I get adding it, but in the second round, you're still paying them a little money. And that's, man, you could have had so many starters, like you said.
Crazy Philly says Wentz contract protects him against worrying about another guy taking. I don't think he's worried about another guy taking
talent.
No.
But I think that quality quarterback behind him pushing him for playing time is never a bad thing. I mean, he's a professional. That's what it's all about.
He'll use it.
Competing.
He'll use it.
I mean, yeah, I see the thing. It says, "Do you think that that one? Do you think that we can still use Hurts for certain plays instead of him just sitting there and waiting for Wentz to get hurt. I mean, absolutely. Marty Morningway is a great football mind. We just saw him completely integrate Lamar Jackson in a great way in the Ravens. I mean, they're not nearly the same player at all.
I think it would definitely hurt watching, like, if your Wentz never wants to come off the field. Like, so,
dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, that was my problem. Like, that's why I didn't want to be like gimmicky. Like, yo, Carson, like, go on the bench or go split out to like wide receiver. Like, this guy is gonna run like a direct snap handoff or like. I mean, I think the coolest thing that we can use him in would be like a dynamic package in like the red zone or goal line when like he looks like he's gonna run a wildcat dive and then he pops over the top and kind of like hits Ertz or Goddard. Like, that's something that would be cool and interesting. But like when you use the second round pick on him, like you almost hope he's more than an insurance policy because like the first and second round picks, you want starters. The first round pick, you want a starter. Second round pick, you want a guy that if he's not going to start right away, he's contributing a fair amount, like a Miles Sanders. Like, our second round picks have hit pretty well. Don't think about J-Jaw, but like Miles Sanders, we hit pretty well. Zach Ertz, second round pick. Deshaun Jackson, second round pick. Like, we've done a pretty good job with our second round picks. Like, that's the utilization that you want to get. That's why it's frustrating, though, when you use a second round pick and like he's not supposed to play unless it's a bad scenario or unless you're trying to get too cute, which works sometimes. But like you saw the Ravens, they rolled everyone and then they finally got figured out in the playoffs and just got punched in the face.
Yeah. Man, I think I'm gonna. Hey, man, I just want to thank you guys for holding it down today. I mean, you guys killed it the last couple of days. And it's not often you get to talk draft with all Eagle fans. It's not everyone.
I love this.
It's the best, man, and especially with the circumstances.
Makes my heart sing.
Like everyone's been looking forward to it, and I'm really happy that like everyone that's been keeping in us in high spirits. Like, we've been doing this for hours upon hours, and like honestly, it goes by like that for us because like we love this stuff, man, and we love talking to the community. The Eagles fans are the best in the world. 4thandjawn fans are the best in the world, and it's awesome seeing everyone connected. And I think the coolest thing that I've noticed in like the year that I've been on board is like you just get friends everywhere, and like everyone meets at games, and it's awesome, man. Connected people from all around the world, and that's what makes this fan base special and makes 4thandjawn special.
Yeah, and I think that's at the end of the day, that's really what we're all trying to do, man. Like, just we're trying to connect the crazy Eagle fans, but you know the fact that the moments that like we're all hoping for AGG to be the guy, and next thing you know,
don't remind me, man.
Well, I mean, you know, but
Jimmy, were you watching when that happened?
We had David, his college roommate.
I was. I was recording a live video. And I was like, thank God I wasn't.
It made it 10 times worse.
Like, what are the chances? And then
AGG's college roommate was in here, and like him and he was just like making me feel so much better about him as a pick. He's because like this has been my guy for so long, and then like his my friend, my neighbor that introduced me to AGG like 3 years ago was just like, yo, like that's David, man. Like we did like flag football together, man.
Yeah,
like can't wait till AGG's an Eagle. He's falling to us.
I mean, that's the moment that I'm talking about. That synergy of like bringing everyone together, and it all goes together. Man. I mean, I think that would have been amazing if you got drafted and you were his roommate.
I'm sick, bro. Like AGG, man. Like the fact he's on the Redskins kills me because like I'm obviously gonna root for Darius Slay to absolutely bully the living shit out of him every single time they play against him. But it's just like, damn, like I really think he could have been so special here. I think that he actually is gonna be pretty awesome there. I'm just gonna be honest with Terry McLaurin, but like don't be awesome when you play us. I think Darius Slay and our guys are gonna do a good job game planning against him, but he's a special talent, man. Like there's a reason why Steve Smith and James Jones thought he was possibly the best wide receiver in the draft.
And I just want to shout out, thanks to Adrian, thanks for tuning in, man. I appreciate you stopping in. Thank you, Arthur, for stopping by, man. I appreciate it. And then Shout out to Paul Wadey. Gail, thanks for setting this up. It's been great 3 days hanging out with people that love the Eagles as much as I do. Now let's just relax with family until this virus ends. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you're forced into like technology. I think this is one of those moments, but it for me, again, I haven't seen someone in like 35 days. I forget how many days, at least around 35. Great opportunity to just like hang out with the homies. Last year, us three right in front of you were at the Eagles live draft, hanging out for all together for the first time. So again, like you find opportunities to hang out with your homies and talk Eagles. Because at the end of the day, they kind of like, if you're like crazy Eagle fan, this kind of stuff drives you. You know, like you can't not talk about it. Like, I'm sure your loved ones can't take any more time when you get talking about the Eagles because you're tired of it. Let's see.
Bro, the thing is, like, people are just like mad, jealous, and angry that like we're all excited while all this is going on because like the draft every year is like one of the. I look forward to this more than like anything. So like everyone's just like, man, like you guys are actually keeping busy. People get like pissed.
I mean, hey, yo, this keeps me focused. Yeah, man. Shout out, cut me open, Ivy Lee Green. You've been in the trap for this whole 3 days, all the way from Arizona. All right, I know that there's a lot of diehard Eagle fans from Arizona as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, do you guys have any last words that you guys want to put in there?
Jim, you can go.
Well, in the long run, it was an interesting first day. We talked about Lamb getting close, so that made everybody a little on edge. But if I could try to bring any ease to anybody, I would say that, we got ourselves a stud in Jalen Rieger. Gail has shared the link. It's actually the three of us talking about why he'd be the perfect fit for the Eagles. So got ourselves a stud for Carson Wentz. It takes off the top, and he does a lot more than that. So you're going to have that. But then obviously we're all upset, but maybe there's some sense to be made of it at some point in life. But we took a quarterback with the second pick. Okay, it's done. It's over with. We followed it up with what we needed to do. We got depth at the positions that we knew we needed. Linebackers. We got a defensive end at the end. We got a couple offensive linemen. One was a guard tackle, which I love, Jack Driscoll. So he can play inside and out. You got another tackle in Prince Tega Wanago. Love that. Love the receivers. Love that we traded went 20 picks back to get Marquise Goodwin. I'm loving that. I'm not sure how much his cap is going to be, but we had 23 point whatever. So I'm all for it. Added Hightower, walk-in. Dude, I'm pumped. So I think everyone that's freaking out needs to calm down a little bit. This team, now that it's healthy, is going to get a lot of those players we were missing back. The cornerback room is loaded. They're all going to compete. Slay's the number one that's going to teach them, make them better. In turn, he's going to make the wide receivers better. All these guys are going to be fighting. They're going to be hungry. And they're all missing football right now. So whenever that time is, it's going to be awesome when they get back. So my final words would be, time to go get that fucking trophy back. Let's go Birds.
Chris?
So first off, I want to thank everyone who followed myself and everyone else during the entire during the season and off season. We worked really hard to give you guys the fastest information and efficient and effective way. We made the draft hub for a reason. We wanted people to be able to who didn't have time to just do more than just watch the highlight films or just wait for like all the other reports to go in. We've been trying just so like when we do pick these guys, you are informed about them. You have the ease of mind on them, and then Scale was awesome for setting this up because then you guys can live ask us questions, see the live reactions about what we think about these guys. And we never think that we're the most informed or have the opinions. We talk to other people, we talk to coaches, we talk to scouts, we talk to players. We try to be as informed as possible. And the big thing is we just try to be open books. We try to soak up the information, and as best as we can, we try to distribute that information to you guys. I mean, you guys are really what fuels the fire. We love everyone that follows us. We really try to help out as much as we can. Full focus though is to make the team better. So we hate we always try to be positive. If we're negative about something, there's usually a reason, because like we're always like joking around, trying to keep things light. Sorry if we're like super down last night and today. We've been trying our best to justify all the picks. I mean, end of the day, the big thing is that Kyrie Rosen said you can't fix the entire team in one off season, but he's going to try. I mean, we got depth on offensive line. We got really fast, really dynamic playmakers. I mean, Jalen Reagor alone completely elevates this entire offense in my mind. He's a surefire first-round pick to the people that think he would have fell to the second. I think that's insane. I think he would have went 2 picks, maybe 3 picks after us at most. I mean, Justin Jefferson, that's my guy, national championship champion from LSU, but at the same time, he doesn't bring to this offense what Jalen Reagor does. Jalen Reagor has been working his entire life to be an NFL star like his dad was. He's been surrounded by talent. Julio Jones, Patrick Mahomes, Emmanuel Sanders, Jerry Jeudy works out with him. All these guys work out with Jalen Reagor for a reason, because they know he's the real deal. Tyreek Hill reached out to him right after he got drafted to the Eagles to congratulate him. Like, this kid is ready to be an NFL star. He knows our wide receivers coach. I'm really pumped up to see him. I mean, the big thing that we need to consider is you need to factor in the fact that we had a great offseason. We got Javon Hargrave. We got Will Parks. We're finally moving Jalen Mills to be over the top and be a box safety. And then the biggest thing, Darius Slay, guys. Like, we've been waiting for a cornerback one for so long. We now have a huge weapon in Jalen Reagor. I mean, I'm just really excited for the season. So, guys, stay inside, wash your hands. We got to get this season, make sure this season happens. Yell at the people in Jacksonville that are on the beach right now, because I saw a picture of like a couple hundred people like running around eating snow cones off the ground. I mean, like, I just can't wait for football, man. Like, the draft's over for us. Obviously, there's a couple more picks for the other teams, and we're going to see the undrafted free agent pool, but like, thank you guys so much. Really excited to see these guys actually hit the field, and for everyone to get out of this mess and like stay healthy, stay safe. Go Birds, guys.
Yeah, and last words for me. First and foremost, I appreciate all the 4th and Jawn fans out there, all the Eagle fans, all the first-time listeners, all the old-time listeners, all the day one fans of what we're doing over here. Obviously, it's all about bringing everyone together. There's no egos here. There's just a lot of passionate Eagle fans who just want to talk about the Eagles 24/7. Obviously, we're in a situation where we're dealing with a little pandemic at the moment, and we can't be close to everyone as we would love to be. But this whole scenario, just virtually getting to connect with a lot of Eagle fans out there has been pretty awesome. In terms of the draft, I wanted to reset this wide receiver depth chart. I thought we got that out of the way. Reagor being a guy that is a favorite of ours, adding a speed element, playmaker, dynamic, with the ability to be our starting punt returner right from the get-go, a healthy Djax. I just think our offense could be lights out if we hit on some of these late-round prospects, burners. We added a track team. Marquise Goodwin, blazing fast. I mean, we really do have a track team now. If they can all stay healthy, we have some guys. Carson Wentz, weapons for Wentz was one of the things that I was looking for. Obviously, we got backup for Wentz. Did I want that in the second round? No, but I'm gonna try and figure out how that makes sense. We're all going to try and figure out, but we're gonna move forward. You got to. I think we got some versatility from the offensive linemen that we brought in. We got some versatility from some of the defensive players that we brought in. Obviously, Eagles love that. Versatility is a key word, and we got some. Got some talent. Overall, I'm at a B.
Yeah.
Going from a B minus, maybe B. But overall, man, I think we have something to look forward. Hopefully, we just got to make sure that we have this season. But
yeah,
it's just been a good ride. The last 3 days, 21 hours of streaming. Shout out to you guys in the comments. But that's all for us, man. Fly Eagles fly. Yeah. Yeah. Good.
Sure.
I'll see you guys soon.
See you guys. Stay safe.
All right. Be good.
Wash your hands.
Wash your hands.
6 feet. Fuck the Cowboys.
All right, guys. You guys be good, all right?
See you guys.
The Cowboys.
Later, Gail. Thanks, man.